cool. Right, is that running?
Yep.
Okay. Just that nothing seems to be happening out there.
Yeah. It says live.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's waiting for me. That's what the hell?
So that. No, it's there. It's there.
Okay. Yeah. Ask them.
Right. Those of you who are watching, tell me, is my voice normal or does it sound doubled up like I'm in a metal box or something?
Or a drain.
Or a drain. Mm.
Anyone? Bueller?
Sounds good, apparently, according to Asio Head. Sounds good. Matt Brown says normal. Prometheus says normal.
So I'm hearing you twice.
You're hearing me twice. Be interesting to see if anybody else comes in and you hear them twice too.
Yeah.
Because I'm just looking. So I'm just going to do this. Sorry, everyone. No. So yeah, I'm only coming in one source and going out one source.
Okay.
So it definitely looks. I sound like me. Thank you.
All right, let's try putting that in there.
You got me all freaked out there because I swapped my USB hubs around and I thought that was causing me some issues last time. So I went and swapped them all back. I think I put everything back in because it was all working. So I think I put everything back in where it should be.
Yeah.
But I've still just bought a 16-port USB 3 powered hub because I'm fed up with this combination. So I'm just thinking one port, one hub.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Can you hear this?
Yep.
Okay, you're not doubled anymore.
Ah, so it was you.
It was the
You dirty rotten.
it was the Google Chrome going through loopback, which has always been on. But I don't think loopback has been on, and I've activated loopback to do the StreamYard.
Are you using loopback on Windows or Mac?
Mac.
You don't have to have loopback running. Once you've configured it, you can shut it down, and it will always work because it kind of embeds itself in there.
It's weird because it's always been set to this, and all I've done is add Stream Deck, and I've had to pull the revelator out of the input, the sources, because I was hearing me doubled up, and then we found out, and then fired up. Now I'm hearing you doubled up, so I've turned off the Google Chrome input. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Very odd.
So, that probably means then.
Can't hear. Well, I can really faintly hear it. So hang on a minute. So you're activating that from Stream Deck, yeah?
Yeah.
So open up the Stream Deck configuration app. If it's on your Mac, it'll be nestled up on the top bar. It'll be like a circle with like a row of dots or 3 rows of dots in it.
Got it. Right.
Yeah.
Stream Deck. Here we go.
Okay. Now, click on the button that you've got that sound assigned to. Yeah. And now you've gone quiet. You've muted yourself. Let me unmute you. No, I can't because you muted yourself on. You've muted yourself on StreamYard.
How about that?
That's better, right?
Yeah. That was Loopback decided he wanted to update.
So yeah, in your StreamYard, in your Stream Deck configuration, find the button with that sound assigned to it, and click on that button, and then in the lower half of your Stream Deck configuration, it will show you the audio file, and you can change the volume.
Okay, let's try it.
No, it's still like really. It's there, but it's really quiet.
Yeah. Oh well.
So you've got Stream Deck in loopback.
Yes.
Okay. And in your loopback, under where your Stream Deck is assigned, you've got it at 100% volume.
I have.
And you haven't got it muted when capturing.
Oh, hang on. Try that.
Just drop the options down. No. It's really quiet. It's like it's being picked up by your microphone. It's just
Yeah, I
weird.
think that's exactly what it is. Do you know what? It's not important, buds.
No.
It's whatever.
So it needs to be. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's weird. Problem in chair, not in computer.
Indeed. I totally agree with that one. Jeez.
Oh dear.
It's a wonder I can get these things to turn on.
Oh, well.
There you go.
Well, I've got to bugger off at 9 o'clock because it's the last episode of. I forget what it's even called. It's that thing with David Tennant and Stanley Tucci. It's really, really, really good.
Oh, okay.
So I've got to go and watch that, and I don't want to be too late to bed tonight. He says I'll be here till 2 in the morning.
No, I can't do a late one tonight.
No. I need to catch up on my sleep before Synth Fest because I'll be definitely burning the candle at both ends of that.
Now, have I put the thingy in the right place? He said,
And Norwich City are playing tonight.
Up there. It's just a terrific response, and what a first half.
Oh yes.
That worked. I've got a funny feeling. Yeah, okay. I think I figured out why nobody joined.
Because you put it in the private chat.
Yeah, I put it in the wrong fucking window, didn't I? Holy shit, Batman. So, yes. So, I've been... I got badgered, basically.
Badgered.
Yeah, badger.
Badger. I saw a dead one of those today by the side of the road.
Aw.
Hey, fancy
Morning.
seeing you guys here.
Morning, evening, whatever it is there.
As you had a bit of an EBCAC earlier, the air between keyboard and chair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a big one.
If I had a nickel for every time.
So you were badgered.
Yeah, I'm being badgered. I've been out. Well, funny enough, it was Dave, old Spearsy, said to me, he says, make an album. Make an album.
Do as you're told.
Yeah.
We'll start it easy. Do a hardware jam first and then see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, I tried writing some stuff last night and did.
Ooh.
Yeah? What? No.
No, Mum.
No, Mum.
Have it in me room, Mum.
Yeah. I'm doing something.
Yeah.
It's important.
It's important.
You're over there. Oh, good
Hello.
grief, woman.
Food, salad, vegetables.
Oh, you got those little onion things again.
He likes onions. Only vegetable you actually
You,
like.
you had these. What are they? Dried onion? Something?
Yeah.
Crispy onion.
Bag of crispy onions. Yum nums.
Okay.
She's having to dress up your food so you eat nutritious stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it's green. Oh, look, it's green. So anyway,
Yes.
what's been going on in the world?
I went to the doctor. Guess what he told me? Guess what he told me? He said, "Girl, you got it." No. Yeah, I went about my gammy toe.
Oh yeah.
And it's coming off, not the toe, the nail.
Yeah. And so it should.
And so absolutely it should.
Oh, is that a fungus thing?
No, it's
Let His Highness in.
I was say you can send me the toe. I'll put it on the microscope. So.
Oh no. No, they did actually check for that, but it wasn't. I can't. Something. Oh, my bloody thing's gone all slow again. I will when I There we go. It's what the fuck? Why does it only ever do it when I'm in your room, but when I'm in doing mine, I can't let him in. It's not showing up the button. Oh, there he is. No, hang on. No, he's there now, but there's still no button. It's like the page is taking ages. I'm getting pissed off with streaming. There he is. Anyway, so I broke my foot, or should I say I broke my toes, 2 toes on my right foot 30 years ago when I had a steel plate fall on them and I wasn't wearing steel toe caps. And the nail of the big toe came right off, and there was blood everywhere, and it was bleh. So they sorted me out, and they said, your nail will grow back, but you might want to go and see a chiropodist just to make sure it grows back properly. And me being a bloke was like, chiropodist got to pay for that shit. Nah, be all right, be fine. And what's basically happened is the nail's grown back, but it's grown back really slowly and really thick. Yeah. And it's almost like a hoof. It's a really horrible thing. My wife and my kids absolutely hate it. And to be honest, I mean, I hate feet anyway. But yeah, but no. Last week or the week before, it started bleeding, and I bleed really easy now because I'm on blood thinners, and it was just like, ugh, oh god, this is not good. So because being type 2 diabetic, infections in your feet can be quite a serious thing. So I was like, I'll get this properly checked out now. And
This salad wasn't bad enough.
Yes, quite. Sorry,
Yeah, it's good appetizing discussion. Yeah.
Crunchy. So yeah, they
take a drink
said,
for it back. You're muted.
You're going up. Yeah.
I know, because I didn't want to disturb anyone with me talking to Alexa.
Ah,
I was being thoughtful.
oh, we do that all the time.
Look at that! Look, I'm enthralled with Robbie's story.
Toenail.
Don't let me carry on hearing about his fucking bleeding hoof.
So I had it looked at yesterday, and they said that's got to come off. So I was just waiting for the hospital appointment to go and get that done. Had my COVID booster today. Got really pissed off because Depeche Mode announced their new album and a series of concerts.
This is funny.
Why is it funny? Fuck off.
It's you. Go on.
Fuck off.
Go on.
I've already got tickets that night to see the fucking Pet Shop Boys, which I absolutely adore as well. But I can't be in Wembley and Twickenham. Twickenham? What the fuck? Twickenham?
Is it currently UK tour only, or is it a world?
No,
That's the only date. That's the only date.
Only date in the UK at the moment. What normally happens is they do a first round, and then obviously the demand is so much that they'll come back and do a second round. So I'm just
Got
waiting.
the Kinks and stuff.
Well, I don't know. It's the fact that I mean, what's the last tour they played to 3 million people? I mean, they sell out. They have no problem selling tickets. So, yeah, I was just waiting, and I got my Live Nation account all ready to go, and then I realised that date sounds familiar. Hang on a minute, and I looked. Oh, for fuck's! And those Pet Shop Boys tickets weren't cheap either. Fucking hell.
I can honestly say, the moment I read that, even though I was by myself, alone, I pissed myself laughing.
For that, you get an extra one.
I mean, they're going to test your fandom, right? Who do you like more?
Well, do you know, it got me thinking. I thought, well, yeah, I like them both. They're both massively important and influential bands, and I've seen them all a lot. And my wife loves them both, and she's seen them a bit, and so it's just like, well, I've seen them quite a bit, and actually, every time I see the Pet Shop Boys, it's different. There's a different show with a different setup and
well, I think Depeche are going for a more streamlined, cut down personnel.
Well, natural
I
wastage.
mean, I think to be fair, they're down by a third immediately.
Harsh.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Really?
Too soon.
Really?
Hashtag too soon.
Just
but-
interject a minute. But I think I've just spotted pop sensation Jonas Blue in the chat.
Jonas Blue.
Yeah.
Who's pop sensation Jonas Blue? Sorry, I don't. Not
Go,
fishy
Robin.
enough.
You know, Fast Car and all those other singles. Is that him?
Should I? Am I being really disrespectful?
No.
I
You definitely
honestly don't.
no. You need to be a teenager, really. Or
I say Fast
early-
Car. The only song I know called Fast Car was Tracy Chapman.
Yeah, well, he did the
By the way,
dance.
your plates on the sustain there.
Yeah. I don't know where to put
Isn't there a Gino Vanelli Fast Car song too?
Who?
No.
What? Sorry.
Gino Vanelli, I think this is a Fast Car song as well.
I don't even know who that is.
You're not missing much.
That must have been an American-only thing. I've never heard of it.
He was pretty much shite, yeah. So
Now you see, I've seen them both as well, and I think for me personally, I mean, there's a reason why I didn't get Pet Shop Boy tickets, but I mean, I will absolutely be getting Depeche Mode tickets. I just think, as from a show point of view, I think
It's one of them fuckers.
Depeche
yeah.
are, you know, they're just amazing live.
Yeah, but I've seen them I saw them on the Spirit tour, and I saw them on the Delta tour, and I saw
I
them
know
on
they're very,
Sans-
you're right. They are very similar. They
And
are.
the only thing that changes is a few of the songs on the set list and the projections.
Some of the arrangements they've changed.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like, oh my god. I mean, when they did,
plus that kind of music, they have to sequence the hell out of it, so you're not really seeing much of a performance.
Yeah, we compared it to the Pet Shop Boys.
Come
Think
on, yeah,
about
the
that
Pet
for a
Shop-
second.
Well, that too, exactly.
The
Depeche
Pet Shop
Mode-
Boys, let's be honest, don't
Depeche
really
Mode
need
have-
to show up.
play live keyboards, live guitars, and live drums. So you got to give them that. Yes, there will be an element.
Potentially, according to one of my friends who's a roadie in Germany for them, a lot of stuff was automated.
Well, that's because Fletch couldn't play for his freaking life. So, and they made a thing about that. I mean, did you see the Global Spirit Tour last time where they got Fletch to do a solo?
Oh no, I haven't seen it. No, I didn't see that.
That's funny as hell. Because it was all done. It was because it's the biggest. What do they call it? It's not a secret, but they don't.
Out there secret kind of.
Out there secret
We
sort
all
of
know
thing.
it's.
We all know that Fletch doesn't play a single damn thing, and he was basically the glue of the band. But they did this thing, and there was when they did Just Can't Get Enough, and they got him to try to do a solo bit, and it was horribly out of time. But it was funny because everybody knew and everyone was in on the joke, and it was amusing, and even Fletch was up for it, obviously. So, and I want to go and see them because it's. Obviously, Fletch isn't there, and I know they said today that they were probably going to do something in the show, and that would be really nice to see.
Do you know what I thought? They should, obviously they have the little pods because they'll still have their little pods, their little stations. I actually thought they should still leave his station in place. They should just leave whatever they're doing for Martin and for the other keyboard, whatever his name is, at the back. They should leave a little station there for him, even if he's not there.
There should be, yeah.
Make a doppelganger like Kraftwerk does for him. So,
well, Kate Bush did
a
that
doppelganger,
for
a little mechanical guy like Kraftwerk used to do. So.
3.2 now.
Yeah, Kate Bush did that for Alan Murphy when he passed. She just put a chair with a guitar leaning up against it.
Yeah.
Which
Like
that was really quite moving.
Yeah,
so yeah,
absolutely.
I think they ought to do something. But no, I every time they announce a tour, I'm always there getting the ticket at the first opportunity, and then they announce a second run of gigs. So they extend the tour. I'm thinking, oh yeah, that date would have been more convenient. So I'm actually now waiting for that second date, and knowing my luck, they won't do a second date. I've already had somebody invite me over to Dublin to go and watch them there, but I'll see them. It will happen, but yeah. Sorry.
How you doing, Jim? Muted.
Not plugged in.
How you doing, Jim?
Hello.
There he is.
Yeah, 48 volts helps. That's just for me.
Bit of chair.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Mr.
No,
Scott now, we don't care. Shut the fuck up, we don't care.
I'm fine, thank you, Ty. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm not hanging around. I'll pop my head in later. But
I'll tell you what, later on, can you give us a really close-up tour of the Nuage?
of Nuage, yeah.
Never seen
Is that
one.
just new age said in a posh way to make it sound expensive?
It's probably
Yeah.
Yeah.
It adds a few zeros on if you say it like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not. The only reason I spoke to Kent earlier, and they dropped another. They knocked another ball ache last night. I can't even say too much detail in case they ever get to see this, but a certain
Oh yeah, like sure they'll
certain
come across
person
this.
within the production that I haven't spoken to or heard from for fucking months, literally months, decides to give me a call, having never even spoken about the episode I'm on, because I haven't spoken, never been mentioned, decides last night to call and go through a whole load of... They have basically watched the film for the first time and turned around and gone, oh, and I want this changed and that changed and this changed and that changed. It's all been signed off by the director, it's all been signed off by the editor, it's been signed off by everyone apart from her, and they now want all these changes done and had no idea that it's all got to be delivered on Thursday.
Hang on, is this the commissioning editor? Oh, yeah, you can't say. Yeah,
And I can't really say it. But anyway, so I'm totally in the shit. Having gone from, I might not have to do an all-nighter tomorrow night is now turned into I am totally in the shit. So I explained this to Kent earlier, but I will literally just stick my head in when I can. But I won't be going to bed tonight, and the reality is I somehow probably won't be going to bed tomorrow either. But anyway,
sleep's overrated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
I find that.
It is apart from when you sit there trying to go, do I want a major or a minor? It's
Fucking
So Ty, like you were saying recently, you're pretty much in the box for most of your productions just because of replayability, right? You don't use the external gear much.
no. At the moment, if you're doing for this stuff, it's 99% in box. It is literally only if there's something which is incredibly specific that I sit there going, oh fuck, I know exactly what this needs.
Accordion.
And then,
Except for the DX7 doorbell you threw in there, right?
apart from but yeah, most of it's just only for situations like this, because if I actually was using hardware for this kind of, it would just be a fucking nightmare. So no, but yeah, but it's okay. It's fine. I think that. But the one thing, actually, I had this conversation recently with another composer, and we were talking about this. And although let's be honest about this, we do get paid good money to be treated like this, and but the reality is that the rest of the teams, all the directors and producers and editors and all this kind of thing, when a project drags on, they have no problem whatsoever, because basically for them it's a wage. So if a project
they're on the daily, so
they just charge their daily rate, and which means
it's like construction workers who just go on forever.
Absolutely, and they just turn around and go, oh well, kind of we've got to spend another 2 months on this. They go, okay, that's fine. I've got 2 more months of work and I'm being paid, so that's fine. With composers, basically we agree the fee, and so it makes no difference whether this takes 6 months, 6 days, 6 years. We
it has minimum wage.
And I'm not having you on. If you actually work it out per hour, we get less than minimum wage. And we get a lot of money, but if you work it on a per hour basis, we get less than minimum wage. I'm not complaining, because it's still the best job in the world, but there are times at times like this, where they just have no concept of what we do. They just don't give a fuck. That's the problem. But anyway.
Thank God for the back end.
Yeah, because we're always we're always right at the end. We're always the one that have got all the pressure on, because we're just they're just waiting for the whole thing to go into post, and so it's it's fine. It's just I think I'd say the problem I have with this one is that this one's just been such a fucking shit show. I mean, in more ways, just the.
So it's totally upfront, or did you get a piece of the action later?
Not money wise.
Yeah.
No, well, it depends how you do it. What you tend to do is you tend to get 50% up front and then 50% at the end. But
Yep.
I mean, I'm so shit at invoicing, but
No PRS, obviously.
and then obviously PRS. Yeah. But it's an American thing. It's different from American things because the way that they choose what gets royalties is completely different to the UK. The UK basically, if it gets used, then you get money. Out in the US, it's basically more like a lottery. And so just because it goes out doesn't mean you're going to get money every time. So you doing US stuff is always a lot more hit or miss, whereas the UK stuff is one of the few things we know how to do very well. Yeah, but the American is shit when it comes to things like that. But there we go. Anyway,
Well, we treat the artist like a big game of 3-card Monte, so you just hope you get what you want.
yeah. Fucking Americans. No disrespect. I've worked with them enough times and with enough of them now to have a general opinion that some of them are lovely, but some of them, wow. But there are some lovely ones. Just like slip that in. But there are.
The odd one or two.
Yeah, but to be fair, do you know what? Let's be honest about it. Think about this fucking country.
Yeah.
There are some lovely people in this country. There are some complete fucking cunts. Anyway.
Yeah, we all have our share of wankers, that's for sure.
Yeah, no. But the thing is, it's everywhere. Do you know what? This is what I found as I've got older. I just have less time for them. I think that's the problem. As I've got older, it really is just a case of I don't have time for fool. I just don't have time for idiots.
So you're going now, yeah?
Very good. Very good. No, I'm going to go and work on my big climax. It's
Okay.
Is that what you call it now, is it?
Oh, your other big climax. Yeah.
my other big climax. No, this is the track I'm doing at the moment is the absolute not the only the end of the episode. It's the end of the series, so it's got to be it's a big moment, and I'm not feeling it at all, but we'll get there. But so I've got to go and do that. But I will be watching. So if Robert comes on, tell him to stop fucking playing his shit because it gets in the way. I mean, actually, to be fair, even if it didn't get in the way, just tell him to stop playing his shit anyway.
Oh, come on, don't tell me he didn't give you ideas at some point.
I can safely say at no point has he given me ideas. No, actually, do you know what? Every now and again, some of the stuff he actually plays is actually really good. I'd never going to tell that to his face, but some of it is actually really good. So, but anyway, I'm going to fuck off. I will absolutely stick my head in later, probably when Robbie pisses off to go and watch his thing at 9 o'clock, because that would be a good time to actually. Oh, sorry, what was that, Robbie?
It's okay.
No, I'll stick my head in later. But,
okay.
Have a great one.
Stick your head in what?
Wouldn't you like to know?
just imitate a Volca. Yeah.
Oh my god! Yeah, can I just say it? Even I was losing track of poor fucking Andy going on about that Volca, and I'd literally lost complete track of where that conversation had started, where it was going, and where it ended up. Bless his socks. But yeah. And who was it? Was it Ian that said the only half decent one is the Volca keys? Yeah. Volca
There's several good ones, but you have to be into them.
Yeah, no, the Volca keys, and what's the other one? The Volca modular. That's just good for wibbly wobbly.
Was the keys the FM one?
No, the keys is just the analog one, 3-note poly analog.
For a while, the keys was the cheapest polyphonic analog you could buy.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's got when you use it with the motion sequencer, you can do some really just very basic but clever sequencey stuff, and it sounds. It sounds, sounds fine. It's one of the good ones. But anyway, you'll be surprised to know I'm not using that on this project. No, amazingly, I have no idea why not.
Wow.
But I am using the 15s in, so I am using the 15 on this one.
Mm-hmm.
So it's which is which is proving useful. But that's the only bit of hardware on it. So everything else is in the box. Anyway, loving, leaving. See you all later. Have a great one.
All
See
right,
you,
done.
Ty.
See you later, guys. Bye, 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 bye.
I was just watching this clip of Teresa Coffey speaking at the conference in the audience. You seen that?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, you can't blame them, really, can you?
Well,
But that
money
bad?
they're earning.
Yeah,
Let's
she's.
hope some of that is not just sleep.
Passed quietly during the conference.
Yes, expired. Oh dear.
So what you have to watch at 9 o'clock?
The last episode of, is it Inside Man? I think it's called.
All right.
It's the Stephen Moffat 4-parter.
Has anyone else watched series 2 of The Capture?
Yes, it's very good.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very
Season
clever.
1. Yeah. Season 1 was really good. And yeah, this is just as good. Really good.
Yeah, I like Holiday Granger. I think she's. Did you ever watch what was it called? It was a detective thing. She plays the assistant to the guy with one leg. Oh, written by J.K. Rowling. Probably I'm going to get cancelled now.
You shall go to the ball. Ding.
What the bloody hell was it called? Anyway, yeah, it was a detective story, and she was in that, and she was really good in that. But yeah,
I'm lost.
I will. Somebody, please, in the chat. Come on. Holiday Granger. That's a great. I think that's a great name as well.
God, you lot would make somebody paranoid. You really would. With his eyes staring at you.
You guys will be happy to know I have beans on toast, but it's Mexican style, not British style. So,
Well, we don't want to know.
Does it involve chili?
enchilada sauce, sharp cheddar, refried beans, good stuff.
Okay.
Ran out of tortillas, so I had to use toast.
Strike.
Right.
That was the name of the show. Strike.
Oh, someone's just
Thank
said
you,
it
yes,
in that
yeah.
moment. Simon
Just as
Fenn.
I got it there. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, moving on.
So you get a point. Simon Fenn gets a point. Oh no, it's not Dom's show. Is Fiona doing her quizzing again? Did she ever resurrect it?
The last time I saw her, she was doing that orbital bloody exercise machine. That I had to
Orbital
build
have got an
for.
exercise machine.
Yeah,
Is
something
that
like
part of their live setup?
Yeah, you get these little goggles with little lights on.
You have to pedal really hard to keep the kit going.
I tell you what, I got a lot of exercise building the bloody thing. Jesus Christ, talk about heavy.
Yeah, that's when I put together my Marcy cage system, the police and all that stuff for the different equipment, and I had a hell of a workout putting the goddamn thing together. I didn't work out for a couple of days afterward.
Yeah, but while I was trying to assemble it, the robot hoover decided, I think it's time to clean the floor. And I'm like, piss off, I'm trying to work here.
All the screws gone.
Yeah, go, where's my screws gone?
Oh dear.
Little thing chuckling off into the kitchen.
Yeah. Not the best thing to have around doing repairs.
Check this out. Alright, see if you can see this.
Hang on, let me make you big. Ooh,
Oh, thank you. Hang on, I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
Right,
it's a little-
and that side.
right.
What I'm holding in my hand here is £2,000 worth of SSM chips for Profit 5 Rev 2s, right? So when somebody says to you, oh, do you know what? I think that third wave's a bit expensive.
Indeed.
Yeah. $2 bloody grand for 10 chips. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Manny gets his tomorrow.
Does he?
I saw somebody on Facebook's already got this.
Yeah, I've seen
all
one or
wired
two.
up and everything. Oh, that was good going.
I'll have to settle for the PPG plugins.
Yeah,
Settle
now
for the
that's-
Argon 8.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
I have
that's the
Hydrasynth
one.
and I have, a Transwave stuff and a bunch of other things that are interesting. But
You can finish me off, Rob. Now.
Oh, sorry. I was like, oh, yeah, let me just get me coat.
Left me all big.
Oh, dear.
Now, I've never taken to the sound of the Hydrasynth. I don't know why. It's just
What?
well, it's incredibly variable. That's the thing. There's no Hydrasynth sound.
Most of what I've heard Kent make it sound nice, but most of what I've heard is like a real harshness in the upper mids.
Yeah, I know what you
lot
mean.
of the patches and stuff. It's just
Yeah.
like, it's got this like real metallic kind of. I mean, obviously, sort of wavetables, two tones be a bit
Ken Flux was
metallic,
doing
but
some
it's like-
Buchla stuff with his, with the
Yeah.
LP, Lopez Gates and some other stuff.
right?
Okay.
But yeah, I just find most of what I've heard I've just not instantly liked, whereas most of the Argon 8 stuff I've just found a lot sort of, I don't know, not necessarily smoother, just more pleasing to my ear.
It comes down to the patch makers. I mean, I bought patches
Yeah.
from Jamie for my Sledge, and they're incredible patches. The ones that were inside were pretty good, but Jamie made some really nice ones. They're worth buying. So
I should get a set of them.
yeah, I got his Sledge patches. I got his what else did I get? I bought enough that he keeps sending me coupons all the time. But I pretty much bought all the stuff he makes that I could use.
Yeah. I'd like to get some of his OB6 patches, mainly because I'd really like an OB6.
Yeah, I'm afraid they don't come with one.
No.
Unfortunately.
You think buying the patches will make you commit?
There's a slight difference between the cost of the
like
two
I
things.
bought the box for it.
I bought a CD before I had a CD player.
Actually, I think I did too.
It just kind of sat there on the shelf. And I was like,
Yeah, when Columbia House started doing CDs, that's when I bought some CDs and didn't have a player yet. Actually, one of my first CDs was actually Tangerine Dream, Phaedra. Couldn't even play it right away.
I don't think CD was even out when I bought that.
Man.
That was one of the many things I sold in order to get my Boss SE50, I think.
oh, God.
Oh yes, the compulsive purchase, where you have to have the compulsive sell it off for stupid money. Oh, sorry, Nelly. I don't think there was half the stuff on this pizza when it started out. Even adding bits to it.
She picked all the good stuff off and put vegetables on there.
Damn healthy vegetables.
Now, most of my dinners now look like she was preparing them with the window open while she was cutting the grass. Unfortunately. Isn't that right, Fruit Pack?
Oh, excuse me.
I mean, if you really wanted to, I'm sure the dogs would eat them, and she thinks you ate the food, so you have an alibi.
Yeah, I think Nelly will squeal on me, won't you? She just hack up a load of vegetables in the kitchen. Goes, look, he gave me them to me. Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, I got stopped by the police last night.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
With good reason.
Not arrested. Basically, I was doing some recording with my Electroslush into my Zoom recorder. So I was walking around at night. They were obviously on the lookout for someone. There was absolutely loads of cars out. And I noticed this one police car look at me funnily. Well, not the car, but the two people in it. Yeah. And then I was wandering around sort of the streets later, so just sort of recording stuff. And
you didn't start faking a Russian accent or anything? We're not recording anything.
Too risky. But yeah, no, they asked me what I was doing. But yeah, it's quite funny. But
that's true. Anytime you do field recording, you always get weird looks. So
yeah, but this was like with Electroslush as well, which
looks weird. Yeah,
looks weird, and
looks
one of the things. One of the things, looks homemade. One of the things I was doing with it as well was door entry systems make awesome noises on it. So obviously going up to loads of door entry systems with this strange device looks well dodgy.
If you can get into a lab with a bunch of test equipment and power supplies, you'll get some of the best sounds ever. I get them at work all the time.
Oh, there's some really good like comms cabinets and stuff in the streets that giving out some noises. Cars
also get the Soma ether because it's different. It grabs different frequencies.
Yeah, I mean this is like I've basically got antenna connected to this as well, and sort of touch contacts, so you can do other stuff with it as well. So it's I didn't go with the basic Electroslush inductors. I went for some much bigger ones. So it's a lot more sensitive. So it picks up passing cars and their noise, which is like really amusing. It's like loads of sort of digital noise. And police
even
cars.
Even coming across your iPhone turned on is really cool. There's amazing sounds coming out of that.
Yeah, I've used that before in like ambient sets and stuff. You get all sorts of weird chattering out of that. But yeah, the lighting in the stairwell where I live is awesome as well. All sorts of stuff out there, and each light seems to be slightly different, even though they're all the same.
Yeah, the original Soma Ether video he did going through Russian train station, awesome sounds from those old lamps and stuff.
Right.
But yeah, cranking up the gain on my Zoom recorder, and it's just literally picking up from everywhere. Just sort of. If I hold it vertically, then not so much, but horizontally, it's picking up all sorts of EMF stuff.
So how much explaining did it take?
Not too long, only a minute or so. You're just like, oh, all right. No.
So, what are you, a nerd or something?
I think he's quite intrigued. I was like, oh, it's just sound design. It's like, oh, what's that for then? I'm like, oh, sound effects, music. Like, oh, cool.
I have to ask, did you say, what's all this then?
I didn't hear what he said at first because I had my in-ears in. But I don't think it was like, get on the ground now, so thankfully.
That would be here, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Get a cavity search just for looking a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, I know.
And then even worse if you're black.
Yeah, no. So it was. They're obviously out looking for someone though, because there must have been about 8 patrol cars.
Wow.
All going around silently. So yeah, very, very odd. And you never see them around here.
I got stopped. Well, not stopped. I was already stopped, but I got approached because my missus bought a headboard off Facebook Marketplace. A little place about 10 miles down the road, and she showed me the picture and she said, oh yeah, they reckon it's only this big and this big. I thought, yeah, I'll get that in the boot. So I get down to this place, and it is literally in the middle of nowhere down this track. At the end of the track is this little cottage, and I knocked on the door. She said, oh yes, it's out here. Here it is. I'm like, that's not going in the fucking boot. So I phoned the missus up, and I'm still parked outside this lady's house, and it's an unlit country lane. And I phoned the missus up and I said, it's not going in the boot. And I bought it. I've given her the money. And she was, that's all done. She said, I'll call your friend. He'll come. He's got a big 4x4. I said, oh, go on then. So I was waiting for him, and this police car pulls up, and the 2 policemen get out. And they said, good evening, sir.
I think you're a fly tipping.
And I'm like, hello? Everything all right? Yeah, I've just bought this headboard. It was one of these kind of wrought iron sort of things.
Yeah.
I said, just bought this headboard. Oh, yeah. You stood here for any particular reason? I said, yeah, I won't go in your fucking car. He said, oh, I said, I'm just waiting for my friend. He said, oh, okay. I said, if you want to check, you can just go and knock on that door over there. She knows I bought it. No, that's fine. We just wondered, have you seen any suspicious activity? I'm like, no, apart from my own. Apparently they're looking for hair courses or something. But, yeah, that was... Try and explain that one away. So I'm just in the middle of the countryside with a wrought iron headboard.
Well, the worst is when you get a gun pulled on you. So, especially when you didn't do anything wrong. Had that happen twice.
Well, quite. We're very lucky that we don't have that. Yeah. So.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Evening.
Hey, Matt.
You alright?
Yeah, how are you?
Not bad, thank you.
Bearing up.
Getting there.
Good.
Are you a happy bunny today?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I'm better than I was, yeah.
I would say with the announcements and everything.
Oh, well, yes, if you can get tickets, isn't it? I mean, it's going to go like fuck knows what when they go on sale. Yeah. But my son has told me he is getting tickets.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, Twickers is a big place, so...
Yeah, but they're
Whether
talking
you
about...
get good tickets or not, I don't know.
£100 plus for tickets, isn't it? And he wants to go... If they do a Golden Circle, he goes for that, so... Yeah. He's going to have to put in some extra hours.
I'm sort of glad that maybe it's a good thing I can't go this time. But
yeah.
Well, no, if they do a second round, I'm definitely going. So
yeah, definitely. But yes, Martin's aged horrendously though. He looked like a little old man sitting in that chair, didn't
he? Yeah. Although on the other hand, Dave is looking incredibly well for somebody who's died twice.
Yeah, well,
and recovered from cancer.
Yeah. Yes.
So.
Yeah.
He'll outlive us all, the bastard.
He probably will. Mind you, he's probably preserved with all the shit that he's had flying through his system, isn't he? So, yeah. Excellent. That was a lovely picture you put up on Instagram the other day, Grace, or was it a friend of yours that took of you at the desk?
Yeah, that was, yesterday that was, yeah.
Yeah, great.
The gig was, it was 3 shows ago, I think, the photo.
Yeah, great photo.
It's getting quite exciting, all the backdrop and stuff. It's they're doing good work there.
Yeah, it looked good.
It's going to be fun. Thanks. Yeah, I've also been featured on the Allen and Heath website with that photo. They're doing a little write-up of all the people using their desks over the summer.
Nice.
So that's quite nice. Yeah, it's good fun this tour. It's
good.
It's blossoming nicely. We've got some pretty big shows coming up in the UK later this month and in December as well. And going to be quite spectacular.
Lovely. Oh, shit, excuse me.
I'm in Brussels today. I've just had dinner with Sensian, who sometimes comes around here. Yeah. We had a nice little chat. We were talking fondly about all you guys, which I hopped on just to say, have your ears been burning? Yeah. Good.
In the cough drop. How are you? Jim.
Good evening.
Haven't spoken for a while. How are you, mate?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all right.
Cool.
We're ticking along. We're getting it.
Cool.
Right, pickle.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks, darling.
I can't really complain. Just
good.
Not sleeping enough. Yeah, that's about it. Burning the candle at 3 ends as normal. So.
Well, make sure you're ready for the weekend, buddy. Because I'm looking forward to catching up with so many of you. It's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be mental.
I hope so.
I'm going to give everybody my cold for the weekend. No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
No, it'd be good actually. It'd be good.
Yeah,
I keep forgetting it's Synth Fest this weekend because I'm not here. Well, I'm not there, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not really on my. Well, it's sort of on my radar, but not really.
Yeah.
I'm very disappointed not to be there.
Well, I'm going to do the Sheffield EMOM on Thursday night as well. So
yeah.
A couple of trips at Sheffield this week.
Yeah, it's not far.
No.
So how far is it for you, Jim?
It's about 45 minutes.
Oh, it's not so bad, is it?
It's not at all. It's a lot quicker than my commute to work. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Not that I tend to go in anymore.
I think Dina lands tomorrow, doesn't she?
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So when's the next gig, Grace? Are you halfway through?
Well, my tour tomorrow night. We're in Belgium tonight. We're in Brussels. Do a show in Brussels tomorrow. Then we go to Luxembourg. And then we got a day off in Amsterdam and 2 shows in Amsterdam at the weekend. And then come home on Monday. So and I've got a whole 6 days off. What we do?
Yeah.
Which one day is being swallowed up by a trip to London for work. So
right.
Yeah, not lots of time. And then we've got a UK tour. So yeah, it's really busy. November's a bit thinner, although we might well be in America for at least a week, if not 10 days. And then we're doing a festival in Mexico as well in November.
Wow!
So that'll be fun. Mm-hmm. That's always good laugh.
Is it typically that busy, or is it just a COVID catch-up thing?
Yeah, once you get on a roll with the band, it can be pretty hectic. There has been everybody under the sun's been touring this summer for COVID catch-up reasons, because they're all like desperate to make money, aren't they? So it's been the most ridiculous season for work this summer. There's been quite a few nervous breakdowns.
Yeah, because imagine
I'm
it's
sure
not of higher gear going around either, is there?
Well, there's loads of artists cancelling tours because their mental health is so broken from the stress of it all that they can't cope, which is that's a new thing. That never used to happen.
No.
But yeah, quite a lot of artists have been announcing, "Oh, I'm cancelling the next month's worth of tours to have a break."
Have a break.
Quite weird. Yeah. Not my guy though. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Grace. How are you?
Ooh.
Not seen you for
I'm
ages.
Right.
You're all right.
Yeah. Do I know you?
Well, I knew you once. I feel like I've known you twice.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, 20 years apart. You know.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I'm back next week for a week. Well, less than a week. But yeah, we could actually maybe do a jam a week on Saturday if you're up for it.
What's? Let me think about that week on Saturday. That's
like the 15th,
no.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, Jim. That's the day after the 14th, which is Nottingham Emom.
It is.
I mean, it's on. Yeah. Grace, did I ask you about the 29th? I can't remember.
I'm not there. No.
Oh, you're not there. Oh God, because there's another. Jim, you might be interested. Anybody who's around near Sheffield, there's going to be a Hardware Jams meet-up in Sheffield. We did one at Leeds.
Yeah.
There were just 3 of us. There's going to be one in Sheffield at Pirate Studios here in Sheffield. I didn't even realise there was a Pirate Studios here in Sheffield, but apparently there is.
They're everywhere.
Well, yeah, apparently there are. I just discovered this, and great facilities they are. Absolutely brilliant. The one in Leeds. So,
whereabouts is the one in Sheffield?
Somewhere in Sheffield, Jim.
That's really helpful, Andrew. Thank you very much. I'm sure I'll find it.
Yes. So
just look for the giant mast on the Jolly Roger. You'll find it.
Yeah. It's only a city of 750,000 people. Or something.
Yeah. Sorry, Jim. I did see the street name, and I just thought immediately my first reaction was, I don't know where that is. I'll find it.
It's fine.
So, Ian, it's on the 29th of October, which is a Saturday, I think. I think it's a Saturday. Yeah, Saturday.
Is it daytime or evening?
Starting at around midday, so daytime.
Cool.
If you can make it from York to Sheffield, that would be brilliant.
Yeah. I'll see.
I could make a counter offer, Ian, if you fancy it.
Go on then.
See a band at Hull Arena on the 29th of October.
You're in Hull. I don't know. I'd forgotten you're in Hull. I thought you were going to be somewhere glamorous, like the Bahamas.
It's nearer. That is 45 minutes down the road, not an hour and a half.
Seaside.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And they've got a big bridge.
Yeah, that lovely. Well, yeah. Hi everyone else, by the way. Hi Robbie. Hi Kent. Hi Matt. Sorry, I just put it into a conversation, didn't I? I really apologise. According to YouTube, this was due to start at 9 o'clock. So
What?
It definitely said 21. But
I don't get the updates. I just literally came on and thought, I'll just see what's going on. And because I've just watched the Boo thing from last night. Was it last night? Have you watched that? The Boo, their launch of their new EP, new single.
But Boo.
Yeah, battery
operated
operated
orchestra.
orchestra.
Oh no, I didn't.
Well, it's really good because they're going to about doing PR. So give it a watch at some point. It's really good.
Mm.
And then you buggers are here again.
What can I say? But sad bastard's got nothing to do.
I haven't been here for ages.
No, you.
Yeah, you've been busy. You've been busy.
We got to keep Kent out of mischief somehow.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to be mixing it. I'm supposed to be mixing a track. That's what I've come down to do.
Jim said it looks like it's a cliff.
That's what I came up to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I came across to do.
Yeah.
I think we should do an EMOM in Kent's car park front yard.
We've said that, yeah, we should.
The other night, didn't we?
Yeah.
Get in a car and drive down there and do an EMOM on your tarmac.
Yeah.
Who's got a
Impress
PA?
your neighbours.
Well, I've got the bronze sixes. They're pretty powerful.
You might have to supply the equipment though, because
Sample the dogs barking.
Just go in the shed and grab what you want. Really.
that'll be a way to make it happen.
Or walking away with strange bulges under our coats.
Very
As
large.
it leaves me with more room, I don't give a shit, mate.
Speak for yourself, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that came out wrong, didn't it?
Yeah.
Don't go down the park. You'll get arrested.
Oh dear.
Oh man, that Xerxes came back yesterday.
God.
It burnt the power supply out again.
Xerxes.
Sabotage.
Come on, Ken, tell us. Is that one of those?
It's a
find out on
Synthex in a desktop.
Yeah, Synthex. Yeah, one of those people that make the come on, the Deckard Stream. Is it from them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe
Yeah, yeah.
because there'll be a Deckard stream on the stand as well. So round about 4:30, you should see it burst into flames for no apparent reason.
It's northeasterly Newhall there.
Should be a giggle.
Yeah,
No, I burnt it
midday
in
seminar room. Bring your fire extinguishers.
Yeah.
If not for the extinguishing of the flames, extinguishing of the person on stage.
Jed said to me today, he says, what we do is we're going to have a big placard up on the stage with "Thank you, Kent" on it. I said, that'll give him something to throw things at, won't it?
Oh, lovely. Robbie, can I ask you about the ARP? Is there going to be a stand? Is Dina going to have a little stand, or is she just going to simply be there?
No, she's
Synth
got.
Fest?
Yeah, we've got her a stand, just like a single thing. So she'll have a table, and I think the idea is that she'll have Ollie Freak there as well, who's been doing, the guy that does all those great drawings. You familiar with Ollie?
Not particularly. No.
He did
That's
that
a no.
book. He did.
Yeah, he did some great stuff. Those are cool.
He did that book recently, all hand drawn images of synthesizers, and it's, look him. He was at Gearfest. He's a really, really nice guy, but he did the backdrop that I had when I did my seminar a few years ago, which was lots of little hand drawn pictures of synths.
I remember that.
It's him.
Oh yes.
It's him.
Oh, that was him. Oh right.
And
Yeah, I do remember that.
She commissioned him to do a poster of the Odyssey, because that's their kind of area of focus for the Synthposium. So he's done this Odyssey, and it's kind of like, it's got little notes around it, pointing to the bits and telling you what they do and that. So I think she's going to be signing a whole bunch of those sorts of things. And I've got some stuff for her that got flown in the other day, but it's just she's just got like one of those vertical stands with an art thing on. So no, that's really kind of, and she's just there to sort of talk about the foundation and mingle with the hoi polloi,
And she's absolutely dead happy for people to come up and say hi. Here we are. Thank
Absolutely.
you. We love. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be so nice. I'm so looking forward to Saturday, honestly. Really. Are you coming, Jim? It's not too far for you to come. Yeah, good.
Of course.
Mark, you'll be there if you can get past the Devon border.
Easy.
Easy.
Battering ram.
Yeah, just don't use the DX7 as the battering ram.
I know you're picking up your Polly.
Yeah,
you're picking up Polly on the way. That'd be cool too.
Although they've texted me this week and said because I was initially bringing them back with an Emax and a Mac now apparently, and they're not coming. So it's just the DX that's going to be transported. But that's had a final.
Stop looking smug, Robbie.
A final test play today. I've checked that the flight case fits in my car and everything's good. So.
Excellent.
So what's the studio sell-off incoming?
Everything, pretty much. Well, all my keyboards by my sister, mate.
Come on, then tell us what you got.
Right.
Well, not a lot
Give us
really.
the
It's
list.
all shit gear. It's a Gaia, an SH201, probably my Virus. Yeah.
You're going to part with your
Ken's
virus?
face. Yeah, get rid of my Virus.
Why?
I want to buy a Phantom.
Oh.
How much do you want for the virus?
I don't know what they're going for.
I've got no money, so I don't know why I'm asking.
Well, if you're interested,
they're only going for about 100 quid, aren't they? Viruses.
About
Is that it, Ian? Yeah. I'll offer you 110.
a bit more than that, I think.
well, if you're interested,
I should think so, Matt, too.
if you're interested, that 1,600 quid Jupiter 8 is still for sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
No,
that's
I'll
real.
pass on that. Yeah, no, I just want a sort of an all-purpose thing, really. And the Phantom seems to be the one that I want. So, just that and the System 8 will do me, and everything else is in the box. So
We've heard this before.
Don't you want a modular? They're really cool.
No, you don't want a modular.
no, do you know what? I tried VCV because I was sort of thinking of it, and it was like I'll have a go at VCV, and it just confused the fuck out of me, so I gave it up.
Right, you got to ask Grace.
If I can't handle software, then I can't do.
You've got to ask Grace because it just does my head in. That I'm there going, oh, where does this go? And then Grace comes over to my modular and plugs everything in the way it's supposed to be because she's done it all on VCV rack before. True, Grace, or what?
It just
The nice
baffled the
thing about
living shit out
VCV
of
is
me.
you can break shit and then work out why, basically.
Yeah, VCV is much more powerful and cheaper, but
And it's
having the tactile
cheap.
wires is really nice.
Oh yeah, no, I don't like the virtual wires. They're really annoying.
I don't like wires, full stop.
Yeah.
You're in the wrong business then, Ian.
I know.
I have audio cables going over. Forget modular. I just have audio cables all over the damn place.
Oh, dear.
I tried doing my job.
look,
Hang on a minute.
Here we are. Look.
While I remember it,
because I
Jim,
love
can you
I
send
dream
me
of
your
wines.
address in
Yeah.
Messenger?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so
That'd
I've
be-
sourced the box.
Oh, cool. Oh, thanks, Kent.
So get up to you.
Don't be secretive. Come on.
Oh, go on, what's
What?
this?
Oh, it's the
I'll give you my Timberwolf.
Console 1 stand.
console
thingy.
one and
Console
fader one
one.
stands.
Oh, yeah.
Or I can always do a road trip, come down, pick them up, say hello.
If you want, yeah.
Yeah.
And come and sit in the Mustang.
Come and sit in the Mustang.
Yeah, because no bastard can afford to.
Yeah, we just sit there going.
Jen, I already said to Jen that when the drum log turns up, that maybe we should come down. And she said, well, how far is it from London? I went, oh, it's really near London. We can go and stay with the boys. So we're probably going to drive it down.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wicked. Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
You've got
Good weekend.
listen, you've got to go and pay Kent a visit. It's
I
just
have. Yeah, I have. I mean,
it's-
even only if it's just look at all the how many CS80s is it?
Jim, honestly, it's a proper experience that
Yeah.
you're not going to get anywhere else. It's a delight, and I'm looking forward to my next visit, Kent, whenever that may be.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
Well, everybody is always welcome. As long as you know that Nelly needs at least 10 minutes to settle down.
At least.
Oh yes, we're used to that.
Yeah,
I'll take me
and make sure
everybody's nether regions are at risk.
free game. Yeah.
Of getting pausing. Where they go, hi, I'm going to hit you here. Yoy, yoy. Oh, yeah.
Cricket boxes are not an option. You need one.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Yeah, dogs love to goose.
Oh God, yeah. Mind you, at least all Charlie ever does is come up and just give you a little, just sings to you for a little bit and then wanders off. That's about all he does. But Nelly, oh my God. So we got a heady list of various people who've got it straight in the testicles from her.
Including Robbie.
I do recall being one of them, I think.
Yeah. I still, I mean, mainly because of who he was, I still think that the most embarrassing one was Pete Townsend. That was bad.
Oh, that is awesome. That is such a story.
Literally just comes in and over he goes. Oh,
Reputation means
he's
nothing
like
to a
this.
dog.
Exactly.
One minute. Like, fuck it all.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. So,
So body armor is advised.
yeah, she just gets so excited, and she does this thing where she wags her tail so hard that it stops moving, and it's just her arse goes from side to side. It's incredible to see. It's just like her arse just can't catch up with her tail anymore, and she's
So the tail's
when you're
wagging the
pulling a
dog.
trailer too fast and you lose control of it. It's like that.
Well done, Jim.
So did the dog do the windmill before it hit Pete?
Yeah, it just went up, bosh, straight in the bollocks, and over it went.
That's a really strange one. 6 degrees of separation, isn't it? You know, when you can be tied to Pete Townsend by a clatter in the nuts.
Yeah, I know.
Things we have in common.
Nice.
But it's like I might have Dina coming down to see us Thursday, possibly Friday, depending. We don't really know yet. So it's like Synth Fest is coming to me, but in dribs and drabs, slowly, bit by bit.
Yeah.
Well, you'd be in the shit if we all turned up at once, wouldn't you?
It's like when I was talking to Hans for the very first time, sort of thing, making polite conversation. I said to him, I said, are you going to NAMM then? Because I think it was on the following week or something like that. I go, you going to NAMM? And he goes, NAMM comes to me. And he wasn't kidding. He wasn't.
He's in London tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's just come back from. Oh, where did he say? Oh, some bloody weird place. Anyway, yeah. So he's getting around.
He's doing
Is he doing the James Bond thing with
James Bond? Yeah.
With old
David.
David, yeah. Oh God,
You've still got to get him to come on here, just so
Oh.
that we can all say we've had a chat to
Oh yeah, no. Oh, it's on.
Hans
It's on.
Zimmer.
It's just
get him on.
when.
Yeah.
I got him to say, yeah, we'll do it. It's just
Schedule.
yeah. It's all a bit nutty at the moment. And there's another score he's actually working on for a film coming out next year. He's trying to sort out.
And you have to remove the cardboard cutout so I don't get confused.
Yeah. Actually, I need to put that on that Facebook post about where I think David put up a picture of the voice that I was working on Sunday, and then it was just this load of very sugary sort of like, oh yeah, Ken, he's a genius, and Robbie said going, yeah, he's a legend, and all that sort of stuff. And then Hans goes, oh, he says Ken Spong, the man, and everything like that. And I was going to put underneath, I go, yeah, but have you got a cardboard cutout of me in your studio?
I want one now.
Yeah, we do. We all want one.
And I thought, I better not.
Get them
one
made,
day
Ken. We
there'll be
need
this
them.
Fucking photograph of Hans in his studio, and in the back is me, sort of going.
You know that's going to happen. You know that is going to happen.
Yeah.
I think Ramsey should hand them out as prizes for the name of that synth.
That's what a great idea.
Do you know what?
Win yourself
I have
a Kent
never
Spawn.
ever got one of them right yet.
I have.
Oh,
I
yeah.
actually won one week. Yeah, it's
I
the man.
got one right and gave it away because I thought that was fair. Because
I'm just rubbish.
I didn't actually win a prize, but I just got it.
It's really hard.
Yeah, mine was that little MAM 303 clone thing that I guessed.
Yeah, I got that one too.
I got the DW8000 Mark II. But because I didn't say Mark II,
Poly 800 Mark II.
Oh, Poly 800.
Poly 800 Mark II. Yeah, I said Poly 800. You said Poly 800, but it wasn't.
I said
Poly 800
DW6000. So.
No, I knew it wasn't the DW6000. I've got one.
There's one where I nearly got it right, but I got it wrong, which was, I think it was like an RX21.
And it was an RX17.
No, I said RX17, but it was an RX21.
Oh.
It could have been really RC. It could have been the RX21L.
Yeah.
Oh,
Latina. Yeah.
How many of those have you got in that room?
I've got a 17, which is an RX21 and an RX21L in one box.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I watched
one I had.
Zach. I just watched the last Zach Dagobert.
Oh, Benj, yeah.
The layer synths one and all that. Absolutely brilliant. I'd laughed my head off all the way through it. But he gets to the end. He's got the Atari ST set up, and there was one where he'd got, was it the Ensoniq TS12, which looks like an absolute beast, which just sort of passed me by, and then a TR626. Now I used to own a TR626, and I'm thinking, I think I could cheerfully give one of those house room again, because that was the box. It had the 505 sounds in, but also the Latin sounds too, which was what happened to that? I've no idea what I part exchanged that for now.
I'm seeing Benj in a couple of weeks. At,
Something regretful.
Colchester Arts
Centre.
Yeah.
Oh, he's playing there.
He's supporting Blancmange. His band Oblong. Supporting Blancmange. Have you heard the new Blancmange album?
Nope.
Very good. Yeah. Very good.
I think Electronic Sound said really good things about it, didn't they?
Yeah. It's
so worth hearing.
Yeah,
it's good tip.
It's good.
Speaking of
Ben produced it.
Of what you've just mentioned in Colchester, I was watching back Robin Vincent's stream from Sunday night because I was on here. I was just chatting the shit. I forgot about Robin. I felt a bit guilty. But he's sorted out. It looks like it's actually going to happen. Something that he's calling Synth East rather than Synth Fest. Synth East, which I thought was a really good name. On the 4th of March, I think he said the date was.
That's correct.
And that's looking, if you can get it all sorted, it looks like it's going to be quite an exciting event. So, Mia's going to book my hotel room. I think it's a Saturday, 4th of March. So I'm going to book me hotel room, but hopefully that will. That's in Norwich. It's a long
Norwich.
way, but
Norwich.
yeah, it's in Norwich.
Norwich Arts Centre.
It's a right slog.
I've played Norwich Arts Centre.
Yes, one of the many
Synth
converted
East.
churches. Synth East. Yeah.
Should have called it Synth Feast.
Synth East. Yeah.
So third,
Jim-
third you said, Andy.
Jim's had another update.
You said the third, Andy.
He's now a coin battery.
What was it? 3.4? Are you now Jim 3.4? Are you?
No, 3.3 volts. That's what will be to the end after the last point update.
Yeah, I will have something there.
Would it be a synth beast?
Yeah. Saturday the 4th.
Saturday the 4th, right? Stick it in
I'm
my diary.
surprised that say surprised is the wrong word. I know he's got Norwich. He's got Norwich on board. Electronic Sounds magazine. Sound on Sound not prepared to do anything for him.
No, it's electronic sounds thing. So it's like.
Oh, would that be
it's
too
like,
many
it's
toes?
Like, it's like BBC asking ITV to support something that they do. You know. But no, Electronic Sound are really keen to sort of get into because they're based in Norwich as well. So.
Oh well, I know.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. I didn't realise that. So that explains it. But yeah, I just thought it would.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Carry on, Robbie.
No. It might really is a useless bit of information. So carry on.
Well, I can't remember what I was about to say, so that's the end of that one. Other than, I'm glad he's doing it. It looks really exciting. I hope it will work. The idea that he's talked about getting people, doing sort of little jams together, that was exciting. I thought that's a good idea. Quite a number of interesting people have said that they'll already be involved. So Gaz Williams, Steve Davis, and a number of others have said that they'll be there contributing. So, yeah.
Do I not count as interesting people?
No.
All right.
Yeah. No. Yes. Yeah.
Andrew,
what do you expect, Rob? What do you expect, mate?
Andrew, did you see University Challenge this week?
I did.
Do you know what? I haven't watched University Challenge for ages. What are you going to ask me now then?
Right.
I got 22 this week.
Oh right, I better watch it and then see what the score.
I don't count
Usually,
I got a few.
I got a few.
20 plus is usually my score.
I never bother counting them normally.
No.
Now I've got this thing going
Welcome
with
back,
Fiona
Grace.
now.
Hey.
There's a whoosh, whoosh.
Give us a University Challenge question then, Kent. Can you remember them?
Oh God.
I'll be back in a bit. Just going to go and make a brew.
Obviously, I've mentioned University Challenge and Rob's fucked
Cheers,
off.
Rob.
Brilliant.
No. I've got to go watch my programme. You know how it is with us old people.
That's your stories.
Yeah. Go and watch my stories.
Because I have my name written on the ceiling in the bedroom, so when I wake up, I know who I am. So don't ask me. I can't remember. I know one of the answers was the Higgs boson, but that is.
It was.
Oh yeah, I got that right. Yeah. It's
Large Hadron Collider would have been the question.
I got the music questions.
No, it was weirder than that.
What's the format? Is it like
Come on,
Jeopardy?
Yeah.
What's the format of the show?
They pit universities against
Two
each
universities against each other.
Yeah.
They
What's
ask
the
some really
structure?
difficult
Is it science,
questions.
history, everything goes? Or
Everything.
other. Oh, mate,
Everything.
Some of the
Absolutely.
questions.
Anything goes. It's
geography,
really.
history, science, music.
It's
You're
the
not in a
most.
category. You just randomly go from one to the other.
It's really
All over the
highbrow.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super
It's
highbrow.
proper highbrow, which is why,
Yeah.
of course, I love it to death.
So there's
But
a
I haven't
starter
like, for
question for 10
instance-
points, and
Yeah.
then 3 follow-up questions that only the team that got the starter question can answer, and each of those is
Like,
worth 5
what
points.
is Nietzsche's shoe size?
Yeah.
Yeah, 48.
Yeah, there you go.
So, what was
Well,
the music
sticky
questions
is-
then, Ian? Come on, Ian, ask us the music questions.
I can't remember now.
Oh, you're useless, you guys. Come on, memory.
They were all questions. They were all questions about musicals, weren't they? And
Oh God, yeah.
yeah, they were all.
Oh, no, that's
Yeah.
the
Saying,
worst
and he
bit.
get,
like,
and he get
and
me
you get
gun
your
when it was
gun,
Oklahoma.
Yeah, and
Oklahoma
and he get
when
your
it
gun,
was,
and he get your gun.
yeah, and paint your wagon. And,
they had no idea.
No.
They didn't get any of them.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They got the answers to the next question or whatever,
Yeah.
didn't they?
Yeah,
each
that's
time?
right. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't know any of those.
Suspicious.
Mind you, the music question on Only Connect was really easy.
I didn't get that.
I've got
you
a
not?
habit of watching on a
No.
Monday
Yeah.
night. I really need to get back
No.
into the Monday night.
Monday night is quiz night.
Quiz night. Yeah, you're
Quiz
dead
night.
right, Ian.
Mate,
I'd forgotten about it.
The entire team didn't know what Autobahn was.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom,
Sorry.
boom.
I won't do that
I
again.
just ordered Karl Bartok's book.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because he's. Oh, I ordered that and I ordered Martin Wares at the same time.
Thank you for reminding me about Martin Wales.
Yeah, because actually it's come down in price. It's 20 quid because it's hardback because the paperback's not till next year. But they've suddenly dropped 5 quid, both of them. So both 15 quid at the moment, and that was. I got them from Blackwell's because I had a book token that I got for my birthday to use up. So that's 20 quid of it.
No.
Be interesting to hear what Carl Bartos has to say about Kraftwerk.
Well, I heard him a couple of interviews, and I read his interview in Electronic Sound, and I heard him on, I think it was Radcliffe and McConey. He sounded like a really fascinating bloke, you know, and the fact that all the bollocks that went on inside of Kraftwerk while he was there, you know, and again another member who, towards the end, just felt really marginalised, you know. So I think, you know, he just sounds like a really decent bloke, and I thought I'm gonna read that.
It was,
you know,
it was always it was always Florian Schneider and Ralph Hutter.
Yeah.
And the other two guys were like shoehorned in.
Yeah.
Because they were the original two, right back to the original two Kraftwerk albums, you know.
Bartos is the guy who played the little drums, right?
Yes, he's a drummer.
Originally. He's the one with the tea tray covered in tinfoil.
I mean, I have to say, I was never...
Wolfgang Fleur.
I'm never a massive fan of Kraftwerk. I mean, my first album I bought by them was Radioactivity, and I just never got on with it.
They're one of those bands, when my brain's in the right space, it ticks the boxes, and I absolutely love it. But if it's not, I also struggle.
I like the live album that they did probably 2005, 2010, something like that. They've done a few live albums, but there was a really, really good one. Double album, I think.
Yeah, Minimum Maximum.
That's the one. And I love that.
Great.
That
Minimum
is
Maximum's really good, actually.
Yeah.
You can clearly hear Radioactivity's influence on Depeche Mode's later dark stuff. So
you can hear them everywhere. That's the point.
Everywhere, especially hip hop and
dance music, Look, she's here. She's arrived. All right.
Fucking hell, I've been summoned by someone turning around and going, "Yeah, never really a fan of Kraftwerk." Fuck off!
I said I wasn't a fan of Kraftwerk.
That's what I'm saying. How dare you?
Well,
fuck off now.
Hey, mate, wind your neck in. Wind your neck in.
You have no right to earn that gear that you have.
It's all.
Can you kick that twat out?
Bouncer's on holiday today.
He's on fire. He's got the red light on. So
I can't let. I mean, Kraftwerk would just.
Oh, don't. It's. I'm gonna keep my shut.
What about Computer World? You like Computer World, Ian? That's a great album.
No, Jacob's like, what don't you like, Ian?
For
the fact that they removed emotion with a scalpel is what I struggle with.
Do you not see the irony of it? Honestly, do you
Absolutely, I do, Ken. Who are you? Ken, Brian.
They lacked emotion, but also
it made them funny though. They were funny because they were so emotional.
Very, very funny. It's killingly funny when you've got your head in the right place, but I have to have my head in the right place.
The thing is, they weren't like, so do you remember Telex?
Yes.
So Telex were outwardly funny. They were outwardly amusing. Devo, outwardly trying to be. Kraftwerk did all of that. And they
internalised it,
completely internalising it all. But they were taking the piss out of themselves and taking the piss out of the world and taking the piss out of everybody with this.
Yeah, it's just true.
Well, especially when they put the robots out there to say, okay, fine, we're robots. Here's some real fucking robots.
The thing is, what I love is that they mastered the art of. I have to say, their latter stuff, they went too far. If you actually strip down their stuff, it is every single note is there because it serves a purpose. It's so minimal from a musical point of view, from a musical analysis point of view. If you analyze their stuff, every single note that's there is there for a real purpose. If you took that one note out or changed that one thing, it would change the whole thing. Their arrangements are so incredibly minimal, and because they studied classical music and all that kind of shit, you can hear all that.
We're all classically trained.
You can hear it in there, and it's just like it's because this is a time when you had people like Tangerine Dream and kind of Klaus Schultz and all that kind of, and Jean-Michel Jarre and Vangelis, where there was notes everywhere. It was big and it was lush and the fact that they literally went completely the opposite way and went down, so everything was so incredibly, every note was so incredibly important, and that's what I love about it. That's genuinely what I love about it. Is that
you're saying it's like the Mondrian of music?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is, and it was like, but done in a kind of minimal way, but not in a kind of classical minimal way, which again is all about the a lot of the time the excess of notes sometimes, whereas this was just every note was there for a reason, and there was so much space. If you look at the arrangements, there's so much space, and if you strip it down, a lot of the time there's almost nothing going on. And then I have to say they took it too far for me, because I thought the Tour de France album, they just went too far for me personally. But some people love that album. But
that's the later one. I'm just looking.
Yeah, that's the last one. Computer World is a.
It's a masterpiece.
Oh, absolute masterpiece.
It is
Computer World is just incredible. I mean, I know lots of people prefer Man Machine, but for me, Computer World is the absolute.
No, Man Machine is a masterpiece.
It's just,
what I find fascinating is that you mentioned these other people, and yet they all come from almost the same original point. In terms of German music, of these people who were rejecting what had gone before. We do not trust the previous generation, because the previous generation is tainted with how do we know that this teacher wasn't involved in the previous Nazi regime? How do we know that the politicians, how do we know that the judges, how do we know that the police, everything's tainted? And all of that sort of German music, so they were all coming from a point of trying to create a new German. I mean, there are some great documentaries out there about what's been labelled krautrock. But the BBC one is brilliant. There's a fantastic one from German, I think, WDR or ZDF, I can't remember which. But there's some really good ones out there which explain this beautifully, so beautifully. And yet what's fascinating is there comes a point when they all diverge in these different directions. None of them are connected. They're all doing it from their own little bases in Munich, in Dusseldorf, in Berlin, in wherever. And it then just goes, wah. And Kraftwerk go really minimal. Bands like, Tangerine Dream, they just go, like you said, layers and layers and layers and layers. And it's beautiful. Faust go almost industrial in their noise. And it's quite fascinating. I'm really quite fascinated by that musical period in Germany.
It was a great protest to Schlagerpop, that horrible schmaltzy stuff.
Exactly.
Of course,
absolutely. The irony is, we think of Kraftwerk as sounding really German, and yet their entire purpose was to sound as un-German as they possibly could.
And in terms of being emotionless, for me, go and listen to the Trans-Europe Express album.
Yeah,
because that is so full of such
it's
an
beautiful.
emotional. I think I've said so. I mean, I think I've said this before. So when lockdown happened, everyone had their coping mechanism for lockdown. Mine was really simple because. I mean, I've said this to Ken. I may not have said it on here, actually. So all I thought was my safety mechanism was very simple. It was just when everyone was getting stressed and, because they couldn't go in the outside world. You remember? I mean, it's actually ironic. We're only talking a couple of years ago. And you're there going, do you remember when you couldn't leave the house? You couldn't, all this. But what I did, Ken's going, yeah, that was yesterday. For me, all I did was think, when was the world a safe, uncomplicated time in my life? When was it? And I was thinking, Christ, when I was a teenager. When I was a teenager, we had no worries, we had no concerns, we didn't worry about anything. And I thought, what did I?
Look at you, I did.
Well, I didn't. I was very lucky. I didn't. And I just thought, fuck. What did I do? And I remember, and I thought, fuck, I used to just listen to Kraftwerk all the time. That was my life. I used to listen to just shitloads of John Evangelis and Kraftwerk. And so, all during the first however many months of lockdown, when everyone was losing their shit, honestly, all I did was listen to Kraftwerk constantly. And all those albums that I used to listen to, I mean, Computer World, I used to listen to 2 times. When I was, whatever it was, 13, 14, I used to listen to that album twice a night, every single night. Every single night I used to listen to Computer World twice. It was my ritual. And everyone has that album that they know like the back of their hand. For me, it's Computer World. And And it was almost like going back into my childhood, just listening to these albums. But the thing that I listen to differently is, in hindsight, when you come back to something like Trans-Europe Express, it's the most beautiful album, and it's so emotional. Kind of Showroom Dummies and Hall of Mirrors and, kind of Europe Endless, and they're just beautiful tracks. But you're absolutely right. That's not how Kraftwerk are seen. And they're just, I don't know. I have a real thing. They've lost it for me in a lot of ways, and the way they now do
they've become their own tribute act now.
They have. I'm not going to argue that. I mean, I've seen them live, and it's great from a entertainment's point of view. But from a musical point of view, you do just sit there. You're absolutely right. They are their own tribute.
I mean, they're incredibly they are influential.
Yeah.
I think for me, what happens is that I end up liking the bands that they liked more than I liked them. We know that Ultravox, early Ultravox, they got Connie Plank involved because they liked Kraftwerk.
Of course, absolutely.
And so that, I think for me, and that's happened before. I mean, I can't stand Bob Dylan, but I like the artists that Bob Dylan influenced.
Like
Steve Earle, stuff like that. So I think that's what my issue is. I don't doubt that where they are in musical is.
I think what that is the fact that what you're enjoying is kind of because both of those, Bob Dylan, Kraftwerk, they were extremes. They were extremes, and what happened is basically when people get influenced by these acts, I don't want to belittle them by saying they get watered down, but they're kind of variations on. And I think the thing is about Kraftwerk, whichever way you look at it, including if no one is familiar with the Tour de France album, it's the most incredibly extreme album because there's just it goes on and on. There's almost nothing happening than some beats with delays and kind of. I mean, it's so extreme from a minimal point of view, and they are just an extreme band. And I think, as you say, the ones that get influenced by them are kind of watered down versions of them. But the thing too, I mean, I've read, because I'm fairly obsessed with Kraftwerk, that there's not many books about them. There's not many biographies about them. And obviously, I've read the Wolfgang Fleur autobiography, and I've read the Karl Bartos autobiography, and I've read all the books about them. But as human beings, as people, back in the day, they were funny blokes. They used to go to nightclubs. They got up to mischief. They did all the things that you wouldn't believe of them because we all think that they're really serious. And whatever. They weren't at all. They were basically proper Jack the Lads together. I mean, don't get me wrong, middle to upper class Jack the Lads.
Yeah.
But they had a laugh. They were laughing along with the whole thing. It's one of those things where, sorry, I really was in the middle of doing this. I'm really in the middle of doing this.
You need to get back to
and they're going, no, not Kraftwerk.
That's why the doppelgangers they made were funny, because it was basically their reaction to the press saying, you guys are too robotic. And they said, fuck you, we'll just make robots, put them on stage. What do you think now?
Yeah, that wasn't quite the reason. Again, go and read the books about it. It wasn't quite like that. But yeah, I mean, there's a hint of that, absolutely. But yeah, they're one of those bands that I can, joke aside, Ian, that I can honestly understand why then people don't get them. I can totally understand why they're not, people's cup of tea. But it's a bit like, I think I said this before, I used to think that John Cage, composer-wise, was a complete, dickhead, the one that did 4 minutes 33 seconds.
Yeah.
No, I used to think all of that, and then I did 2 thesis on him, and it's one of those that the moment you start really looking into it and really studying it, and
I mean, some of his piano work,
finding out why he did stuff, and how he did stuff, and all that kind of thing, and you suddenly think, fucking hell, this is a genius. And honestly, John Cage is a genius.
That stuff he did with it took him months. It took him years. The stuff he did with he used the I Ching, but he also did all those tapes.
Yeah,
it's incredible stuff. Really,
It's but Kraftwerk are that kind of ilk that, and I can totally understand why people don't get them. But if you really kind of look into it and treat it on a more of academic level, it's the fact that there's nothing going on there's huge amounts going on. It's basically a classic case of it's not what's being said, it's what's not being said kind of thing.
I will. I mean, I will revisit probably as I'm reading the book because I tend to do that with these sort of things.
Yeah. Honestly,
I'll revisit the albums as I'm reading the book.
Absolutely, but the one forget. I mean, personally, forget Autobahn. I mean, it's great, but I mean, from my point of view, the ones to go for Trans-Europe Express and Computer World, they're the ones that are just. I mean,
I've not listened to them for such a long time. I mean, I the only one I actually still own is Radioactivity, and I used to fall asleep to it back in the day.
Yeah, no. It's a great concept album. It's a great concept album, but it's very much of its time. Put it like that.
Yeah.
But,
That Voice of Energy vocoder is still awesome. I love that track.
Yeah, ask Kent about that.
Well,
anyway, look, you fuckers, I need to work. So I'm going again.
Sorry, Ty.
Ty, before you dash off, can you please book yourself in for Synth Fest 2023 to deliver a lecture on the importance of Kraftwerk?
Can I point out, in the same way that no one wants to hear me fucking do a hardware jam,
Bollocks,
no one wants to hear me talk shit. If they do, they can tune in on a Thursday evening. I'll give me a 2-minute slot to swear a lot. There you go. That's
tonight, for one night only. Ty rants.
Tyrants. Rex. No bollocks, Ty. Get yourself booked on, you twat.
Ty Sweary Symposium.
Do you know, joking aside, the only thing and this is why it's kind of worked out this year, where it's even vaguely a possibility this year, is that it's always on the weekend, like I said before, of my daughter's birthday. So it's always going to be a difficult weekend to make sure. But this weekend, it's kind of worked out so that I'm sorting everything out. Next weekend, the only thing that's stopping me coming up on Saturday would be if work just is a fucker.
Yeah. So you are planning to be there?
Get on with it.
For this one,
get on with it.
Yeah.
No. It's as I said. I've got to make the call Thursday or Friday, and if they haven't changed the dates again, then we'll be able to come. If they have changed the dates, then
all right. It would be cracking to see him.
Oh no, genuinely, I'm not just saying it. I just
want to slap you around the face a couple of times, just be funny.
Oh God! To be fair, I'd be really fucked off if someone didn't actually physically abuse me, because
you can do it anywhere on his head; it'll sound the same.
He's just announced open season.
I'm just going to stand there and go, "Come on, everyone!"
You're not wrong, man.
Take a shot. Yeah.
So when we're looking at the cues, it won't be for the film. It'll be like
queuing up to slap Ty. Brilliant.
No, you queuing up for seminar. No, Ty's just down the end of the queue. There.
Chuck your $5 in the bucket and have a slap.
I'm just going to wait for the one hitting the baseball bat into their hand.
Yeah, instead of a kissing booth, you do a slapping booth.
It's like airplane. It's like airplane all over again.
Dina's going to be sitting there going, "Where is everyone?" This shit out of time.
Oh, brilliant!
Chucking your $5 and then
digital force meter up there as well.
Say again.
Have the digital force meter up there as well.
The digital force. Oh yeah, great. Thanks.
Yeah.
If they're going to hit me, that's fine. Don't encourage them to do
high score wins as Strymon.
Okay.
Yours or Ty's, Ken?
Yeah, his.
You can have mine, mate.
And we need to talk about the fucking hell, my head. The groove synthesis thing. What's that, third wave? From I'm going to talk about that because I told you I had a player one, so I have opinions on it. But yeah,
how many of them have you bought?
No, none, because I literally.
Hi, Richard.
Richard, this really isn't personal because I've just spent the last 10 minutes going. I'm going. If you're around later,
you always leave when I show. No, we actually just did an entire podcast together. To be fair, so I know that's not the case.
It's the only way to tie him down.
I will absolutely see you later. Hang around, Rich, so I can see you later, yeah?
Have good work, buddy.
Be good.
Take care, Ty.
Bye.
All right, so first a technical thing, because Nick made me crazy last time. Does this mic sound okay?
Yeah.
Is there all kinds of background noise or some shit going on? Okay.
No.
I spent the entire last Sonic Talk podcast worrying about why I sounded wrong.
That sounds
I
great.
remember seeing it.
Nick's ears.
Yeah.
Full stop. Sorry.
Well, and mind you, this is a guy whose vocal mic is 6 dB below almost anything he's streaming into the stream from, other sources other than his microphone. He was telling me this. So I'm trying not to pay any attention to that aspect of it and just go with the idea that there's something I could do to make it better.
No, sounds fine, buddy.
Okay, good.
While we're on the subject, how's my mic sound? Too loud?
Fucking rubbish.
Yeah.
Come back again in 10 minutes, you amateur.
Yeah, where'd you get it from? Wars?
Sounds fine, Jim. Ignore them.
It's
Ignore
fine,
them.
buds. It sounds absolutely fine.
I did make some refinements. And Jim, you sound great. As usual.
Sounds great, looks great. This music's great. Doesn't it just piss you off? Oh, God.
It's funny, the Duran guys used to complain to me about this. Why are you so upbeat all the time? God damn it.
Because you're paying me.
I said, I tell him, what do I have to complain about? Look at my job. Look at what I do.
Exactly.
Look what you do. What's your fucking problem?
Indeed. No, cheerfulness keeps on breaking through.
It better. Because Lord knows there's a lot of other directions you could go with perfectly good reason.
Because I'm a complete miserable bastard when I'm not on here.
Well, I heard you have an eigenharp. Is that true?
No.
And is it tied to your being a miserable bastard?
No,
I have the Eigenharp Pico.
Oh shit!
No, I always wanted.
Excuse me
I
a
wanted an Eigenharp back in the day.
So what is it you do have?
Me?
Excuse me one second.
An instrument.
I've got an instrument.
Oh. I said to Rich, I think you had an Eigenharp. Why did I think
I mean,
that?
What
a wanker.
In terms of
You've been starting
controllers,
rumours, Kent.
No, I'm terrible for it. I'm terrible for it.
But I did always want an Eigenharp. I wanted the little Pico thing. And because that company are based down in Exeter, and I almost went to.
They still sell them. The website's still up.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
And because my my mother-in-law and father-in-law live in just outside of Exeter, I was going to go at one point back in the day and go around and see if I could, but I never did in the end. And I'm glad I didn't, because I'd have probably invested God knows how many hours learning the bloody thing, and it was,
Yeah.
We're talking to Eigenharp. Didn't Kent, didn't you say that Ian had an Eigenharp?
Yeah, I thought he did. It's not.
It's an instrument.
It's an instrument, yes.
Yeah.
I was comparing it to David Vorhaus's Kaleidophone, actually. It's sort of second in the same way that the OP1 is a second generation VL tone.
Yeah.
The Eigenharp.
Well, it's a little more than
Eigenharp
that,
is kind of a second generation Vorhaus thing.
Actually, I have put them side by side, and they are
that was the definition of damning with faint praise, wasn't it?
We'll have Ty back in a minute now.
Was that not obvious?
No!
Was that not obvious to anybody but me?
You know it is. It is.
No other way.
But it annoys me it hadn't occurred, which is why it's even funnier.
I
Absolutely brilliant,
specialize in those
Richard.
things.
It is.
Spot on.
Drum machines are slightly better than the OP1, but that's about it. Oh, no, I'm joking.
Hey.
Oh,
A little bit of politics.
I love,
a little bit of
I love,
politics.
no, I love both of them.
Of course.
Wink, wink.
And I don't mean any disrespect to the teenage engineering dudes who've got to be 35 by now anyway.
Oh, yeah.
They're doing record plays now, aren't they?
Mind you, after going to Gearfest and seeing the teenager demonstrating there, it's just like, I'm sure they are all still like in their teens.
Was still in school, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, they had the teenager, yeah, but I'm sure the rest of them were all hiding. But yeah, you're right. Turntables and iron handbags.
Or maybe it's like The Simpsons where they never age.
Yeah.
Well, they do designer
How
lights.
old's
They have
Lisa?
speakers. They do other things too. So.
Oh, hey, Andy.
Yeah.
The speakers are.
Didn't
The
recognize you.
speakers sound alright, but they're really stupidly priced, aren't they? The speakers.
Everything. Is,
Yeah, but they're the wireless
Yeah.
speakers, and it's the usual shit.
Yeah.
So.
They're trying to be.
But
Bang
they're a
Olufsen.
design company first and foremost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're good at it.
They're trying to be Bang & Olufsen
Yeah, they are.
in their own niche.
Yeah.
kind of, sort of.
I mean, to a certain extent, Electron are designers as well. They make some interesting looking stuff. So.
Oh, sure.
Discuss, Jim.
The
kings of the tiny window.
Do you know what? You're right, but it's a tiny window that works, and everything's really accessible.
It's actually not hard to read. Yeah, it's good.
I eventually, apart from the fact that you can't read it. No, I actually ended up getting along well with I had an Analog 4 here briefly at one time, and I sort of had to get my head around the way they do things. And by the time I sent it back to them, I had gotten my head around the way they do things, and it was pretty cool.
I mean, for me, it's just brilliant. There's like literally no disconnect between my ideas and them coming out of the machine. You know, it's like,
and that's the only important bit is comfort zone aspect.
Yeah.
You know, how well it relates to your artistry and allows you to express what you're trying to do. That's really all. It just
means that I can kind of just stay in flow state the whole time, and you know, because there's nothing bringing me out going, oh, how do I do that? Or, you know, and there's loads of happy accidents happen as well. So it's just a constant stream of just sort of staying in flow state. So it's really straightforward.
That's what we want on every instrument. You know,
my problem with the Analog 4, I have the Analog Keys version of it, but it's, you know, it's just not enough polyphony. They could have added a little more polyphony to it.
Yeah. There's a lot of things it wasn't, but it gave me an insight into their design.
I mean, I kind of like the limitations of the polyphony in a way as well.
Now, if you go to a chord zone, it starts note stealing, then it's annoying. Like, give me like 2 more note polyphony. Yeah, so I can have a proper chord, and then everything else can steal.
Yeah, I don't really use it for chords.
It wasn't designed to be a polysynth, though.
No.
Right.
Well, you can't use it as such, so that's the thing. So once you
it wasn't
open
designed
that door,
to be that.
Yeah.
Well, because the note steals, you can. That's the whole point. So make it a little more flexible, and more people, I think, would embrace it.
But now 4-voice drum machines are all the rage.
I mean, it's
seemingly
isn't a problem for me in terms of like, you know, I think the Analog 4 is always meant to be part of a different kind of setup, really. And for what I use it for, it's brilliant. So, you know, some bass lines and lead lines and stuff.
But getting back to the point you were just making, the whole idea here is to make the process of executing something invisible to your creative flow, so that you're just feeling directly connected to the thing you're using. And it could be a guitar, or it could be one of their drum machine, one of the devices you love to use, and whatever anybody else likes to use. It has to do with breaking down the execution part so that it's invisible to you as you're going about your creative thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know a lot of people just don't get on with Electron stuff and the way it works at all.
I mean, I've never played it, never used it. I mean, I have to say that because I'm not the Groovebox guy, as I've said many times, but actually I have fallen in love with the circuit.
Yeah,
I absolutely love the circuit, and in fact, I will buy the circuit tracks at some point in the future. When I'll probably keep this, but you know, and it just, you're right about that thing about it. You know, it fits the workflow that I like for a Groovebox. And like I said, you know, I certainly like. I mean, I like it more than I like the Roland TRS-8. You know, I just because I'm using it all the time. I'm just messing around with it. I'll bring it to Synth Fest. It'll be in the car in Synth.
Yeah,
you know. So we may end up doing a jam.
Cool.
You're not going to have it as a strap on.
Hey,
you're not going to have it as a strap on.
I can do if you want. If you want me to do that, Andy.
We're not going down that road again.
Andy,
we're really not.
Anything you want, mate, I'll do for you.
I'm just feeling slightly scarred by that because, you know,
you would be.
Well, yeah. Honestly, I did this thing on Friday at Blackpool, and I got my little Volca, and I'm standing there playing it like this, and there were all these comments in the chat about a strap-on Volca. And then all the necessary things that came thereafter. And I was thinking, I don't deserve that. I only bought this as a device so I could tune the bloody stuff up. It was my portable tuner, a Volca. So I just thought, you know, you could bring your little circuit and have it around your neck and
I need to. I could actually go one further because the Lindströmens has already got the bits to put it around my neck, so I could have the instrument.
Oh,
on
you
my
can
neck.
put an instrument guitar. Brilliant.
Yeah,
That'd be cool.
Yeah, which is absolute. I've tried. Honestly, I've tried it. It is absolute bollocks.
It's pronounced Worka.
It's just,
Paul
it just
Latola.
doesn't work. It doesn't work. Not for me, it doesn't. I've seen people do it, but no. And I hate guitars at full anyway.
Oh, me too.
Richard, I've just seen your comment in the chat.
Yeah.
Very naughty, but very funny.
Yeah. I mean, let's face it. Who here wants to have a guitar?
Me.
Well, I have about
Definitely. I don't
7
give a
of
shit.
them, so
I don't
think
care
like
how
guitars.
uncool it is.
It's
Guitars were never cool, Andy.
No.
Andy's both.
Yeah,
of you.
they were.
Yeah.
No.
When I was- when I
Watch
was-
George Duke play it.
were,
I
right?
think
I was never cool, so I don't give a
No.
shit.
There you go.
watch Jan Hammer and George Duke play them. They're pretty awesome.
But I'm
Well,
not George Duke,
nah.
Andy.
Nah.
What is the matter with this?
There's an existing photograph of me at age 16 wearing a keyboard around my neck.
Oh, I tell you,
Oh,
there are
you've got to
photographs
find that,
of me
Richard. Get it posted.
with a keyboard around my
It's
neck
up.
playing.
It's on Facebook if you look.
I think I was playing a DX21.
Oh, really?
Well, no, DX100.
The
And I
DX100,
did-
that had the little pegs.
Yeah, and
I had
did
a
have-
Poly 800 with the pegs, so I've had that
Yeah.
round my neck, but it didn't work very well.
I
if I'm
also
honest.
had one of the. It was when Yamaha did a thing, a guitar which was actually a toy, but it had MIDI.
SH100.
SH100. I had one of them, and actually there is a gig on Facebook, on YouTube, with me playing that and singing. I was lead singer in this band, and I had it connected to a TG100 because the sounds in it were rubbish. But yeah, so there is actual footage of me playing a guitar.
But
Yeah.
there's an increasing number of people who are using them and not giving a shit. Karen O'Donnell, the Sheffield Synth Fest, who does all these folk tunes with it, absolutely brilliant. Dots, who were at Blackpool on Friday night, Nikki, she's got the guitar and she's playing it away. And I think it's great. I think that,
Well, the keyboard players got tired of the guitars taking all the thunder, right? So they want to get out there and play in front too. So
a little bit, but I think there's a renaissance of it as an instrument in its own right. So, as weird as it may seem, we're back to strap-ons, aren't we?
Yeah.
Mark Barnes
Egging
loves them,
strap-ons.
doesn't he?
This is like an adult toy hour, says Carl.
It's just thanks, Carl.
Yeah, as your head. Guitars just look a bit. I wish I was a guitar player. Yeah.
I mean, an Eigenhardt looks really silly. That looks more silly than a guitar, but it was a really cool instrument too.
Well, the Pico, or the big
No,
one.
the full size one, the big one, the Alpha.
That wasn't that the one that it didn't have a peg and it was on the floor.
No, you strapped it on like a bassoon, basically.
Oh, did
it had
you?
a mouthpiece
Oh,
and it had the
separate.
whole thing. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
it looked very silly, but it was very powerful.
Again, took lots of learning, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, because the buttons, each button has up, down, left, right, in, and out. So
Yeah.
it's
So
very
it's got
complex.
more control than an instrument.
Yeah.
That killed the conversation then, didn't it?
Well, just like the Eigenhardt product.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It was
I
a
am
big hit at
surprised.
NAMM when I went to NAMM 2009 or whenever it came out.
Yeah.
It was the booth was all going crazy, and I got a demo from the actual developer of it and stuff, but it just crashed and burned pretty quickly afterward. So
I'm surprised that I'm pleased because you never like see any musical instrument company going bust, but I'm glad they're still around. They're obviously doing enough to actually survive as a company. So happy days, really.
it's weird. They use sound fonts for most of the engine. So
I'm trying to get onto the website now and it won't let me.
Yeah, Rich, did you hear something today about Slate getting bought up?
Yes,
Yeah.
I saw that. by the company that owns Digico, Calrec, a whole lot of consoles.
Oh,
so,
you're
in other
kidding.
words, they're looking for, I think, DigiGrid status in terms of getting their plugins integrated into these other kinds of usage patterns because, quite honestly, there's more money to be made right now in touring than there is in selling to individuals in their bedrooms. So that's probably part of the motivation from what I can see. It's some giant corporation that's buying up smaller companies. And if it means that I don't have to see Steven Slate shooting promotional videos anymore, I'm all for
it. There is that. Oh, dear. What was his post about? He decided to wear a white T-shirt to some event, and he basically spent the rest of the time trying to get stains out of his white T-shirt or something. It was quite amusing.
Who are we talking about now?
Stephen Slate.
Oh. Poor guy.
Yeah.
I'll bet you he made out very well in this deal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think he'll be sat on a nice beach somewhere, I imagine.
And hopefully whoever wrote all of that software is also gainfully employed with these new people.
Yeah.
Because somebody did, and it's not him.
I was very nearly gainfully employed by that same company.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was like really close to getting a job with Calrec. Basically sort of travelling the world, sort of servicing, looking after their sort of broadcast mixing desks and stuff.
Yeah. I had a friend who worked for them.
Yeah.
In America, so I don't know if you'd know him, but...
So, yeah, I'd like sort of a 4-hour interview, and it'll look like it was... I got headhunted for it from some, broadcast recruiter. And
nice.
It was all pretty much set up, and then the budget got pulled. It was just like, that was it, no position.
Oops.
But, yeah. It all worked out well in the end. I've got no complaints at all.
Good.
So, happy doing what I'm doing now. But yeah.
Better than version 3.2?
Yeah.
What does version 3.3 refer to?
That's a very good question. It did refer to getting beaten 3-0 at snooker last week.
That was right. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, it's just a continuation of that, just with some point upgrades, and now I've turned it to
3.3 is where he doesn't shit himself if he coughs now.
Yeah.
They fixed that bug.
Yeah, that was critical.
Yeah. Yeah. He didn't want any more brownouts.
Oh, where's Robbie and his drums? Oh.
Yeah, Rich.
What was that connection?
No idea.
Brownouts, Robbie. What?
Hey, who?
No, just his bad joke. Drum fill.
We got I got a message come through on the eBay, Rich. The Rollies here tomorrow.
Ooh.
Oh, you mean that new Grand?
Yeah. Well, that old Grand.
Oh, so this is your your second-hand one, not the one from the
no. How funny you are!
No, I'm sorry. Not I mean, let's face it. We do have there is a race on here, isn't there? Will the Rolly turn up before the drum log? is the race
or the Osmos?
Yeah.
Even.
There's a new Osmos video.
Is there now?
Yeah. I'm tipping somebody's hat here, but yes.
Yeah.
If you look for it, you'll find it. And he does some expressive playing, though he's no Marco Parisi, whoever this guy is. But he's pretty good, and it does look intriguing, and it's interesting. We'll see.
Is it still about 1,800 notes?
Yeah, they didn't mention that. It was just a demonstration of its capabilities and somebody playing on it. That's really all it was. And you're getting to see.
Normally mentioning a price indicates some sort of it will be coming out soon.
I don't think there's any front to back to it as compared to like 5D MPE. I didn't see him do anything with his hands up the key. You know what I'm saying? Like in that direction, rather than this way or whatever.
Yeah.
But he did get some very, very expressive playing, and I'm sure it will be possible. I think it's gonna be more technical. I think, like the Seaboard, it's gonna take more than people realize to adapt your existing keyboard technique to this thing. And in the beginning, it's gonna sound like a little bit, or maybe more than a little bit, out of control. And then at some point, if somebody continues to practice it, they will gain control of those things that the piano doesn't require of them.
Yeah.
And hopefully they will become expressive playing from these. Hopefully, first of all, the thing will exist and people will get their money's worth. And secondly, hopefully people will get good at it and work at it.
Yeah. Well, I think by then, I should have 4 Rollies by then, so that should cover it, and I don't need to go anywhere near the Osmos.
The guy hasn't responded to my inquiry.
Oh, did he not?
This guy on Facebook who I'm trying to...
He's probably still crying when he saw how much you offered him.
About it. Pardon me?
He's probably still in the corner crying when you saw how much you offered him for it.
No, I didn't offer him anything yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. That's gonna.
Oh, you're not jumping straight in?
Oh, no. There's no way he'll accept it if I do that. But if I talk to him and educate him a little bit, he might.
You're not doing the come here.
No, I'm doing I'd like to buy this thing, and the best way for me to convince him to take what I'm willing to offer is to talk to him rather than just go, here it is.
Yeah.
So
just get him to wake up first.
Very wise.
Well, he wants $900 for a Series 1 Rise 49, and I think that's too much in a marketplace where I just bought a version 2 for $1,100, and I bought my first one for $6.
Yeah.
So the idea that I'm going to give him 9 seems pretty far-fetched, but if I can place it in some context for him, in that kind of context, and perhaps a little more kindly, then he might go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, because that is a little bit high, isn't it?
It's too high. I want to give him 6.
Yeah.
And if he wants to fight me for $650, I'll let him. And that's where it'll go. And if not, you're going to have that thing a long time. And would you like me to help you learn how to use it? Because he said he didn't know how to use it.
They all say that. I think every single one of them that's up for sale, they say that. Never used. Don't know how to use it. Yeah, all right.
I'll charge him $650 for that.
Yeah, because $900 was a discounted price to the original. So.
Yeah. I'll teach him to use it for free in one, short session. But if he wants to sell it to me, I'll pay him for it. But I'm not going to pay him $900.
Yeah, it's a little bit pricey, isn't it?
Especially when there's supposedly one on the way, more or less, give or take. One of these days.
Yeah. And other fairy stories.
No, I think there's a pretty good chance we're going to ultimately see something.
Yeah, but whether
I think we
it'll
have
be
a better chance than the Osmos people do.
Yeah. Well, they, like I said, they gave me the date mid-October.
I saw that in print that they're going to start shipping them in October, but I'm not counting on anything. Whatever. I'm having good enough time with this one. I don't, as long as it shows up. I'm not hurting for something to play, and it's not like I think this one's broken and that one's going to be that much better.
Yeah.
Interesting. Steve Elbows has just mentioned in the chat that the Osmos makers are, in inverted commas, confident that some people will get theirs in December.
Right.
I'm not going to share that level of confidence just yet.
If your name is Hans.
I really hope that the Osmos comes to be a thing. It just seems to be the right way to go.
Which? The Osmos?
Yeah, the Osmos. I mean, from my brain, it's a standard keyboard, and I can wiggle it a bit. Brilliant. I don't have to relearn my technique like you've had to do with the rubber thing. The what's it called now?
The dead flesh, you mean?
That condom you've been playing.
That condom you've been playing. Sorry, Richard.
I mean, I have to say,
the GIMP board.
And
the GIMP board.
And that was
Jim.
That was my problem with the Rolly. I just couldn't get on with it.
Well, I
was
sounded
looking
like
for
a
an MP
beginning
player.
violin student for the first 2 years too.
Yeah, I know.
And
Yeah.
I
No,
still do
exactly.
occasionally.
I mean that's the point. It's an instrument that you've got to work with, and I think maybe the Osmos takes away some of that effort. Maybe that's not necessarily a
really?
good thing.
Does he really? No, we're not.
It's not
I
going.
suppose you have to play. Has anybody actually?
No,
gonna be
I
good if
haven't.
you
I've
work
never
at it.
even been near one, so I don't know what I'm
No.
talking about. So I'll
The
shut up
problem is
right
the
now.
complexity of the Rolly keyboard you don't like is replaced by the complexity of the Hawken engine that you have to learn to use.
It's not just that. It's not just that. It's getting used to fixed keys that are bouncing around. It's going to take time and practice, just like this thing did, and I think it's possible to be a really good instrument and be just as expressive, or pretty much almost as expressive. But it's not going to just happen like that, which is what everybody wants. If you like, if you know, maybe the Lumi will.
Oh. Yeah, I get lots of emails from them.
It's
It's
just
nice,
X keys
but-
on acid, isn't it? Really.
Yes.
Well, for some reason,
Right.
my Rolly has completely failed. Okay.
What? Just now?
Yeah.
I know a really good guy who could fix it.
When you say completely,
Does he have a
failed,
hammer?
The lights are out.
Does
It
he
won't-
hammer in the morning? Does he
Yes.
hammer in the evening?
Yeah.
All over this
Seaboard.
Yeah.
seaboard. Thank you, Richard. That's the word I was after. Yeah.
Yeah, the seaboard's overboard. It's not detecting anymore.
Oh no.
The hell?
But is it not
That's
lit
crap
up?
USB, isn't it?
Yeah, she's lighting up,
Okay.
but she's now refusing to detect. I'm not even getting a Windows thing, you know, boom boom.
Windows thing.
Yeah, you know, you get the well, you know, if you had Windows,
Chime.
you get the little chime to tell you that USB has been detected.
I see. Why don't you just Bluetooth to your Mac and have it work?
Because my little 2012 doesn't have all that music software on it.
Yeah. Right, guys. I'm
But
going
it does.
to dip out for an hour. I'll catch you all
darling.
later.
All right, buddy.
See you later.
See you,
Bye,
bud.
Ian. See you at
Bye.
Synth
Cheers, Ian.
Fest.
Yeah, see you. Cheers. Bye.
Ta-da, bud. No, it does annoyingly connect to the Mac regularly and faultlessly, but none of the music software's on it. So
Let's see if I can get this working.
I'm going to call up Dashboard and see what that says.
I don't need to see any of that.
Dashboard says you don't have a Rolly. Fuck off.
Okay, so I see it. Yeah, I don't
You can't, changing USB ports doesn't work. You might just have to
How do I
reboot.
hear it?
I already did a.
It is
complete-
Windows, so
Yeah, I did a complete system restart, and it's gone 9.
If it all goes wrong right now, I'll be right back with you. I'm about to switch something else to the outputs of this mixer, and last time it didn't go well. Come on.
Yeah, bang.
Come on. You can do it. You can do it.
Right,
Spinning
shut that.
pizza wheels. This is not encouraging.
Pizza wheels.
You know, the little spinning rainbow that Apple gives you when shit is
No,
spinning wrong.
beach
and
ball
you
of
need to
doom.
Force quit
Yeah.
and start over. Maybe I'll try something else. Let's try this. That usually works.
Pint of Guinness.
No, Blue Cat's patchwork is what I'm going to use.
Let's try that again.
Assuming it doesn't provide me with signalless interrupters as well. I know
Yeah.
the suspense is killing you.
Everything's just falling apart. There's some sort of super virus going around or something.
Okay.
Is that working?
Okay. It's sending. It's receiving.
Argonate's working.
If I put it here. Thank you. And I come. I gotta get this thing out of the way. I come
That's
here.
not.
There it is.
Oh,
You guys got
incoming.
that?
That's very loud.
Is it loud? Okay, I'll take that. Sorry about that.
Manipulate
lovely.
it softer.
They should be paying you, Richard, for demonstrating those things. They really should.
Oh, thank you.
Come
Andy.
on.
It's kind of you.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Still working
Sorry,
on it.
what? Who are you swearing at, Kent?
This rise.
Oh, okay.
Even the dashboard's not finding it now.
Richard's playing his and it's lovely, and you're swearing at yours.
His is plugged into a Mac.
Oh, all right, okay, fair enough.
Actually, I'm sending Bluetooth to this computer here.
That's it, rub it in.
Actually, I use USB with mine on the PC all the time. It works
Flash
great. but
bastard.
Your PC has to recognize it first. So
I'm going to start pulling USBs. I'll see you in a minute.
Oh boy.
Because this will go fine.
It would be lovely, Kent.
It's Windows. Of course, it's going to go fine.
That's not good.
That was nice.
is that Equator or Strobe?
That'll be Equator, I think.
This one is Equator 2.
Yeah.
Playing through a Neef Audio Soma. Why? Because I just bought it and I needed to try it out.
Hey!
The Neef Audio thing. They've been running sales, Plug-in Alliance every day, and it's tough to resist when they're offering a $40 plug-in with a $25 coupon. It's like, oh, all right. For $15, I'll buy the damn thing. And so, I don't really even have this thing switched in. I'm not doing anything with the EQ, but it happens to be in the signal path because I wanted to try it out the last time I was using this. So,
Okay, let's try this.
this thing
Do
is
you use your Rolly fully unencumbered, or do you have the sliders turned down a bit for the sensitivity?
I've got the first slider at half
Yeah.
mast and the other two at full bore.
So you still got your training wheels on then?
I mean, it helps, right? Why not?
Oh, yeah, no, because you still get the glide with a good resolution at half. And there's really nothing to prove by pushing it all the way to the top.
I don't know why I need to. I have as much
Yeah.
as I want. And
You get
besides,
it.
I've seen Parisi
Yep.
do it. And if it's okay with Parisi, it's okay with me.
Yeah.
Because quite honestly, he is the king of this.
Yeah, he's a god on that thing.
He is
Yeah,
the
I mean,
king
if you want
of the CD.
microtonal, push it all the way up to the top. And then try and play it normally, and you'll get microtonal.
Well, I initially tried playing it that way and practiced a Bach violin concerto. And
Yeah.
that's how I started on this thing. And that's why I sounded like a beginning violin student. But,
Bark in the
dude,
corner going, make me deaf again!
Oh,
When is this?
Yo, 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 yo. Okay.
That's the soft tube SH-101 model 82 thing.
When is the last time you turned on that touch digital controller? 20.
I think I was in my 20s at the time.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't recently. It wasn't in the last 2 years.
No.
My wife, by the way, objects strenuously to me even considering what you have suggested. Like
Really?
when I say strenuously, she was not letting up on this argument, and I was not.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. She thinks it would be a horrible act of disrespect towards you for me. To do
Oh,
that.
no, honestly, darling, no.
No, you have no idea.
No, seriously, if there's an idiot out there who wants to throw 5k at you for it,
she's not,
mate.
I think
Really?
Kent and your good lady need to have a private FaceTime, then, don't they?
oh, as long as I'm nowhere near it, it's fine. But
There's an SH101 behind me that's been spawned. How much
I
will you get for
resent that accusation.
Sorry, Kat.
An SH1, I thought it was a Pro one.
What did I just say?
You said
SH101.
I'm a tit. Just
Wow.
tell me to fuck off.
That is strong stuff.
Yeah.
It is honestly, actually, I wish I hadn't. Right, I bought this bottle, right,
Yeah.
and it's called English Vintage Cider from Lidl tonight,
Uh-huh.
and it's a 750 bottle. It's now empty, and it's
May contain crack.
6.8%, and it's just tipped me over the edge. It's absolutely mad.
6.8% methylated spirit.
Yeah, you're warm and fuzzy.
Do you know what? It's absolutely delicious. It's so nice. It's lovely to drink. It's really, really lovely. But God, don't drink a whole bottle because it's mad. So that's it. If you get nipped down to Lidl, look for that because it's. But it's
like
nice.
the drunken scene in Star Trek with Scotty and the alien, and he goes, "What is it?" He goes, "It's green."
Yeah, exactly. Oh no!
Yeah.
So if you can read the label, you need another. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. Bottom of the label says sponsored by Bentley for high octane fuel usage.
I'm not selling my SH101 because I've sold it already.
Oh no!
And I'm not selling my Pro one either. Kent.
Fucking computer.
Have I just upset Kent again?
No,
or is he swearing at something else?
Fucking bastard. Computer's finding it, and now Cubase won't. Are you kidding me? Go on then, turn off. Reinitialize.
And people think modular's difficult. What are you on about, folks? You plug it in and it works.
Modular isn't difficult.
No, modular's not difficult. It's
No,
dead
no,
easy.
Baffles the fuck out of me.
Ugh. Nah, don't be
But then I'm an
difficult.
idiot, so there you go.
Gates and CVs, mate. That's what
The
you
idea of doing
Initially,
battles,
it's tricky, but after a while, it's pretty easy. So.
but after you're doing battle with drivers and this, that, and the other, and this recognises it, but that doesn't. No,
That's
I can't
why
be
I use
arsed
a
with that.
Mac, because you don't get that problem with them.
Really?
You just don't get. I've never had an issue with the Mac in my studio, apart from them getting old and becoming obsolete. That's the only issue.
That takes a bit of time as well.
I fixed my girlfriend's cousin's computer over the weekend. It was a 12-year-old Mac. It had the original hard drive in it, and the hard drive died. Put a new hard drive in it, and it lit straight up. Away it went. Brilliant. PCs, 10 a penny. Hate the bloody things, but I fixed so many of them. Macs, I think I've had 3, and I've only ever had one that was something had failed catastrophically on it. It's the only Mac that I've never been able to fix, and the rest have been like hard drives. PCs all the time. Hate them.
Oh, hello.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. What's that?
Again, I'm not saying that PCs are any worse or any better than Macs. I'm just saying, from my experience, I prefer Macs.
They're just more nerdy.
Well, it's horses for courses. It's what you prefer. I've had this.
They're literally just more nerdy. It's Windows updates currently blow up things a lot. Sometimes your whole system goes down, and you'll lose everything.
Well, it depends if you back up or not, doesn't it?
No, I know, but I'm just saying the average person doesn't.
Yeah, but this is.
And even if you have a data backup, it doesn't back up all your software. So if Windows Update blows your Windows up, you have to load everything from scratch.
Which is why I always try and get people to sort of clone their drive, so they have at least a clone of their drive in their.
Yeah.
They have a second drive in their computer.
That's why Carbonite became really popular. So
clone to that, That's always my recommendation.
Oh yes, my little D partition, where I have my image Windows
Yeah.
image there. I don't
Yeah,
know if-
best way to do it.
Yeah. I must admit, I've had no real trouble with 11 as such. Because as far as I understand, I'm beta testing it for a few people in the chat. Without even knowing it. And yeah, 11's been okay.
It's been okay here too, but I don't use it for very much.
Nah. Although 10 was fine. I don't know why they had to mess with it.
Because they have to. That's what they like, isn't it?
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I'm not bleeding edge on OSs like I used to be. 11's kind of a nightmare right now.
Well, I tend not to upgrade if it works, which is why my
Exactly.
PC.
Yeah. If you don't need it, unless you want to tinker for fun or whatever, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just a lot of work for no apparent reason.
I mean, I used to play with Red Hat. I used to play with BOS. I used to play with everything under the sun. And I got, I just want to get shit done. I don't care about the tinkering anymore.
Yeah. I think everyone comes to that point eventually.
Yeah. I mean, oh shit. I mean, this is my old. Yeah, I've got an old 15-inch 2008 MacBook Pro. This thing still works like a dream.
Mm.
And that's got the original hard drive in it. How the
And a
fault-
dint in it.
Oh yeah, it's had a kick, but it still works. It's perfect.
It's got street
Great.
cred.
Yeah, great machine, and they're really easy to work on as well. I mean, you take the base off, and you look at that. You want to swap the hard drive out. There it is. Just take that out, put a new one in, bang. Upgrade the RAM, straight there.
Not like that anymore.
Well, no, not on the newer ones, but that's why I've got this one, because it's I can chuck pretty much any OS I've got on a drive in there, and it'll work. Yeah, love it.
It's got to watch out for your length of screws on that one. It's all different
Only
lengths.
3 on the back.
Yeah, there's 3 longer ones.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's been kicked around the block and back again, but it works just fine.
I love it on Equator where you click on, when you're going through the presets, you click on drums and there's nothing there. Not a thing.
I think they probably planned on doing some and said, screw it.
Yeah.
But that's where Geist fills in, right? Isn't Geist the drum FX expansion thing?
Well, other than BFD3, yeah.
Yeah. But I've gotten drummy things out of Cypher 2 and Strobe and Equator.
Yeah.
Just tweaking parameters to get drummy bits.
I'd still like to know what happened to my strobe. Still can't find it. Done a big drive search. I mean, no, not here.
You have the installer still? Did you try to reload it?
Nothing was coming up. Nothing. It's like it's vanished off the drive.
You're talking about?
Yeah. Completely disappeared. Which is a bit.
I'm not a fan of the dashboard. Once they incorporated the dashboard, it became a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
This is Strobe 2 that I'm playing now.
Very dystopian sound, that one.
That was right, guys. I'm gonna jump out because I need to go to bed. So
Rest well, Andy.
I will see you at Synth Fest if you come in.
Certainly.
Sleep off that cider.
I will think twice about finishing my night with another bottle of that because that was.
If you don't see my face, look for the red and blue shoes because I'm going to have odd shoes on.
Oh, wicked! We'll be after you, Matt.
Like the Tom Hanks movie, Man with One Red Shoe.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
take care, everyone. We'll see you at Synth Fest if
All right,
you're
buddy.
there.
See you
If
the week.
not, we'll see you at some point.
See ya.
Cheers,
Try.
Andy.
See you later, bye.
Mate. Bless you.
I'm just sat here loading samples onto my Digitac. Ages ago, I got the the full sample from Mars pack when it was on offer.
I see.
Which is like all of their samples. It's like about 38 gig or something. So I'm just going through finding some choice drum sounds to load on there.
I got a ton of the free ones on their website.
They
The
sound
sound pool
good,
thing is
actually.
weird though. I'm still not used to the whole sound pool.
Oh, me neither. But it doesn't get in the way. It works for me, whatever, all within a project. So, yeah, I don't even worry about that. I load the project and it works. I mean, it's very much how I approach my file system on the Mac. It's there. I search for something that I need and I find it, and I don't worry about organising it all.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't worry about that.
I'm pretty organized.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm very haphazard, but it works. And I'm organised.
Well, at least
chaos.
Spotlight on the Mac works pretty well. The basic Windows
Yeah.
search feature is garbage.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have to use the third-party one to get anything out of it.
Yeah.
There's a
Windows
great
sucks.
tool called Everything on Windows.
All right.
It's one of the best search tools you'll ever find.
Cool.
Open source.
Yeah, Spotlight is just, I love it. It's just, because it searches within documents so quickly. Everything's already indexed,
Mind you, new Macs do take a while to index.
Yeah.
Yeah, a while. But once it's done, they'll make you write it, just pings it straight up.
In fact, Spotlight was the first one to incorporate web components as well, whereas Windows took a while to do that.
That I didn't know.
New OSs today from Apple.
It's out today, is it?
Betas. Not,
right, okay.
Not releases, but there's a new Ventura, there's a new iPad, there's a new TV. Of the ones that I use.
I don't go near betas. I don't test or anything like that. I'm one of these that holds off upgrading any of my OSs until you get the first point update.
Okay.
Because invariably there are little bugs that they've missed, and it's just wait till the first point update. So Ventura I won't get till 16.1, 0.1, and I haven't even gone 16 on the iPhone
If
yet.
it's any consolation to you, Ventura is working fine.
Is it?
With pretty much everything. I mean, there's one thing I can't install right now, which runs on the machine anyway right now in its last version, so it's fine. But there's one installer that's not completing right now. But other than that, everything's been running just great. And I don't worry about it. None of these computers right now are involved in mission critical stuff that would. The computer that's in front of me that I'm talking to you on is maintained right now at Monterey because at least it's authorized to run the software that I run if I do have to do professional work. But right now I don't really have that much going on that these computers have to be critically, perfect for at the moment. When I'm doing a project, I want the computer to work.
Yeah.
And I don't want to spend any time wrestling with it. And so I usually maintain one computer within spec. But I'm willing to let things like my iPad go and the laptop. I want to experiment with those. That's fun.
Yeah, I always worry about the iOS updates killing apps that I like, so I'm really late on those. Except for the ones at work, I have to use the InfoSec guys making me update for security reasons, but basically I'll let those lag as long as I can.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people do. And it's a
It's just
reasonable way
I've
to
had too
buy
many
it.
things die. It's like, oh great, you updated a feature, now the fucking app doesn't work anymore. Thanks. That was one of my favorite apps.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the whole reason I have some of these devices to begin with is the apps. I don't care about the OS.
Yeah.
Well, what? Right, yes.
And then now that iOS won't let you back up apps anymore, as soon as you have to reset your iOS device for some reason, you got to reload everything, and it's no longer in the store. Good luck. You'll never get those apps back.
Yeah.
Your only choice is to jailbreak and try to find them.
Yeah, or either that or keep older machines. I've got a.
That's why I do have a bunch of old machines now.
Well, I've got an iPad 3 sitting over there.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think I've said before, I've got a bunch of old. I've even got a G4 iMac sitting up there, which the only difference to it being stock is it's got an SSD in it. It runs like a. Oh my God! Don't it go? And it's 15 seconds boot on that thing. It's woof, done.
Yeah.
And I just keep that for really, really old games for the kids. The kids love it because it's such a weird looking computer.
Yeah.
Like I only have one iPad left with the Wolfgang Palm apps on it. They were incredible apps.
I've got.
Once he sold the company, they pulled all the apps from the store. You'll never get them again. So
That's weird because 2 seconds. I'm sure on my iPad now I've still got one. Hang on. 2 seconds.
yeah, as long as you haven't updated, you're good. So
Say again?
as long as you haven't updated or reformatted, you're good. So
It's a new iPad, but I got the Palm apps. Oh Christ! I think from an iPad 3.
like
My old
Phone M is no longer there.
Hang on, I'll have a look. Hang on,
yeah.
I'll have a look. I don't even know what bloody apps I've got on here now.
You can still get the Waldorf apps, just not the Palm apps.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, it could be the Waldorf apps I've got.
Yeah. So you still get Nave, I think. You can still get a few other things, but you can't get Wave Mapper, you can't get Phone M, you can't get all the PPG stuff, basically.
Yeah, I've got Nave on here, and I think that's about it.
And Nave is great, but it's not
Yeah,
the same as the Palm apps.
No.
Yeah.
My mistake.
Nave is basically a software version of what's that flagship they have out now? Not the Iridium, but the Quantum. Nave is basically an iPad version of the Quantum.
No, I've got a few on here.
The Alpha 2s.
Yeah, Wagu's right. Get one with a headphone jack. You can still buy some older ones on eBay with headphone jacks, but they no longer make the Pro with a headphone jack, which sucks.
This one's got it. This is the. I've had this a year, but this is. It's not the Pro. I think this
Yeah, if
is.
you get the non-Pro, you can still get headphone jacks.
Yeah, 10.1 inch. So.
Which is so silly because you think Pro, oh, they'll have a headphone jack for sure. No.
Yeah, you would have thought.
Apple's insane.
No.
I worked there for so many years, and I was always shaking my head about certain things. I'm like, I love their products, but some of the decisions are really wacky.
Yeah.
I mean, I was working on Aperture. It was a really great photo software competing with Lightroom. But because they wanted to change directions and they thought Lightroom wasn't doing the gangbusters business they expected it to do, they just killed it, even though it was profitable.
Yeah.
They're just crazy. And they replaced it with that Photos app, even on the OS, on Mac OS, which is terrible.
Yeah, it's
okay on a phone, but on a computer, God, man, that's terrible.
Yeah, it does for most people though, doesn't it?
And they killed Final Cut Pro. It's really not Pro. It's crap. It's just.
I thought people were making movies in Final Cut.
Yeah, the only reason Logic's any good is because it was designed by another company and they just kind of help it along.
Yeah, took all the staff and knowledge and yeah.
Yeah, they moved them all from Germany to here. I mean, I met a bunch of them. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, they're still doing good work.
And they had some of the coolest offices too. They had modular in their office and all kinds of controllers, and it was fun to go hang out with those guys. And they had one of the best studios I've ever seen in my entire life. In the middle of the building, you'd never know it's there. It had all the classic like brick paneling, wood paneling, all the baffling, all the fancy modern setups you'd have in a modern studio. Beautiful wood floors, huge console, dead rooms, some semi-quiet rooms for isolation. It's just beautiful room. It's crazy.
Yeah, they lost so much market share with Final Cut X.
Yeah, it's awful. Premiere wins head over heels over day. It's just the best.
Yeah, although Premiere is still Avid is used in most pro houses.
Avid's still around, yeah. And of course the Black Magic one is taken off too. That one.
Yeah, DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the free version's unbelievably good.
It's
cool.
Free. I'm just a Premiere guy since version 2, so I'm stuck with it. I love it.
Well, I've got use the Adobe Suite at work, so I use that.
And I use After Effects quite a bit too. They just turnkey. They work really well together. So
yeah. But Adobe are a funny company. We deal with them a lot.
They're silly too, but Apple can be more silly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, something very West Coast about all of them, I have to say.
Yeah. And the industry is very closed. I mean, I know people who went from Adobe to Apple back and forth.
Hi, Rob.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Sorry. Start to attention. Tug my forelock.
How could you not know the president is in the building?
I just kind of clicked on it and then was checking something on my phone. And how are you?
Very well.
Cool. Good.
Thank you. You?
Yeah, not too bad.
Is that an Atari T-shirt? Is that what you're wearing? It is.
I've got those in red.
Yes.
Everyone asks me about cool Pro Synth Network T-shirt inside. I should be wearing.
You should. You should.
I didn't know I was getting on today. I just stumbled onto this thing and said, "Okay, I can do this."
Oh.
Get to try out my microphone again. Vanquish the demons.
We were having some issues, weren't we, Kent, with mics?
Yeah.
Turns out it wasn't my problem, it was his.
Yeah.
Was it?
Loop
it was
back.
your end, was it?
Yeah, it was loop back.
He was going, I can hear two of you. And I'm like, because I had this thing where I've got 3 USB hubs, and I wanted to get as many ports over here, and there was a big 10 port over there that was only being used 3 or 4, and I've got a 7 port over here, so I thought I'll swap those over, and then everything just started to go all funny. But it turns out it was in. Hubba. So I've just actually ordered a 16 port hub. It's about this long, but that should solve my problems.
You know, one would think.
Well, we hope.
No, it still doesn't do it.
Contact 7. Have you tried it yet?
Yeah.
And verdict?
Lovely. Absolutely brilliant. You can do everything within one window now.
I saw.
Even unsupported can be listed in the concept player now.
Yeah.
No more running around the drives going, so where did I install that string library? What was it called again?
Yeah, that's always been a pain. No, they want 90 quid off me for an upgrade.
Mm.
And seeing as I held out for years until I eventually got it on sale.
Yeah.
I feel I didn't actually pay much more than 90 quid for it when it was on sale at Contact 6. I got it for 114, I think it was.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of loath to pay another 90 quid to get the new version, but if it is as good as you're saying...
Well, I hit up Guy Muchelmore and asked him if... I said, does it have an MPE standard now? For all the obvious reasons. And he says, I think it does.
Okay.
Oh, well, in other words, no, you find out. Okay, I'll go and find out.
You know,
I haven't gone yet.
You know those saxophones that I was playing with the other night?
Oh, yes, they were very nice.
Well, I mapped the some of the controllers to my KX88, and they've become even nicer because then you can sort of mess around with the breath and the lip stuff. whilst you're playing. It's very good. But
how much is this library?
It's on offer at the moment at 149. But I think you can also get a. I think he said something about doing a pack with the trumpets, because there's the brass section, which is a trumpet, trombone, and a flugelhorn.
The flugelhorn.
The flugelhorn.
Yeah.
And then there's the saxophones, which is baritone, tenor, alto, and soprano. And there's 2 versions of each. But they all respond to MPE as well. Which
sign goes up in the wall. No Kenny G.
See, I'm looking at this upgrade thing from Native Instruments that you mentioned, Robbie. So yeah, $99 to upgrade Contact, or $200 to update the whole damn thing.
Well, I don't have. I didn't go for the whole damn thing.
Or $500 or $600 to update the collector, the top end collector edition, whatever. So it's like for twice what I'm spending to put up Contact, I can upgrade other things. But
that makes more sense.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I need any of this right now. But yes, I'm using Contact version 5 right now.
Right.
It would be nice to have something that everything was in one window. That immediately sounded appealing to me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to be able to have them listed, so because you can take like an unsupported library and add it to Contact and it'll appear as a folder with its name. But when you click on the folder, it lists all the presets, and you can audition each preset without having to load it in first.
I see. That's
Pick the one you want and go, yeah, that one. Double click, and then she goes in.
Like proper browser behavior.
Yeah, but then what you get is a self-contained Contact window with that instrument.
How cute.
Yeah.
But it begs the question, why is it taking this long for Contact to kind of become...
The shitload of money they're making from licensing the panels.
Exactly.
Can you think of any other reason? And now so many people are going, do you know what? We'll do our own player. Bye. And now they're going, there's no point in us doing it anymore.
Very good point. Very good point.
Because, I mean, Spitfire going by... Although, weirdly, Spitfire libraries appear automatically as standard when it all installs. All the Spitfire library goes into the Contact automatically with their pictures.
Oh.
Weirdly. Even though Spitfire have their own player, which I must admit, don't super get on with. No, because it fires up as one standard size and you can't manipulate the bastard.
It takes a bit of getting used to, but I think once you're familiar with it, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
I also think...
Yeah, but no matter if you're doing brasses or strings or harps or whatever, it comes up with the same player and they're all black.
Yes.
And you go, well, which one is the... Because I want to set the CT expression for, what do we call it? For expression. To say the chamber strings, and I can't find the bloody thing, and we go through all the monitors going, well, which one is it?
I found Spitfire stuff just a bit buggy anyway.
Really?
I've never had a problem with...
No, I've never had any problems.
Just issues with like updating it, and it's getting messed up.
Normally found the player, do the what they call it, the installer thing that they have, like a dashboard type of thing, and it just says, updates available. Click, boom, done.
Yeah, no, it just wouldn't update.
I actually had one issue the other week, because when I got my MacBook, I thought, I'll install all the programs on my MacBook, but I have an SSD drive with all my Spitfire libraries on. So, just so I can, all I've got to do is swap the drive from one machine to the other, and my libraries are there.
Yeah.
And I did it from my desktop to my laptop, and I did it all there and assigned everything to look at the right drive, and it all kind of went through very quickly. As soon as I put it back on the desktop drive, it said, can't find your libraries. And I said, well, they're there. And there they were. And I had to kind of repair them again. So it's almost like it knows it's been swapped from one machine to the other, and you've got to kind of like re-index it all.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's because I did something wrong or what. I don't know. I'm gonna have to, because that surely can't be a thing that you can't do. You just stick your drive in your pocket and take it with you, and I don't know.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to hop off with it. I might be back. You never know.
All right, pretty bad.
My body clock.
Or you
is
might be
sorry, I
Strauss.
think. Yeah.
Or you might
Oh.
I'll be back.
Well, you can mention Strauss now that Andy's not in the room.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Okay, fine.
All right, I'll see you
See you
later.
later. Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Right now, does it change key? Supposed to change key with it.
What are you
Keyboard
playing on,
tab.
Ken?
Oh God, where do you start? It's the sequence is OBE.
Yeah.
With Hydrosynth Deluxe and Spitfire's Aperture strings as a pad combo, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
You know me trying to get as much onto one note as humanly possible. Why do tracks when you can do it all at once?
The Andy Fletcher School of Playing. One thing.
Oh, that'll do me.
Well, I know somebody who used to refer to my dear friend Nick Rhodes as One Finger Nick.
Yeah, but that's because he was a thief. No.
I won't say who, but that's something I heard. I love Nick Rhodes. He's a good man.
There's a lot of musicians that I've come across that you would think
and got arrested for.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Let me give you a tissue. Oh no.
No, stop.
No, a lot of musicians I've encountered who I would have thought were, credible players of some description, and they really, really aren't. And it kind of makes me feel a little bit better about myself. I always think, I suffer from terrible imposter syndrome, especially when it comes to music. And to know that, some of these people who I thought were genius couldn't knock out a tune on a keyboard. And I'm not going to mention any names, I won't embarrass people. But they're not... what are they? They're well known.
They make the most of their limited skill set.
Yes, they make the most of the technology. As I couldn't do anything without
everybody.
The assistance of technology.
Everybody's skill set is limited. It's just a question of where.
Yeah. I'd love to be able to sit down at a keyboard and just knock out a tune.
I can't do it. I can't do it without. I have to build things literally down to notes at a time sometimes because of the way that I am. My keyboard playing skills are very, very limited. I get the ideas, but I don't have the technical skills to play them out. So I literally have to build them, almost sequence them, and that's just the way I work.
Well, it's a valid way. It's it's painting, it's sculpture, it's it's assembly as much as spontaneity, but it's a way to make music. It's fine.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just the output that counts most. But
yeah,
the hardware jam stuff has helped me a lot. Just forcing me to do stuff because I like to do it live to a looper or live to a recorder, and you're forced to do it manually and you have to play it right. Otherwise, you got to start over again. And it's great practice.
Yeah, see, I play so badly that I'd be restarting all the time.
I watched Jacob Collier on a stage by himself, full of instruments, in front of maybe 12,000 people in a Roman amphitheater in France. And the number of first takes this guy nails is positively stunning. He just does not screw up when he's inputting parts into a looping environment. It's incredible how good he is at it. It was, I'm telling you, mind-blowing. Nobody has a right to get that many takes in a row. Perfect. And he just bangs them out and bangs them out and bangs them out in front of, as I say, it is a little bit like watching somebody cut the lawn with a scissor, but it's amazing what he can do.
Yeah, Beardy Man does that too. He's a lot of fun to watch.
Who's that?
Beardy Man.
Oh yeah, Beardy Man. Yeah.
He nails a lot of first takes.
He even does stuff from the audience, like, "Oh, what key? Oh, what this? Do this and do what and do this." Okay, boom. He just composes on the spot.
Yeah, I'm talking more, Andy, about the performance aspect, the ability, he doesn't know.
Oh, sure, yeah. But Beardy Man's a good performer
takes.
too. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, good. I'll check out. I have heard him once.
Google actually hired him one time because they have so much money they can buy anybody. So.
Does he charge extra for the beard?
I still think his cookery class sketch was just absolute genius, where he cooks up a beat by adding the ingredients. He said he's got these little jars. He said, I've got a little bit of a hi-hat, and I'm just going to put this in the bowl and just give it a stir. And he starts beatboxing the hi-hat. Yeah. And whilst that's going, he's talking, and he says, I'll just add a little 808 kick. And then he starts beatboxing the hi-hat and the 808 kick, and it's just going. And he bakes it in the oven. It's genius, absolute genius. But he's developed a lot of custom gear now, hasn't he? A lot of custom gear for his live rig, that's kind of very looper based. But
well, it's like Tim Exile with Endless and his other custom gear.
So, doesn't do it. I just messaged Dave with a technical question. See if we can help it.
10 at night.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you're going to be popular about how you fix the 8 voice.
This is one of Dave's patches.
I love the way it goes from right to left.
It's nice. Yeah. It's also very nice.
I should be able to know how to do key input into the sequencer, but it's not doing it. Don't understand. Must be missing something very, very obvious. But I'm not seeing
What, using the sequencer in OBE you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't key transpose.
There's a setting that allows it to transpose, but I don't know.
Yeah, but that's what I thought. But I changed the settings. Like I made note input available. I made key transposing available. Wouldn't do it because you can't have both. You can't have a key note input and keyboard transpose at the same time. So one will default the other one off. But it's not changing. So I don't understand why it's not changing.
The real thing changes.
Yeah. The one in the workshop changes as well.
Have you read the manual?
The what?
Yeah, that was
There's
the
a
answer
manual.
I was expecting.
There's a manual. Yeah, well, you know me. Reading's not exactly my forte. No, what I do is I just message the developer. Say, "Oi,
Well,
how's
yeah.
it work?"
Why talk to the monkey when you can talk to the organ grinder?
Indeed.
Or is that the other way around?
No.
No, I don't. No, it's
No, that's all right.
Yeah, it's late.
It's a cross cross modulation of synonyms, but yeah,
Is that the international sign for cross modulation?
Yeah, that's cross mod. That's cross mod. Pulse width.
Anybody ever used Pitch Map by Synaptic?
No.
I have it, but it's been a while. It's pretty cool.
I'm looking at a sale flyer right now. Yeah, it looks like their version of Melodyne, basically.
It is, yeah. Their stuff's great. It's the same part of the same guys who did the Hartman Neuron stuff.
Uh-huh.
Very clever.
I have some of their other stuff, and I like it. So I'm just curious about it.
I've got something Synaptic, but I can't remember what it is.
I've got Adaptiverb, which is pretty good on some things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must have, because I've got Synaptic support.
I think I've got Adaptiverb tucked away somewhere.
Oh, Subspace. What's Subspace? I've got Subspace. It must ring a bell somewhere. DX7 joke. Come on, anyone?
No, that's the Clapper plugin.
Yeah, PitchMap had a clever demo a while back where they showed totally tweaking the rhythm of something without tweaking the melody of something. It was very clever.
Excuse me.
What have we done wrong here?
Right, you lovely lot. I'm going to get off. It is my little one's 9th birthday tomorrow.
Me.
Yes.
Very nice.
Happy birthday to them.
Yes. It's the little girl.
Well,
yeah.
may she have a wonderful birthday.
I'm certainly hoping she will. That's if she
Good.
sleeps tonight.
Oh, like that, is it?
Still very much so, yes.
Yeah.
Bless her.
Make the
But
most.
yeah.
Make the most.
Yes. Oh, definitely. So.
Things they get gobby and lippy. As you well know.
Yes. You've seen her mother, right?
You're a brave man. She's there tonight.
No, she'd be the first one to admit it as well. Anyway, right.
All right, Matt.
I will catch up with you soon. If I don't, I'm assuming you're on Thursday, mate.
I'm assuming as well, yeah.
All right, well, I'll probably see you Thursday. If not, I will catch up with you on Saturday.
Indeed. I will be there early doors. So.
Yes. Right. Good to see you all. Rich, lovely to see you,
Cheers,
mate.
Matt. That's
Take care.
Have a good
Ken,
day.
see you later.
Have a good day tomorrow.
Be lucky.
Bye.
Ta-da.
And I too have to go because I
Yeah.
have a dinner obligation celebrating. I believe is it Yom Kippur today? I believe so.
Yes.
So I will be downstairs having some matzo ball soup.
Nice.
And I'll see you guys either soon or later, or we'll see what happens.
Cool.
See you, Rich.
All right, baby. Take care, all right?
Always good.
Hey, Ken, I forgot. How does the OBE work with the MPE Rolly stuff? I haven't tried it with mine.
It works well with the Hydrosynth in terms of the MPE.
Just going to get a drink.
All right, dear. Rolly, not so much.
Really?
Yeah, because Rolly, although it's MPE, a lot of it seems to be its own MPE, if you know
It's
what
magic.
I mean.
It's a magic thing. Voodoo.
Yeah. And it's a little bit sort of like, yeah, that should work, but doesn't always.
I'm hoping they
work
fix
out.
that with the new one since it has a proper MIDI out, even though it's only USB.
That would be useful,
Yeah.
considering the weak spot in the build is the USB socket. I've had to fix mine 3 times.
Oh, really? But I wish they'd put a proper like DIN 5 on it, but you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even Richards, he wants to hopefully get it over to me and get his USB socket fixed. He says because you move the USB socket and it disconnects. Just
Yeah,
move
they
the
should have
cable
mounted
slightly.
it on the case instead of circuit board mounted it.
Yeah.
I hate when they do that shit.
Yeah, or at least have it so it's sat through the aperture of the metal side panel.
Yeah, it's
so
fitted.
so it can't move. Yeah,
Right.
Because it's SMT'd, it's just like click and snap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been pretty lucky with mine, but I mostly use mine wirelessly, so.
Yeah. Well, what I did with mine in the end is completely desolder it, bend the pins up, and then jumper wired it to the board. so that if you do move the socket about, the wires
they're still connected, yeah,
and don't tear off the board. And then
that's smart.
And then just made a little bracket, mounting hole, screwed it in from the inside into the panel, so it just can't.
It makes you wonder, for something like that, it's more expensive and smaller runs. You wonder why they don't do better things than that. The just cheap, quick and dirty stuff, you know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, the thickness of the rise does make it difficult to fit it, I suppose. You know, but it should do better.
Well, it's not as thick as it used to be, but you know. It's
True enough.
Yeah, because it's. I've been wanting to try that, but I haven't had a chance to do that yet. So. I'm just curious what they've done with the new implementation. Is it really plug and play MIDI, or is it still going to play some fucking games with some weird implementation? You know.
I really don't know what's coming our way with that. I hate to think.
And I'm already annoyed at Hydrosynth for not having release velocity on the original model, because that's no longer full MPE spec. So. And there's some great patches on Rolly that have the release velocity. They're really useful.
Yeah, but that was the same with original MIDI, because as keyboards started to come with MIDI, none of them were full implementations of it. And there was always something later, you know, like the DX7 and the DX7 Mark II.
It's true, but since Rolly already laid the foundation of MPE, you would think they would have thought about that, because it's not brand new at the time.
Yeah, but this is Rolly. They play by their own set of rules. Like, are we actually going to make the bloody thing in the first place? Are we going to sell it to our customers?
But the problem is the Hydrosynth is hardware locked. You cannot add that feature. The keybed they chose does not allow in the circuitry the release velocity. This is what Glenn Darcy said. So
it happens that, you know, things get better or change, and
yeah,
do you not take it up so that you don't piss people off, or do you take it up and offer it as an alternative? And I know which one I'd rather they do, and I'd be equally pissed off.
And again, it's not something I use all the time, but since I'm used to it from the other platform, it's nice to have it on the other one. But it is an expression. You want to have that extra expression.
Oh,
so.
Yeah.
So it's not nitpicking that much, but it is a little bit nitpicking. You know, it's not going to, you know, ruin a performance if you can't do it. No. But then again, you got back to the old soapbox, Yamaha and their goddamn no aftertouch at all in Mode X. Just give me a break.
That's unforgivable.
That's stupid.
Yeah. And it's even more stupid that they didn't add it to the Mode X Plus.
Yeah, none of them. Not even the fancy one.
No. It's like, I don't get that decision.
I understand on the weighted ones it doesn't have it, because just like the TS, I don't think the TS12 has it on the weighted keys, the poly aftertouch, or any aftertouch. I can't remember. But
the KX88 has aftertouch. That's a fully weighted keyboard.
Does it? Okay, so they may have done on some of the older ones that weighted, but I know some other weighted things tend not to have it. So.
Well, at least give somebody the option, but
make a module so you don't even care anymore.
Well, yeah.
Make a rack module, and then nobody cares.
What was the name of the patch you used for PSN?
Oh, now you're asking.
Yeah, because I can't.
Oh, the sad one at the end.
Yeah, I can't remember the name.
Of it. Okay, hang on. Probably easier if I just call up the standalone, isn't it?
Because it was in the original alpha patches, wasn't it?
Oh shit! I don't want to do that. No, stop.
Delete instrument.
Kinda.
Yeah. God.
Oh, what the fuck have I just done there? Hopefully nothing. You know when you... Oh no, it's still there. I'll tell you, I just went to open up OBE and I thought, hang on, where's my SEM standalone? And was there a stand? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm terrible. I love to organise things in folders. So I just know where everything is, and I didn't see my SEM in my SEM. Then I got panicky. Right, here we go. So I need to play it, don't I? Because I can't remember the name of it. Stick it over there, and where do I assign the MIDI? It's been ages since I've used this. Where the hell is the... Where are the settings?
What, in the SEM?
No, in OBE. Where's the settings page where you can select... I know it's here somewhere.
Oh, oh dear.
I've completely... Oh, hang on. No, that's that. There it is. It's a little button marked S. Right, so... There we go. So it would be this one, I think. This.
No sound.
That's that one. That's the big Nile pad in the first batch of alpha patches.
Yeah, that's it. Big Nile pad.
What's that?
Yeah, it was the second one down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jean-Michel Jarre?
Bit jarry, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Out of here, boy.
So have to do the weird samples in there. Archer.
So you get into trouble, isn't it? Gio.
Doi.
Do, yeah. do, right.
Got those samples somewhere.
Love me.
Excellent stuff.
Where is it? I think I've got those samples somewhere.
Do you?
Let me double check.
You have the Zuluk samples, really?
I love the Zuluk album. I really do.
It's fun, yeah.
And then, I don't know, he bumped his head or something.
Teo and Teo.
Yeah, and they're waiting for Cousteau, and it was like, what the hell is going on?
There are a couple good tracks in there, but yeah, it's very poppy.
But it was very sort of like, no.
Little steel drum stuff in there, little.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan.
Like calypso, calypso bits in there.
Yeah, just no. I liked it when it was all whooshy and weird.
He brought some of the whooshy back to the what's one after that with the little figures on the cover. Colorful figures on the cover. I forgot the name of the damn album.
Yeah, it was Equinox, Oxygen, Zuluk. Lost interest. Weirdly.
You don't like Chant Magnétique?
No. Yeah. See, there was a couple that I liked that came later, but
Or the Concert in China. That's good.
Yeah, that's also good, but as a completely sit down, put the headphones on, grab a beer, chill out, put the album on, and not get up again. The first three, definitely, all day long.
Did you see that virtual thing he did? Like, was it 2 years ago?
No.
The virtual space concert.
No, I
it was.
Didn't see it.
It's basically like First Life or Second Life and Metaverse, all smashed into one with a 3D jar dancing around, and it was pretty awful.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's supposed to all have ups and downs during a career, don't you?
Well, he's trying to embrace the technology, but it's. Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah. There you are.
Was that a special Fairlight bank?
Mm. Yeah.
Where the hell did you get those?
Can't say.
Oh boy, what is it? Fairlight stuff? Is it Fairlight format?
Yeah. One of my favourites of his. Excuse me. Is Houston Leon, Rendezvous Houston Leon.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Just because I remember I got it on cassette. I used to play it in the car a lot, and it's all of that. You know, it starts off, doesn't it, with, I forget what it starts off with, but then there's all of that chatter, there's all of that radio and TV commentary, and they're talking to people in the streets that are seeing that are seeing the concert. You know, they've edited it all in afterwards, and it was just so. It was one of the first live albums I actually felt like I was there.
It was also one of the biggest concerts ever. I mean, he took over all those buildings and the lights and everything, and projections, and
because he did that there, and then he came and did it in Docklands, didn't he? Not long after.
Yeah, and he also did one in Russia as well.
Yeah, absolutely tipped it down.
It absolutely poured down.
Yeah.
It was drier if you jumped in the Thames.
Yeah.
His biggest one was supposed to be in, I think, in Egypt. And it was canceled or something like that. One of those was canceled. Either one by the old pyramids in Teotihuacan, or there was one in northern Egypt that was canceled. It was a massive show. I forgot which one it was. He loves those spectacle shows, though. Those massive shows.
Brings in the money, doesn't it? That.
Yeah.
It certainly does.
I mean, I went and got the Oxygen remake that he did, because obviously Dreyfus owns the originals, and he did that thing where, you know, he re-recorded it, and to be honest, you know, it's kind of difficult to tell the difference, because he gathered up all the original equipment that he used and just basically sequenced it all up again. I suppose he'd probably got those sequences that he'd adapted at some point. But he then did. He really fucked me off, because he released it in a number of different formats, and he recorded he did a live performance of it. So it's him and a couple of his engineer guys, and he's amassed all the original. So he's got an Eminent 310, and he's got the big, you know, the small stone phaser, and he's got an RMI, was it the Electro Piano or something? He'd got one of those big RMI things, music computer things, and he got his synths or VCS. Yeah, he basically, you know, got all the equipment, and he did this live performance without an audience, and they filmed it in 3D, but it was old-fashioned 3D, red and blue glasses.
Oh, Anaglyph, yeah.
Yeah. So he put the album out in all these different formats, and if you wanted to get the surround sound mix and the 3D video, you basically had to buy it at least twice. because he didn't put the surround sound version on the video or something. It was just in the end I bought it like 3 different times.
It's for super fans only.
Yeah, I bought it 3 different times to get all, the complete kind of collection of, video. And then I watched the 3D video, and it's badly made. It wasn't just, the fact that it was, it was just badly made.
Yeah.
And it was distracting. So luckily there is a regular version as well. But oh geez, so much money I spent on that.
That was good, right? I remember it, but it's
early genre, like Kent said, sort of like, I can't remember what came after Zuluk, but I could probably tell you everything that came before, because I kind of lost interest. He got a bit, because he started to do sequels to his albums, so he did Oxygen.
He got more dancey too, more techno-y kind of,
Yeah.
So Tangerine Dream did the same for a while until they went back to the old formula recently.
Mm.
They started to get more dancey, basically stuff that they started a long time ago. It got modified into techno and dance stuff, and then they started doing it themselves. It's like, oh, don't do that. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have the whole set, the whole sample set?
I don't know. I don't think there's probably more.
Yeah.
But I only have a little bit.
Those definitely are legit, though. I mean, Rendezvous is great because it had the Synthex sounds in it.
Yeah, all of that kind of stuff is. I mean, he was, and still is. I would assume still, great, but just kind of disappeared up his own backside, I think, which is a real shame.
Yeah. Although luckily when he came around on tour, it was about 4 years ago here, something like that. He did a really good show.
Mm.
It was a lot of his classic stuff.
I mean, it's got to be difficult, isn't it? Because whether you're Jar or any artist that's been around a while, you want to move on. You want to do something new, do something different, try something else, and yet you're only where you are because of the stuff you did before. And if you don't give
and
that
you get
to the
shit on
fans,
when you try new stuff, but then they say, "Where's your new stuff?" And you can't have it. You can't win either way.
Yeah. I mean, there are some acts that do it really, really well, and they mix up the new stuff and the old stuff really, really nicely.
I mean, when Chic did that with they played the Daft Punk stuff, they played the David Bowie stuff, then they played the old stuff.
That set list. I mean, that's the thing, though. It's that set list. Wherever you go, that's going to be a varied, crowd-pleasing set list because it contains so many great songs from so many eras.
Exactly. Yeah.
You can't go wrong with that.
I'm Coming Out, all that stuff. So
yeah. But if I went to see Jar, I'd want to see stuff from Zuluk played because that's I want to see that classic Jar.
I think that's one he didn't play in the show. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Go on in.
Oh well. What? Go on. Yeah. What have we said wrong now?
Where's the corrections?
What prompted you? Yeah. What have we said that you need to correct us on?
I don't need to correct. To be fair, I've only dipped in. I've only come back for the last 10 minutes.
You're just like dipping it in to get it wet.
Just the tip. Yeah.
Mostly just agreeing with all things. Saying about Jar. I mean, Jar was the same for me back in, early 80s. And I'm with you. Kind of Zuluk for me was just, oh my god, that album, it's just fucking amazing. Yeah. And I mean, I have to say personally, I thought Oxygen was great. Equinox was quite good. Magnetic Fields didn't really do it for me. I know that's Kent's favourite. Magnetic Fields just didn't really grab me, but
I do like Magnetic Fields. Yeah.
I do. I have to say, I do like when he did the concerts in China, when he did all the live versions of it. I thought they worked a lot better, even with those fucking Sims. And then after Zuluk, I'm kind of with everyone else. I think the moment it all turned into the kind of dancey stuff, just kind of lost me. Has anyone heard that? Is it called Jazz 2000? Was it called Jazz 2000 or just 2000?
No,
because he did Tai Chi or he did one of those, but somewhere I can't remember, I think it's called, it might be called Jazz 2000.
Let's have a look.
Have a look. Go on, Roger.
He also did a track with Edgar Frusa before he died.
Yeah, I mean that collaboration album was
Sessions
weird.
2000.
Sessions 2000. Go and listen to that. I mean, it's a port, you know. It's difficult to say. It's a bit like me with Vangelis, where, you know, for me he was like a proper god figure, and then he just lost it for me. And Jar's
the Alexander soundtrack.
Yeah, you know, but Jar was just at his moment where he was amazing. But I mean, I have to say, everything I've heard. I mean, I buy every album. I mean, I'm a fucking sucker because I buy everything he releases, and on the hope that I'll be pleasantly surprised. Does anyone have other artists like that, where they kind of just they buy stuff and you just want to be surprised? You want it to be great.
Yeah.
And Jar's one of those. I buy everything he does, and I always want it to be amazing because I want him to do something that's going to make me feel like it did when, you know, in the early days. And every time I just get more and more disappointed. The collaboration
albums,
albums,
Peter Gabriel keeps doing that, which is good. So
yeah, he's
not as good as he was, but still decent.
Oh no, he is as good as he ever was, I'm sure, because some of the
he is.
but he's just wrapped up in this whole orchestral revisiting of his catalogue.
Yeah,
and yet he's working on a new album, and he's been working on it for fucking years. And we know that Peter Gabriel's slow, and we're happy to let him do it at his own pace. But stop fobbing us off with all the bloody orchestral stuff.
Can I just ask?
I'll buy it.
Can I just ask Wagyu? Yes, I did exactly the same thing. But when he went and got the album after listening to Captain Blood so many times, when he heard the album, did it sound wrong to him? Because it didn't pan out exactly the same way as the samples did in the game. Because I did that as well. Because I used to play.
Oh, was the pitch different or something?
No. Because it was on the Atari. They had to cut it up, so they actually made a different tune from the original tune.
Oh, it was like a mod file.
Yeah. So when you actually went out and got the album and then listened to the track, it was like, no, hang on a minute, it doesn't go like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I actually just talking about Wagyu? Wagyu is everywhere. Does anyone have a clue?
What are you talking about now?
Who the fuck he is?
He's
come on here before.
He's machine learning AI. That's what he's a sentient bot that lives in the system.
He's real. He's been on camera.
No, he hasn't.
He bitch slaps.
That's make you think he has.
He goes around bitch slapping Google.
Yeah.
He
is Google.
So
he's a Google bot.
I just have to. I mean, does anyone know anything about him?
No.
Really, genuinely not.
Genuinely not. I know he comes from Leeds, I think.
But it's fantastic because he's such an absolute wealth of knowledge. He's fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm. So he's plugged into the Matrix. He's the one.
He's on a witness protection program.
Yeah.
You see, I see that. I find that frustrating. I hate that because he sounds like a complete. You know, he sounds like
he's not Swiss, Kosh. He's not. He lives in Switzerland, and I believe he's soon to be moving to Japan.
Yeah,
I think his wife is Japanese.
She is. Yeah, he's actually lived there before.
Yeah, but he's from Leeds. I'm sure he's from Leeds.
Yeah,
I'm sure he said he was from Leeds.
I mean,
no,
you know,
dirty Leeds.
Is it that bad? Is Leeds that bad?
No, Leeds is a lovely place.
No, it's worse.
I like Leeds.
I prefer Bradford.
Keeps the dogs in check.
I like Leeds. No, I do just find it. I do find it funny.
Born in Exeter, grew up in Leeds, lives in Switzerland, plans to move to Japan. There you go.
And what do you do, Wagyu?
He's an IT guy.
He's a hitman. That's why you
It
got never.
is Linux stuff.
Yeah.
He
can't know his identity. That way you can creep up on
He's
him.
a resident at the Continental. He's not going to tell us. He won't tell us. He just knows everything about us, but he won't tell us anything about him.
I think
which is quite refreshing, really.
Well, I suppose, yes.
It's great. I just find it frustrating because he sounds like the kind of bloke that I'd like to get to know. Could be a complete arsehole.
One of those jobs where I have root on everything.
Yeah.
And it's the same on Dom's show. He just fucking knows everything. It really is as if he's got CCTV around Dom's house.
That's like the movie Sliver. He has images of everybody going. So
that was an awful film.
Is it me? Did you actually think that he's down in a cave somewhere and he's just got, kind of like...
He's in a server farm.
Four dozen screens all around him. Oh. Well, one day I hope to meet him or talk to him or have some kind of communication with him.
Okay, Wagyu, jump on. You've done it before.
Yeah, but he's not going to do it if I'm on here.
He has before, I'm pretty sure, at least once.
When I'm on here? Really?
Yeah, I think so.
A voice pretending to be Wagyu, maybe.
His face is on there. It's just usually obscured.
That's not his face. That's not his face. It's a meme. Check it out.
Well, the graphics aren't that good, so if it is, he has to work on his graphics.
Oh my god! Now I feel really shit that he's spoken to me and I don't remember it. That's a bit like Robert. I feel really bad that Robert keeps telling me how he met me, and I don't remember meeting him, which is really shit. So.
Oh
well, there's a difference between meeting in reality and meeting in your dreams, and I'm sure Robert dreams about you frequently.
He's only human. Come on.
Yeah.
Oi, oi, oi.
No, he came in here. He has a pug as his avatar on the when he's on here.
Well, I'm just.
No, it's usually.
I'm going to apologise to him.
I can't say it's too small. Yeah, it's I forget the name of the guy, but it's not him.
Oh no, his avatar for this when you mute StreamYard, he has a pug.
Right,
there's a guy on his
avatar.
There's a black guy on his YouTube avatar.
And I know who that is, but I can't remember now.
You see, now we're going saying that he's found Robert's porn.
Of course he,
and
he owns it.
In everyone in the world, if anyone else said that, I turn and go, yeah, of course you have. But because it's fucking Wagyu, you turn and go, he probably has.
Yeah. And he's traumatized from it. So
maybe.
That's it, DJ Poindexter.
Wagyu knows everything about me. That's fine. I have no issue with that. No issue with that whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
He is the Matrix.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to be up all night.
Episode 4.
Not in a good Daft Punk kind of way.
No.
No.
Oh, yeah. I just put that Captain Blood clip. It is different. You're right.
Mm.
Very different. Chopped up.
Yeah, but we knew that clip.
I never heard of Captain Blood, so that's the first time I've seen it.
Oh, yeah, it's a very good game, that. Learning that pigging language.
Is that a pirate game, or what is it?
No, it's you're an alien, as it were, flying from planet to planet, and you have to communicate with other aliens.
Oh.
And you use this pictogram language to communicate with them and try and get information without scaring them off or making them attack you.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
Yeah.
It's all text-based?
No, it's graphics-based.
It's a graphic adventure.
So on your console of your ship, you have all these pictograms, and you have to communicate with the alien using the pictograms.
Okay.
And stuff like that. And then eventually, I can't remember, but Wagyu's probably finished the game. I never finished it. I used to have to give up after a while. So, but it had this, the title music was this jar track chopped up cleverly. And you got to know that track very, very well. So when you hear it on the album, you go, no, it sounds wrong.
Wrong, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds all choppy, like it was made as a mod file. It's just
Yeah.
With samples thrown in the wrong place and stuff like that.
Basically, yeah, it's just cut up and
Limited memory, so they had to, right? Like
Exactly.
all Commodore mod files and stuff.
Yeah, I think actually because it was a 2-disc game, if I remember rightly, and one disc was just the opening music for the credits.
Wow.
Yeah.
Talking about Char, did anyone? I'm sure we've spoken about it before. Did anyone see the New Year concert thing that he did?
The virtual
3D one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I mean,
a clips of it, I didn't pay for it.
I think.
How bad was it? Was it sort of like?
It was bad. It was.
It's a
really
good example
bad.
of technology for technology's sake, not because it's good.
And it was a good example of trying to do something way before it's ready to be done of any.
Well,
like Facebook Meta.
Quality. I mean, yeah.
On a scale of the Fonz jumping the shark and Star Wars Christmas. Whereabouts does it fall?
Star Wars Christmas always wins. That one.
Yeah.
With the VR guy watching the porn dancer. That's hilarious. The Wookiee's dad.
It was just.
Aye.
The thing is, it was also the fact that the whole concept wasn't great. The graphic side of things wasn't great. The VR side wasn't great. The set that he did was, even as a fan, I mean, it was piss poor. The set was poor. It was just really bad. But what I don't get is that someone of his standing, and whatever you want to say about him, he's made an amazing career out of it.
And he just.
I don't understand how he couldn't look at it. I don't understand how anyone could look at that and not realise it wasn't good enough quality. Does that make sense?
I don't think he cares anymore. He just wants to be out there.
No, I think he does care. I do think he does care because he keeps
can't let
pushing
that
it.
pass, though. If he did,
even on this new album, which is coming out, this brutalism thing. If you look at all the graphic stuff for that, I mean, obviously he likes all that. Obviously he's going for all that, and that's his look. But to me, it just looks piss poor.
I think he's surrounded by yes men. It's not helping him.
Well, we all have quality control. I'd like to think we all have quality control. I don't know. There's just so much of what he's done recently. I
think he likes to be at the forefront of groundbreaking technology.
I understand that.
What he should be doing is waiting for somebody to finish that stuff and make the mistakes first before he then puts his name to it. But because he's always been considered a groundbreaking purveyor of technology, just by virtue of the fact that he was making amazing synthesizer music in the 1970s that was incredibly popular over the world. I think he just wants to continue to be that kind of vanguard for the latest and greatest, and does it too soon and should wait a little while.
I agree.
Look at the Gabriel CD-ROM and Gabriel embraced CD-ROMs like the Explorer 1. That was incredible. David Bowie had a shit one. Prince had a shit one. Todd Rundgren had a shit one.
Oh, Interactive was fantastic.
I mean, the music is cool, but the interface is crap.
It's awful. but it's fantastically awful.
Yeah. But Gabriel had the best one because he had the right guys and the right vision and the right time.
Yeah. Have you heard this brutalism thing? Is it with the one with Martin Gore, the remix thing he's done with Martin Gore?
I haven't. No.
Okay, so have you watched the video for Brutalism, the single, the next Jar single?
No.
From the album?
No.
Okay, I mean, it's not great. It's not great. But then, he's then done these, what he's basically done, he's got some named artists in to then kind of, I don't know whether the collaborations or just remixing or whatever, but taking the track and doing their thing with it. And if ever there was a case of taking two artists and you've got the worst bits of both, the Martin Gore version, I'm a big Depeche fan, and Martin Gore for me writes some amazing songs. I have to say, I think his solo stuff, the instrumental stuff, is not for me. I think it just shows the weakness in what he does. Where his songwriting, I think he's fantastic. But anyway. So you've got the worst bits of Martin Gore and the worst bits of Jean-Michel Jarre all mixed together in one track, and it's just.
You're saying two wrongs don't make a right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just again, it's quality control, and like, as you say though, if you're going to put your name to stuff, I think just too much. He's just put too much stuff out recently. That's just poor, and yeah, honestly, if you haven't heard that Sessions 2000 thing that I just told you about, Robbie, you should go. I mean, honestly, it's astounding.
I genuinely don't. You know, even when I see Jean-Michel's he's releasing new out, I just don't go and listen to it because I know I'll be disappointed.
Well, I know, but I just buy it and wish it's gonna. I mean, I went to see him live a few years ago. Fuck me. It was just lots. Well, the worst part about it was him and two other musicians, and it was just so obvious that it was all mine. Not all of it.
I mean, it had to be. It's complicated stuff, right?
No, 85%. Yeah, but not when you're watching a bloke pretending to play drums, pretending to play pads, pretending to play, and he's pretending, and there's all this stuff where he's doing the rhythm. You're thinking, okay, he could possibly be playing that, but of course he stops playing it and it carries on. There's no, there's all those kind of things you're thinking, oh, for fuck's sake, at least if you're going to pretend, at least pretend
try,
well.
Yeah.
But it's just it was astounding. It was astounding just how blatant it was.
We're supposed to look at that light screen that comes down and look at the light screen. Don't look at the players.
No, that's not how it works. Is it? Of course, it wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be like that for any of us.
Yeah,
it wouldn't like that for any of us. Sorry, Neil's asking me a question. Neil asked me, what did he say? Can I briefly say how to make a midge your synth track into an orchestral version? Fuck.
Surely it's just copy and paste and replace.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it, Neil. You just just copy, just
change the instrument on the MIDI file and away you go.
Fuck. I mean, that's a few hours.
It was funny. Homegrown makes a comment here about the worst of album, but Devo had the Greatest Misses album. That was a great album. It was some of their not very high hit songs, but they still had some great tracks on there.
I still maintain that one of the best Pet Shop Boys albums is Alternative, which is all B-sides.
Yeah, but I mean,
brilliant.
But we grew up where B-sides meant something.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the difference. B-sides, I mean, so many of my favourite songs are B. I mean, talking of Midge, I must have told the story about when he came and he when he very very first came and he was talking about the concept of the album, and I think I told you when I did the scary bit because I've got everything he's ever done in the CD room. So I took him into the next room and I said, well, let's listen to someone, open the door. And it was that kind of Alan Partridge moments where he just saw this. It wasn't like he had lots of faces plastered around the room, but he had all of his everything. And I turned around and went, I can't remember what the track was now. I said, how about we do whatever the track was? And he went, is that one of my tracks? Did I do that? I was like, yeah. And it was that moment where you kind of want to turn around and go, yeah, it was the B-side on the Japanese version, only 12-inch, that, the real wanky thing. But the thing is, genuinely, I used to love B-sides. I never wanted to begin. That's another one. I never wanted to begin. The B-side of The Thin Wall. Fucking amazing song. Absolutely amazing song. And never made it onto the album. So yeah, B-sides. The thing is about B-sides, back in the day, B-sides where you did one of two things. They were either the time where you could experiment and try to do something a bit different, or it was the time where you had 3 hours in the studio where you just had to knock up a B-side. And because there was no pressure, you had no time, you had 3 hours to do it. It was literally just an idea, bang it out, get it, and you weren't overthinking it. Those were the two things that B-sides had. They were either just kind of rushed through so that you didn't have to start getting too precious, or you just fucked around and experimented and did all the things that you wanted to. Some of my favourite songs from then, especially from the early mid-80s, they were B-sides. So I can totally understand why that would be.
Always used to love the Adam Ant B or Adam and the Ants B-sides.
Yeah.
Because he took his old songs that he was playing 5 years before when nobody had heard of him, and then said, "Yeah, fuck this, let's do this properly now."
Yeah.
And so songs like Red
Machine.
But songs like Red Scab, which was the B-side, I think it was Stand and Deliver, and Christian Dior, and Juanito the Bandito, and Why Do Girls Love Horses, which is the best song title ever. But all of these songs that he was playing at the 100 Club, and nobody had really heard of after before he got famous, and he just did. And then he released an album called B-Side Babies, which is all those put together. And again, it's one of the best Adam and the Ants albums out there.
Yeah. Anyone that hasn't heard Dirk Wears White Socks?
Oh.
Fantastic.
I got that when it came out.
Fantastic album. Absolutely amazing.
I think it's just, I mean, I saw him play that live at the Hammersmith Odeon, and it's just incredible. It's.
Sorry.
Sorry, go on.
No, you carry on. Carry on.
No.
I just need to answer Neil afterwards. Carry on.
I was going to say, I was a huge Adam Ant fan. I wore the makeup, I wore the outfits, I did that. I was so into it.
They're great. Great drumming.
But the stuff before, which it took me ages to get it, but when I got it, it was just like, oh, why am I even bothering with all this fancy fucking makeup wearing shit? Although I think it's great. That stuff that's the real Adam Ant. And now when he's playing live, he does so much of that stuff, and it's incredible. He's still.
They're really good. They're really good songs.
Yeah.
And I'm exactly the same.
Was that older stuff the same producer, or was it?
No, completely different. No. So I used to be exactly the same as Robbie. I was my mum and dad, they must have been convinced that I was gay because
my dad actually said, "Are you gay?"
When I was 12,
wearing all the makeup.
When I was 12, my walls were plastered with Adam and the Ants, absolutely, and Christ, that was so. Yeah, all the Kings of Wild Frontier stuff, and exactly like Robbie. When I first heard Dirk Wears White Socks, I didn't get it. I was thinking, where's all the Burundi drumming? Hang on a minute.
I love the Burundi drumming though. That's awesome.
And it's just out and out kind of new wave, kind of punk, but with better songs.
It's art punk, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's one of those that, in terms of which longevity wise, which is now more listenable to now. Dirk Wears White Socks is so much more listenable to than
standing album.
Kings of Wild Frontier. But anyway, as is, I have to say, as is the Prince Charming album, which was slated at the time when that came out because there was, it wasn't what people. Ant Rap is a bit shit, but apart from that, kind of. But now
the first two tracks on Prince Charming.
Yeah, absolutely standing, and that album's kind of stood the test. Anyway, sorry, no, I was being really facetious about Neil when he asked. Sorry, I really do feel bad now. Wasn't expecting a full rundown. Just wondered whether you went melody line by line or basically rewrote it from scratch. It varied, Neil, from song to song. I set out a plan where we were going to certain songs we were going to stick fairly close to the original version. And they were literally kind of after we honed down what tracks we were going to do. So we decided that we're going to stick quite close to the originals for this and that. And then others basically just free reign, just literally scrapped everything, started from scratch. And the whole concept was as if Midge had just come to me with a guitar and said, I've just written this song, and played me the track on guitar or on a synth or whatever, and then left it to me to basically just fuck off and do what I wanted with it. So some of them, the ones that we definitely said we're going to stick to the original ones were Vienna, only because that was the one that it would have almost been sacrilege to try and really fuck around with Vienna, because it's so iconic and so perfect as it is. That to try and do that would have been stupid. So Vienna and I can't remember. There was another track that we said, okay, these are going to be the two that we're going to stick. The rest of them, like Dance with Tears in My Eyes and Breathe and Death in the Afternoon, he basically just said, okay, go and do what you want, and
because it meant nothing to him.
Because it. So it really was variant.
I don't know how long I've been saying wait to do.
Some of them some of the tracks I listened to quite intently, and you know, but I mean most of them I knew because obviously I knew them anyway. But some of the tracks I literally didn't listen to. Some of them I literally just didn't go and listen to them at all.
It's it's a beautiful album. It really
Thank
is.
you. I mean,
there's only one thing I don't like about that album.
What, me?
The credit.
No,
tie
I had to fucking buy it.
Can I point out that? I just want to point out. I think I was given. I can't remember if it's 2 or 4 copies. That's all I was given.
Yeah.
I did the whole fucking album. I can't remember if it's 2 or 4 copies.
Yeah.
And you didn't give one to me and him.
Yeah, so that tight cunt didn't even fucking give me a free one. What's the point of being fucking famous?
No. I tell you what, the only reason I can't listen to it now is the fact that the mix, I mixed it in the whole thing was rushed at the end. It spent 2 years on it, and the whole thing got so rushed at the end, and there's so many things I'd like to change in the mix. But I think the arrangements, I have to say, the arrangements are great. And personally, I like the ones where we went a bit off kilter and did what wasn't expected. They're the ones.
I actually haven't heard it. What is the name of the album?
Orchestrated.
Orchestrated. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, but it's
Is it on Apple Music?
Yeah, it's no, it's yeah.
It's not under Essential Albums, so it can't be that good.
Can I say that the Amazon review? I think the average Amazon. That's the one. I think the average Amazon review. The last time I looked, I'm going to look now because it's probably changed. Here we go.
There you go. I'll stick it on when I'm travelling up to Sheffield.
Camera's looking at my ass.
Char sucks with donkey balls.
Here we go. Hang on a minute. The average.
Okay.
It is. There's been. Hang on. There have been 460. Oh God, I can't even read. 451 reviews, and the average star is 4.8 out of 5.
You go.
That's not bad.
So some people like it,
and a few don't.
Yeah. It took me ages to fucking write all those reviews, so I hope it's worth it.
Well, it got me through a Rev 2 repair, so.
No, it's. Do you know what?
That's 5 out of 5 for me.
I haven't listened to it for so long, but
I listen to it at least every day, maybe every other.
Yeah, the blurb here doesn't even mention your name on it. Just says mid-year. So
he's a ghostwriter. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, I honestly don't do this for all the. I don't care who fucking knows.
Well, not just because all the effort, right? I mean, not that you wrote the songs, but it's a lot of damn
Well, I did
work.
write one of them with him. I mean, even that, basically, I wrote the idea, and the idea was kind of done and dusted, and then I had to wait for 12 months for Midge to write the lyrics for it. But because Midge hates writing, Midge just doesn't particularly enjoy doing lyrics. But no, there's one original song on there, which is quite a nice one. But anyway, the new stuff is nothing like that. So, but yeah.
So when is Midge going to do a 3D VR concert?
Oh, he's not a fucking dickhead, so he's not, basically. No.
See, I'm not sure if one of my, I wouldn't say Midge was an idol, but he was somebody he was part of a band that I greatly admired back in the day. If somebody like that came up to me and said, "I want you to help me rework all of these kind of classic songs into different interpretations, whether it's orchestral, whether it's acoustical or whatever," I don't know if I could actually do that.
Well,
because I'm so invested in the originals.
I almost couldn't. Again, stop me if I told you, but when it happened, and he came here, and of course I can, I do what I do standing on my head, and I
just. So we got no hair.
I just I'd just done an album with
But
Justin Sullivan.
Mind that
And
work.
it was kind of a case where I kind of, I knew I could do it and it wouldn't be an issue. And I could do it really quickly because I do all this shit really quickly. So when he turned around to me and just said, okay, well, look, why don't you just pick a track, any track you like, and see what you do, have a go at it. And I just thought smugly, yeah, of course I can. And I sat here for 2 weeks, literally just sat here 24/7, trying to do it. And all the time, exactly like you said, Robbie, all I kept thinking was, but all I'm doing is making it worse because the original is so perfect and so brilliant. All I'm doing is making it shit. And I was very much at the point of just very close to just calling him and going, Midge, do you know what? I'm not sure I can do this because it's just, I love the originals too much. I'm too close to it. And it was only when, ironically, it was actually the very opening riff. I worked out these ostinato things riff on the voice, and there was this kind of riff. I wrote these ostinatos, and I suddenly thought, hang on a minute, these weren't on the originals. I've written these riff. I've written these ostinatos, and they fucking work. And all of a sudden, it sounds a bit James Bondish, and I know what I'll do. And it was yeah. But I was so close to calling him saying I couldn't do it. But that took 2 weeks, and I'd literally planned on, I'll get this knocked out in a couple of days. And it actually, I used to walk up to the house, and I'd walk up, head down, and the missus would just turn around and go, "Any luck?" And I just look at it like in a film, just turn around and shake my head. "Do you want a cup of coffee?" And then I have a cup of coffee, and then come back down again. It was just like that for 2 weeks. But so I get it, Robbie. I absolutely get it. But that's why it did take 2 years to do, and
well, at least you're doing proper classical versions, not like a Richard Clayderman version or something like that.
Well, this is the problem because he'd had the concept for knocking around for a while, and the record deal was kind of in place for it. But I think he'd actually got two or three producers already that had tried it. Had a go at it, and basically had done exactly what you're saying. They turned them into kind of Richard Clayderman kind of, or exactly as you'd imagine if someone said do an orchestral version of, and they'd done that. Whereas I'd basically made it clear that I wasn't going to do that. I was going to make it more kind of epic, if that kind of just make it big. And I also said I still wanted to use a load of synths. So actually on that album, although it's called Orchestrated, and although there's loads of orchestra, obviously, there's loads of synth parts. I mean, there's a lot of electronica going on in there. Which is, so that's kind of... And plus the fact we got on. I mean, that was the other thing. That was the best thing out of all of it. We just really got on and had a really, really brilliant laugh doing it. So, but anyway... Cool. But talking of work, I really do have to go because I really am going to be up all night. So I need to go and get on writing my shit. So, anyway, I will be watching you. God, that sounded really fucking worrying.
In your dressing gown, wanking furiously.
In my dressing gown, but don't worry, Robbie. Everything will be tucked away.
The secret strap.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit of sick just came up. Anyway.
Oh, don't. You're turning me on now. I got you set up now for a whole night of orchestration.
Okay. Yeah, bye. See you soon.
See you later.
Take care, darling.
Bye.
Oh, dear. Oi, 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 oi. Ooh. Oh. So I'm going to have a Rolly Grand tomorrow.
Oh, it's coming tomorrow, is it?
Yeah, apparently it's coming tomorrow. Nice. Yeah. It is posted.
Very nice.
It will be, won't it?
Robbie, can you play those samples again real quick so we can grab them?
Hang on. No. Oh, no.
Oh, copyright infringement.
Oh, just kidding.
I could possibly do that. I'm going to feel bad that I don't. Hang on. What the? Oh, stupid! This is the. Sorry, I've just locked my screen, right? And what should happen is that my Apple Watch unlocks the screen for me. But because it's past my allotted bedtime, because I tell my Apple Watch that I should be going to bed at 11:15, so it then goes into sleep focus mode and therefore won't unlock my computer. It's like almost like telling me off. You should be in bed now. I'm not going to unlock your computer. So I then just have to.
It's like having a mum on your
It
own.
is. Ooh.
I don't know about that.
Oh dear.
That's right. Yeah. Oh man, alive! Oh. So we going to do a midnight knock it on the head type thing?
Yeah, I'm not going to be. I'm not much longer for this world.
Yeah, you
today
both.
anyway.
Yeah.
I hope I do wake up tomorrow. Yeah, no, I've got to make sure that I've got a decent amount of sleep in the bank.
I had to move that Clavinova today.
Oh Jesus!
Oh man!
On wheels, isn't it?
No.
No.
No, big, huge mahogany sort of like leg things, big sides on it. So it all had to be dismantled to move it.
God.
And oh man, when I pulled it away from the wall, holy shit! There was an entire husky under it. It was just literally a sheer mat of dog hair. I went, do you know what? I'm not even going to send the iRobot in that. I'm just going to get a brush.
Yeah.
A dustpan and brush and do it. Because it'll just clog the bastard up.
Oh dear.
So, yeah, so they got that out. Then had to get this exercise machine in from the hall, which is in a box that was as tall as me. And this thing weighs a fucking ton. Oh man. So assembled it all. There was about 600 bloody components to it. And by the time I finished it, I thought, yeah, I don't even need to use it now. I'm fucking exhausted. So, but it's Fiona anyway. So.
Well, yeah, as long as she's happy.
Yeah. So whether she actually goes ipsnay on the old wine, yeah, otherwise it'll be pretty pointless.
Yes. I think this weekend I'm going to kind of play a bit of catch up because I can, because I haven't got to drive anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, once I get there, I haven't got to drive anywhere until I come home on the Sunday. So it's Friday night and Saturday. Well, Friday night maybe not so much. Saturday night I might, depending on. I should be going out with whoever's going to join us for a curry on Saturday night. I know Brooksy's organising something on Friday, so hopefully he'll organise something on Saturday as well.
Yeah.
And
don't overdo it, because you'll end up being the guy at the back of the room pulling the inside of his pockets out, going, "Who wants to see my African elephant impersonation?" Yeah.
No, I need to let my hair down. So, which is odd because I'm going to have my hair cut on Thursday. So, I've got an interview on Thursday for a new freelance job.
Okay.
So yeah, I've got to be on form for that as well.
Professional male hooker.
Yeah, American Gigolo Part 2.
Good money. Down the docks, penny a kiss.
I'll let you see it for 2. No, it should be quite a tasty little gig if I can get it. So yeah, got that, and then the wife. Did I tell you about the whole thing with my dad's ashes?
Yes.
Yeah. So my sister bless her. I mean, I love her to bits. But she's an organizer.
Right.
She likes to organize things and everything. And in many ways, that's a very handy thing to have, because I could just go, yeah, go on, whatever, you organise it all. Tell me when I've got to turn up, and I'll turn up. But I suggested that we all go back home to Italy to do this scattering of my dad's ashes, and I suggested that we do it in 2020. This was back in 2019 that I suggested this, when we didn't realise what was going on.
Yeah.
So the arrangement was that I was going to be out there for 2 weeks, and my birthday was going to fall in the middle of those 2 weeks, and the family were going to come out for that middle weekend, and we were just going to have a big birthday party. It was going to be great. It was my 50th birthday party. And of course that never happened. And so I kept sort of like saying, well, look, it's not happening. So as soon as we can do it, let's do it. And then, my younger sister got married, and there's all these different things going on. Eventually, now it seems like 2023 seems to be the year, and they're trying to sort of organise this, all these disparate people, because we're all grown up, we've all got families, we've all got different things going on. And my stepmom, bless her, she pretty much, since my dad died, all she does is look after her parents and go to work. So it's just trying to organise everyone into the same place at the same time. And now it's gone from being something that we do in the summer to something we do at Easter. And of course, Easter's actually not a bad time to do it, because of the bank holidays. You get a nice long weekend, and I usually throw a few days of my own leave around that and get like a whole week off. But it only costs me 3 days or 4 days of my leave allowance, and I get 7 or 8 days. So I then went onto the websites to find out the cost of flights, because normally I drive, but that's when I've got 2 weeks and I've only got a few days.
Yeah.
So I checked the flights, and because the nearest airport is Turin, but Turin is like Southend Airport. If you want to fly to London, you go to Gatwick or Heathrow.
Yeah.
But if you want to go to Southend, there's like one flight, and it's usually on a Wednesday afternoon, and that's it. And Turin's very much like that. So if you want to go to that neck of the woods, you kind of have to fly into Milan and then get over. And then finding flights at Easter, which of course is prime school holiday time. I was like, Jesus, this is costing me as much as 2 weeks in the summer. So I'm just trying to think now if I could drive to Italy pretty much in one go. I've done it in 2 days.
Yeah.
That pretty much killed me.
Yeah.
3 days is good, because you can sort of stop in central France and then stop in southern France, and then the next day you sort of like a short hop over the Alps or through the Alps. But yeah, I'm thinking, if I'm going to be there for like 5 days, I don't want to spend 2 days driving, 1 day there, and then 2 days driving back.
Yeah.
So I was trying to figure all that out now. And then Jackie's like, oh, we can go, because I was talking the other night about going to Brittany, where Ollie comes from, and that looks like that's a thing now. So got to try and figure out how we do that. Like organising holidays it's enough to make you want a bloody holiday.
Yeah.
We haven't been anywhere for
You're going to
years.
need a holiday by the time you've done it.
Yeah. But there's this thing, because like I've got this newish car now, and I really want to drive that a long distance, because it's built for it. It's a tour. It's a GT, so it's built for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I'm really looking forward to about Synth Fest is driving 170 odd miles up the A1 and across. First one.
Well, that's only a few days off now.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. I'm very much looking forward to it. So, should be a good weekend.
Yeah.
Take a bag of rotten fruit to throw at certain people and
mention no names.
Bitch, I'm such a bitch. No, so it's going to be great because there's going to be so many people that saying that they're going that I've never met before, but know so well off of this and all the other places.
Yeah.
What worries me the most is people coming up to me and saying, "Hi, Rob." I'm going, "Hi, who's this?" I don't know because you don't see them. They see me, but I don't see them.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've got a shitload of keyboards coming in on Thursday.
Yeah.
I've got absolutely nowhere to put them.
Hey, do you guys have all the restrictions lifted now for live events, or what's going on?
Oh yeah, it's fucking free for all here. Yeah.
Even though there has been talk of a new strain of COVID now, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, the
flu going on is nasty. I got the flu at the Chic concert. It was pretty nasty. So.
Well, it was like a year or two ago. They were saying, "Oh yeah, the flu bug is not died out, but it's because there's been nobody around to transmit it. It's barely a thing." And then now they're saying because our immunity has dropped because of it, we're all going to get horrible cases of the flu. So,
yeah.
I got a bloody message from my GP surgery yesterday, because I'm on the what do they call it?
Watch list.
Yeah, the at-risk list because of all my other pre-existing conditions. I've been on the flu jab for the last 7 or 8 years, automatic, and they send me a message saying you can now book your flu vaccine on Saturday the 8th of October. I'm thinking, I'm in Sheffield. So I phoned them up and I said, I've just been invited for the vaccine, but it's on Saturday. I'm not around. Can you book me in for another day? No. What? Oh, we haven't got any other days. What do you mean? You normally do like 3 or 4 weekends worth of...
Or drop-ins. You can't do drop-ins some places?
You can do, yeah. But it's like, I live in the middle of nowhere and we're very lucky.
Yeah.
We got a surgery, in our village, so it's ideal. And then she says, I can put you on the list. I said, oh, really? Thank you. Yeah, do that then. But they also said in the email, if you're coming for your flu shot, we can give you your COVID jab as well, your booster jab. So I phoned up the pharmacy where I went today to get my COVID booster, and I said, can you do my flu shot? No. I want my flu shot. So I figure all that.
They don't have it? They won't do it the same day?
I don't know. They didn't elaborate. This is the thing. So I'm sure I'll get it at some point, but hopefully before flu gets me.
Yeah, this one is a very lung heavy one. So I haven't been sick for a while, but I'm still coughing up lung butter. So
to answer Wagoo's question, yes, it is the one that I did a couple of weeks ago.
What was the question?
Oh, about Andy Whitmore's sis.
Andy Whitmore's sis. I was going to say he's mentioned this guy that's supposed to be making his own SP something or other, an SP12 from old Emacs parts. I've seen that. I've seen that pop around on various things. I'm like, okay, good luck.
Just buy the Isla Instruments one and be done with it.
Yeah. I still really want one of those.
I sadly haven't used mine much. I feel bad about it, but I did get a really good price on it. So
send it to me.
Are you kidding? The shipping would be crazy on it. It's heavy.
It's just very true. I love that.
Because I got the nice flight case for it too. It came with a flight case option.
Oh yeah.
It's a beautiful case.
Yes, yeah. I think they did that on the second run, didn't they?
Yeah, but I haven't got anywhere to put the lift.
I saw that video that Brad did before they released it, when they did the drop test.
Oh yeah.
I was just, honestly, I was getting hives just looking at it. You know, where he just holds it like this and goes, just drops it.
It's a tank. It's very sturdy.
Yeah. Well, he just picked it up, plugged it in, and it was fine.
His A/B tests were great. The drop test was cool, and then they just added some new firmware stuff, which is cool. So I'm looking forward to adding the firmware. So
I must admit that 80, when I saw it, I think I saw it come up on Facebook somewhere, and it had like the, you know, like the loading screen thing of it, and it's just had this 80 sitting there, and I'm going, 5 months ago that was covered in fucking green mould.
Yeah.
And I think it was 3 voices or 4 voices worked, but badly, and the rest of them were all dead. So look at it now, it's sort of like, interesting to hear what it sounds like.
Yeah.
you said he looked more like Treebeard.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is I still just don't have enough room left to actually bring any more keyboards in. They're going to have to stand in the front room.
Where are you going to put the Rolly Grand?
Oh, that'd be up here.
I know, but you have no space up there.
Yeah, I know. I've got to think that one out still. Might have to go across that wall as well.
Do you have any 3-tier stands, or is it all 2-tier?
I've got a 3-tier that I could probably set up. Yeah, I probably don't know where's a good place to stand it. That'd be good. I'll figure something. I will figure something out.
My problem is I had to put a bunch of 3 tiers together, but they can't all get a complete space to themselves, so they have to overlap a bit.
Yeah.
So I had to set the tiers so they overlap over each other just enough so I can still get out to all the functions.
Yeah. I mean, this is why the Oasis was a problem, because of the 10-inch display on it.
Yeah.
And if you had anything over the top of it, because it's the touch screen, it's like doing this business, you know.
Yeah.
So there's a big gap, quite a big gap between those 2 tiers. But I mean, generally speaking, you know, it works. So. I'm slowly getting more and more of the templates set up where they've got all the remote control of all the machines from the one station, or either that station or this station anyway. So I can either sit here or sit there. Go on.
You know, did you see that clip of Lizzo? You know who Lizzo is? That black R&B artist. She's rather large, but she owns it. No, okay. No. Well, so there's an R&B artist called Lizzo who's really, really good, and she's got great, voice, great attitude, great songs, really good album. She's also a classically trained flautist.
Oh, okay.
And she often is, she does stuff. Well, she went on stage. I can't remember where she was the other night, and they brought. Is it James Madison's? It's like a glass flute.
Oh, okay.
It's a very old and rare and beautiful thing, and they brought it onto stage for her, and she just played it a little, and she was just like, "Wow, man!" And she's like, "History's so cool," and all this kind of stuff, and of course, huge swathes of certain parts of America were in uproar that this pop star, let alone a black pop star, had the audacity to play the James Madison flute on stage. And then apparently it's just been announced today that Velma, so I'm going somewhere with this, stick with it, Velma from Scooby-Doo, who has long been considered to be gay, although it's never addressed in the original cartoons. Apparently they're making a new version, and it's confirmed that she's gay. So Math Lewis, Math.
Yeah.
Imagine if Velma from Scooby-Doo played James Madison's crystal flute. The whole of conservative America would explode. Which is true. It's very sad. Sorry, it was a big thing that kind of led to nothing there, but yeah.
Yeah, well. You see that a lot, though.
This is true. But no, check Lizzo out. She's very cool.
Okay, yeah.
You've probably heard her stuff.
Oh, probably, yes.
It's been played to death all over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have plenty of stupid people who get offended at the drop of a hat, so doesn't take much.
Yeah.
Especially if they wear red baseball caps.
Yeah.
Or pickup trucks with the 2 American flags on the back.
And truck nuts on the back of that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I noticed? I only drove like 5 or 6 miles down the road today to get my COVID shot. And I noticed that there was at least half a dozen properties by the roadside, all flying Union Jack flags. I'm thinking, are we going there? Where, you drive through the countryside and everyone's got a flag outside because we don't know what country we live in already.
When can I buy a gun?
Yeah. I just don't get this whole flag
No.
thing. I just really don't. What are you trying to say? You're more of a patriot than someone else, or I'm not a patriot because I don't fly a flag?
I think it is more about being part of a particular group. But no, because there's always been a thing in America about flags outside homes. I think culturally it didn't really catch on here very much.
Well, it's only for like Memorial Day, stuff like that, not all the time.
But it has become a more common thing outside of those events, hasn't it? I mean, I notice it whenever I've been in America that there's, and it's not been a national holiday, or there's nobody's died or anything. There's just lots of stars and stripes outside the homes, and I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't. What's this? Like, we have it here. We have people that hang the flag of St. George out of their window, or fly it, from a flag in the backyard or whatever. Why do that? I don't understand.
I mean, it could be another way of some kind of anti-immigration thing or something.
Well, it almost certainly is.
Did you guys have a recent announcement or something like that people were up in arms about?
Oh, there's always something. I mean, like our current Home Secretary, who is even more of a I don't really know how to describe her. She's worse than the last one, and the last one was pretty awful. Said she would be proud to send what she considered illegal immigrants to Rwanda.
Oh.
Proud. I mean, it's a politician saying they're going to be proud about sending people who are, seeking, help and asylum from countries that we go and bomb on a regular basis.
It's always what it comes down to. We do a bunch of damage, and then we don't want to clean up the mess. And then, yeah. It's someone else's fault.
Yeah.
So.
Well, like I said, if it carries on here the way it is, Rwanda are going to be holding a rock concert for us.
Quite frankly, I think if I was given the choice between here and Rwanda at the moment, Rwanda's looking pretty good.
So you're seeing a big rise in the flags, huh?
I just noticed it. I don't know whether it's because I don't go out as often as maybe other people do. I don't know. It just seemed that in that short distance between my village and this small town, like there's a pub. It's like a pub stroke restaurant stroke hotel that we often go and have like Sunday lunch at. And they've got a bloody great Union Jack parked in the the property, just flying outside. I'm like, why? Why?
Like you said, so they don't forget where they are.
I know where we are. You knew where we are.
It's when you have the big trucks going by with like 2 of them flowing off the back of them, then you know you're in trouble.
Well, we had this thing in 19. Well, I think it started in '96, but it kind of carried on So when there's a football tournament on, you'd find people with these flags on their cars. Not Union Jacks. They have to be the English flag.
The St. George flag, yeah.
The St. George's flag. St. George,
who was an Arab.
Yeah, he was an Arab and never actually set foot in England. But he's our patron saint.
Yeah.
That's not the dragon one, is it? Is that the dragon? Okay.
Yeah.
He took over from St. Edmund, who was the previous patron saint of England, who was English and was actually martyred for his cause on English soil by, I think, the Danish king or something. Anyway.
But it preferred a guy who successfully killed an imaginary animal.
Exactly, yeah. Wasn't English and never came here.
Yeah.
But there was this roaring trade in these flags that you could attach to your car, either by suction cup or by hooking them onto the window, and then and you'd see cars driving around with literally covered in the English flags. And
wow.
it was like it just makes it easy to spot a wanker now, because they're all flying their bloody. They all beat their chest about how British they are, how English they are. There hasn't been a pure-bred English person since about the 12th century, according to scientists.
Yeah, of course.
So it just
at least you didn't have effigies of Boris Johnson photoshopped like Rambo. With his head on it, like they did with Trump. It's like, give me a fucking break.
Yeah. Or I've seen, what was that one I saw recently where Jesus was like anointing Trump?
Mm-hmm. Fucking hell. They really are brain damaged.
Yeah. Oh, but know how to use Photoshop.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, they probably paid somebody who doesn't care to do it. Someone with talent who's not an idiot.
Somebody with money.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
No, it wasn't because somebody, half God, half beast, said maybe because of the Queen. Now, the Queen died weeks ago, and the whole flag at half-mast thing was officially over at least a week or two ago.
Yeah, maybe just couldn't be bothered to go out and get them down.
And I wasn't necessarily a fan of the Queen, Chris said, but I don't mind her. I didn't mind her, and I don't mind the people. It's the institution that I don't like.
Yeah,
I'm not a monarchist. But I don't dislike.
Which is a kind of monkey, I believe.
What, a monarchist?
Yeah. Ape descendant.
Well, they all come from the same place.
Apparently, Croydon. It's the centre of the universe, Croydon.
Yeah.
Or stains. What's that thing that Ali G always talks about? Stains.
Oh, stains, yeah. It's very.
Or Slough.
He's throwing it. He throws
Stains, yeah.
Stains,
Middlesex.
yeah. In it, bruv.
Yeah, that's that. All that flag stuff just kills me.
Do I have a DX7 flag? No.
I'll tell you what I do have. I know, actually, if we're doing flags, I could hang it out the front window here, which is got this giant German flag from the German embassy that I got from an antique shop, and hang that out the window.
Nice. I did buy an Italian flag.
Oh yeah.
With the purpose of hanging it out, because all other people were hanging out their English flags, but my wife persuaded me not to do that.
Yeah.
In case we had our windows put in.
Or a Molotov cocktail thrown at your house. Yeah.
Exactly. I think the only other flag that I've ever had, and I've never waved it anywhere. I think I hung it on my wall, was Ferrari flag. That's it.
Yeah.
And there's some gods worth worshipping.
My favorite is all this Confederate flag love here, and say it's heritage, not hate, and all this nonsense. Even states that weren't even part of the Confederacy want to fly it. And it's like, what is that all about, you idiots? But what they don't realize is the ultimate Confederate flag is the white flag of basically cowardice and giving up, right? Because they lost. They actually had the surrender flag. That's their official flag.
Yeah.
Detail, but was it Hitler's flag available outside Kent's workshop? Bring your synths in. It's like papers.
Jolly Roger, yeah.
Oh, the Jolly Roger, that'd be a good one to hang out.
Well, we have the Oakland Raiders, which is almost looks like a Jolly Roger in a way. The logo. It's missing the crossbones, but it kind of looks very kind of pirate-like.
Oh man. Yeah, I think that would probably be cause for some comment if I hung a Hitler flag outside the house. The cat with the moustache. The cat's head outlined with a little moustache on it.
Oh yeah, that famous cat photo.
Yeah.
I'd happily hang a flag of a cat outside my house.
Well, then you get some dog people mad at you. So.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well,
you can't win.
I don't. Yeah. No, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing with the bumper stickers on the cars in here. People love that shit. I don't get that at all.
Do you know? I actually. Have you ever had, or are you familiar with the Darwin fish?
Oh yeah. The alien fish and the.
Yeah. So I had a Darwin fish on the back of my car, and somebody ripped it off.
Yeah, they get mad.
Yeah.
There's the Darwin one. There's the UFO one. There's a couple different ones. Yeah, there are a couple different ones that are pretty funny.
Oh, yeah, Cthulhu.
Yeah, Cthulhu. Yeah, exactly that one too.
Yeah.
But people just they get really upset. It's like, well, if we're supposed to have freedom of speech and freedom of religion, we clearly don't. Because freedom of religion to these people means Christianity only.
Mm-hmm.
If you notice, a lot of the modern nutcases like Ben Shapiro and all these guys, they don't, even though he's in the Jewish camp, they don't necessarily say Judeo-Christian values anymore. They just say Christian values when they want to defend guys like Trump. And they want to put church crap in schools, and they want to do a bunch of terrible stuff. So.
Yeah, but it's religion is one thing and oppression is another. And when you use religion for oppression, out you go.
Well, all the what would Jesus do? And all this nonsense about love thy neighbor and all this kind of stuff. It's all total bullshit. They just don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
It's really my way or the highway kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, it's getting to the point. If left unchecked, it'll the next thing you'll know it would be a federal crime to offend somebody.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty weird.
Yeah, if it's left unchecked, it could get that far. It'll be very interesting for me.
I mean, take something as simple as Trump with his documents that he basically took home what wasn't supposed to take home. That is a major offense.
Yeah, but let's be fair. He did declassify them with his mind.
Well, I was just about to say,
there you go.
He just declassified them.
Of course. Yeah.
They are now declassified.
So rules be damned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shame he couldn't use that same technique to save his casino.
And people are so convinced that if he loses again, it's clearly a fix because he has to win. Right?
Yeah. The thing is, he can't run to be president again if he actually won last time, and it was robbed of him because that means he's been president twice.
Well, this whole time they thought, well, he actually has been. They just didn't let him have it. It's like, wait a minute. They refused to accept that he lost,
which is kind of bizarre, really.
Oh, it's awful.
It's really, I don't know.
And I've heard some other countries are taking a similar tact about some of their leaders, wanting them to be elected, and if they don't get elected, someone put a fix in, basically.
Oh, yeah, well, they see it happen in America. They think they can do it anyway.
That guy in Brazil is really nasty. He's doing it right now.
Yeah, Bolsonaro.
He's basically convinced the population that if he doesn't win this time, it's clearly a fix, and you should riot.
Yeah, there were some interviews on telly the other day, because obviously they've now gone to this runoff. And there was these Bolsonaro supporters. They will. I think the translation was, "There will be beautiful blood shed on these streets as we win this election and then slaughter all the socialists.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It was wonderful.
I like the use of the word "we."
Yeah.
Because he will not be among them.
No, exactly. Yes, but then even the guy that the guy that's standing for the left leaning party is decidedly dodgy. Served time for corruption and all sorts of things. So,
yeah, well,
everyone's
it's part of the course, really.
Yeah, they just.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. But it's just funny because we basically have a model here for some other assholes to follow in other countries.
Yeah.
They say, "Hey, it really worked for Trump. Let's do it. Let's try that next."
Yeah. Hey, look at bloody Italy, for fuck's sake. Ugh. It's. I mean, obviously, whoever gets to be, well, we think we all know who's going to be the next Italian prime minister. It's this crazy woman.
I didn't keep up with that. What's going on there?
Oh, they just had Italian politics. I mean, you're never in power for more than 18 months before there's an uprising of some description, or somebody gets banged up for corruption or whatever. But the last government, which was kind of a coalition, those that so in Italy, the president chooses the prime minister, and they usually choose the prime minister from the party that won the most seats in parliament. So it's kind of a ceremonial thing more than anything. But when it comes to a coalition, or where there's a government of unity, which is basically a government to get you through the day rather than being one that was elected as a majority, the president puts in place someone. So the president put in place a couple of years ago or so a guy who used to be the head of the European Bank, I think it was, because they were, there were tough financial times, so it was quite a prudent choice to put a guy in who was fairly central in terms of his political leanings and was a superbly qualified economist. But of course, he then lost the trust of certain parties, and of course, in Italy, much like anywhere else, the rise of extreme left and extreme right politics is kind of, and there's the Brothers of Italy, which is this the party that won the most votes this time, didn't even take part in the last government because they were so underrepresented. But then you've got Five Star, which always makes me laugh because there used to be a pop band called Five Star. But yeah, Five Star. And then what's the other one? There's a left-leaning political party whose leader is a former satirical comedian, a bit like Ukraine, where they've got a former sort of TV star sort of running the party, and he did run the country for about 6 months until he got ousted. But anyway, there's been an election, and the country has swung back to the right. But the Brothers of Italy, that political party, can trace its roots back to Mussolini, and so so that they used to be very anti-EU and very anti-immigration and all of this. They've softened it up in the last couple of years because it gets them extra votes. Like any political party, they soften up on their hard-line stuff to appeal to more people to get the power.
And they had an irrational fear of lampposts.
Well, yes, quite. My granddad was there.
Really?
Yep.
Is there any truth in the fact that, what he said about where he pledged to make the trains run on time?
Yeah.
And he actually only made one train run on time. And that was like that. To his, and by that he had achieved what he said he was going to do.
There are parts of Italy, even to this day, where Mussolini is still revered, not because of his fascism and his alignment with Hitler, but with the fact that he actually got a lot of things done. He improved infrastructure. He improved the road systems. They're obviously not the greatest in the world even today, but he improved them. Yeah, and so he's kind of there's it's probably less so now because it's probably, you know, our parents or our grandparents' generation that were more supportive. But there are parts of Italy if you go to, and it's not always in the south, because the south tends to be the right leaning, and the north being in the industrial north. You know, members of my family have been, and I think maybe one or two of them still are, members of the Italian Communist Party, which is not communism like Russian communism. It's more like what communism ought to be. They're just, you know, sort of hardline socialists, basically. That's where they come from. They come from this, you know, very industrial. You know, the north is the industrial, like it is in here. But yeah, there are sort of areas of Italy where Mussolini is still kind of regarded as the guy that kind of made things so much better for a while. And of course, you know, the country was split very much north and south. The north were anti-Mussolini. Most of them, you know, were democratic socialists or communists, and they all got together and said, "Yeah, fuck this, we're fighting with the Allies." And that's what you know. My granddad was in that army, fighting in the mountains, and then travelled down to Milan after they'd kicked the shit out of Mussolini and his missus, and struck him up by a lamppost.
D answered Dieter's question. No, we're getting another GS1 coming in, and we're going to swap over various components to make 2 working GS1s. But I can't take the other GS1 in yet because I haven't got anywhere to put it.
One thing I liked about the Italian system is they actually elected Cicciolina to the office at one point. Remember that?
Yeah, porn stars. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, well, that's Italian politics. I mean, at the moment, I spoke to my cousin just after the election the other week, and I said, "This isn't good, is it?" And she said, "No, it's not." But you know, it was a very poorly turned out election as well. It's like I forget what the percentage was. It was like low 60% turnout. You know, so again, you know, much like Brexit, you know, there's a huge amount of apathy, and it's not surprising in a country like Italy where, you know, you vote someone in and 18 months they're out on their arse and somebody else is coming in and nothing seems to get done, and whilst all of this is happening, you know, the quality of the schools is dropping and the quality of this is dropping, the quality of that is, because there's never fucking consistent administration in there to, you know, put plans in place and see them through. So.
But at the same time, it keeps them from getting a real bad person for a long period of time, like we have.
This is true. And there's a lot to be said.
The trouble is, they've got the Vatican.
Coalition. Well, yeah. Well, you know, you say that, but you know, the Vatican it still wields power, unseen power, in Italy.
That's how all those wanted Nazis made it to South America.
Well, quite. So, yeah, it's. I love my country, or countries, you know, for all the good and some of the, you know, the not so good, but it's a crazy fucking country to live in, because for all that's great about Italy, you've got this kind of culture there that doesn't seem to want to have a steady ship. Yeah.
I think every country has got some element, some negative. Every country's got some sort of negative element.
Oh yeah, but you know, at least, you know, I mean, in this country, I mean, yeah, I say at least, we're not chopping and changing our administrations every 18 months. You know.
Might be the new trend, actually.
Well, yeah.
Even the Independent was saying about, you know, Liz might not be around by the end of the month. Never mind Christmas.
According to some reports, there's over 20 letters gone into the 1922 committee already. So.
I was shocked about how the police system works when they had that famous case of the American girl over there with the murder. And it kind of exposed the Italian police system, which is kind of wacky.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Jesus, what a mess that is.
In Italy, you've got the police, and then you've got the Carabinieri. and nobody likes the Carabinieri. Basically, the Carabinieri is like military police.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
I guess they were what you would call maybe not military police. So you've got federal marshals.
Yeah.
And stuff. That's kind of the Carabinieri.
Like FBI kind of stuff.
Basically, the joke goes in Italy: if you can't make it as a policeman, you become a Carabinieri. Everybody hates the Carabinieri. The Carabinieri have the best cars and the best uniforms.
So you fail up, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, it's the legal system. I mean, it's.
I love to put people in a jail cell in the courtroom too. That's the bars. That's hilarious.
Oh well, yeah, that's just not it. That's not just Italy. I mean, we have that here.
With the bars and everything.
If it's not bars, it's bulletproof glass.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I've been in courtrooms because I used to work teaching people in courts, court staff, and sometimes the best room to teach them in was a room that you could seat 20 people in. It's got an empty courtroom, yeah, we'll have that. And I would walk around some of these courtrooms, and depending on the type of court and the frequency of certain cases where you had, like when I was in the Old Bailey, everything's super secure.
Yeah, but that's because is it courtroom 1 that has the lift?
Yes, Old Bailey 1, yeah, brings them up.
Yeah, so you're led from the cells and then you just come up in the lift, still in a cage, literally in the dock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's where they would try, all the IRA suspects and all the big murder suspects. They all go to the Central Criminal Court. It's just a fantastic building.
Because I took law at school. We used to have these, sort of like the day trips that we used to get, and we used to go to like the Crown Courts and stuff like that. I remember sitting in on this case, and it started off pretty mundane. Sort of like it goes, oh yes, so the accused is charged with speeding down. I think it was the M4 or something like that. And it just went on and on and on. And then he goes, and then stealing another car in the car park, still being pursued by the police, until eventually he stole a Learjet.
Wow.
At the airport and attempted to fly it.
It's like the game Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, literally. It was like that. But this is like 70, no, what was it, about 80 something? I can't remember fucking hell. Anyway. Tries to steal a plane, puts it into a tree. Because he couldn't get it to take off, and it was like that when he was finally apprehended and everything like that. We're like, what the hell? Yeah. And that's where it became apparent, because they were saying it was coming up about how the police would just follow and wait and see, wait for the opportune time to stop to apprehend. And and the amount of damage he did to property or people along the way. Yeah. Well,
Yeah. By the way, if you haven't tried that in Grand Theft Auto 5 or higher, you got to go steal the 747. It's hilarious.
God's sake.
It's really hard to fly, but it's fun.
I got because the software that the company that I work for wrote was for magistrates' courts, which are the busiest courts in the country. Like 95% of all court cases go through a magistrates' court. They might not finish there. They might, some will get sent to county or crown.
Yeah.
But 95% of court business in the UK is in the magistrates' court. So they're really busy places. But one of the guys that worked at the company was also a magistrate. So he was a great, sort of liaison that we had with, the everyday machinations of a magistrate's court. And so he would take us in and he'd say, come and spend a day with me down in Chelmsford in Essex. And I sat in on some of his courts, and it was just, some of it's hilarious, some of it was quite shocking, but to see actual criminals, go up in front of a bench with 3 magistrates sat on it. Some of them were arguing their own cases. Some of them had a solicitor. There was one girl, she was up for 2nd or 3rd driving offence or something. And you knew, when she walked into the courtroom, you knew she was dressed to impress. And she was doing the whole body language thing, the head slightly tilted, and the crying and all this kind of stuff. It was so obviously put on. And I always remember, because he was one of these big sort of burly. I think he was an ex-copper, so he'd seen everything, and he started sympathising with him, and then he just turned on a sixpence and said, "Don't give me any of that shit." Well, obviously he didn't say that in court, but he was implying, and it was funny just to see. There was a young lad who was a repeat offender. I think he'd been up in front of him at least half a dozen times, and just kept going back up in front. And he said, "I've lost my patience with you, so you're going down." So, but yeah, very eye-opening experience.
I did get done for I put a brand new Morris Satal into a river.
That's what it deserves.
Yeah, it was that'll hit the other car, and brand spanking new. It wasn't mine or anything like that. And I didn't have a driver's license of any description anyway, and I had to go to magistrates' court for it. And my case comes up. I walk in, and my next door neighbour then was the magistrate. And I've gone,
"Hello,
John," like that, and he's gone, "Oh, fucking hell." He goes, "I'm sorry, I have to relieve myself from the court. You'll have to initiate another magistrate." He says, I can't take this because I know the defendant." So it's like, and I got this woman, and it was just like, she just looked at me and she went, "Okay," and it read out the charge and said, "Do you have anything to say?" "Yeah, I'm sorry." "I won't do it again." What it was, I worked in a garage, and he said, "Right, it's your turn to go down the cake shop. You've got to get the sandwich." So I got the list, and I'm going, "Fuck it, I'm not walking. I'll take the Morris Satal I'm working on." So I took this Satal down there, and it was fine. I was nearly back, and this silly cunt pulled out in front of me, and I had to swerve to miss him, and it just went into the river, because I remembered why it was in the garage, which was because the brakes didn't work very well, and it went up across the green, shoink, into the fucking river. Hogsmill. Yeah, I said, "Really sorry, I won't do it again." Yeah, okay. And I got fined. If I ever got a license, I was going to be banned for a certain amount of time as well. So, okay.
Wow.
So yeah, my only time. They've never caught me for anything else.
Just gotta stay out of trouble in your Mustang.
Yeah. Nah, it's all right. So that was so long ago. I was a different person back then. I was a crazy fucker back then. Actually.
I know, but the temptation in a muscle car is to have a little more fun, right? So.
Yeah, but do you imagine walking into a magistrate's court and you sort of like trying to look innocent, and you got a Phil Oakey haircut? Oh, by the way, I said that you'd be meeting up, talk to Phil while you're up there.
I'll try to, yeah.
And he said, just in case Robbie doesn't know, don't call him Phil.
Mr. Oakey?
No, it's Philip.
Philip.
Do not call him Phil, apparently.
Okay.
Does it say Phil on the records, though?
Yeah.
Phil?
Yeah, but don't call him Phil.
Wow.
To his face, as it were.
It's formal, huh?
I would honestly, I'm not shitting. I would have said Mr. Oakey. It would just be as simple as that. It's just well, it's the way I was brought up.
Yeah, but don't.
All right, duly noted. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it was because Chris made a thing about it. You know Chris McLeod.
Chris take the piss out of something? No.
So when Dave was talking to him, he says, "Oh, by the way, can you call me Philip?" And Chris has overheard. "All right, Phil. All right, Phil. All right, Phil, mate. Hey,
yeah,
Phil, mate. You all right?" Like that. It's right. And Dave's going, "Oh, shut up, will you?" "Phil, mate."
Dave and Chris coming to Synth Fest, do you know?
No.
They're not.
They're tied up with another project. And what a project.
Is this the project that the
eight voice? No.
No, that's a different thing.
Yeah, this is a new thing,
And okay.
and I heard a demo of it. Fucking hell, man!
Yeah,
Can't wait.
cool.
Can't wait. So yeah, you
Talking
heard
of
it.
demos
You
of
didn't
new
hear it
things.
here first.
No, I didn't hear it. No. Talking of demos of new things, I don't know if you saw that message I sent you earlier today, but we're going to have another world exclusive reveal on our show.
It's not
soon.
Ty, is it?
No,
And
we
his
all know what
boxer
that looks like.
shorts. Yeah.
No.
What's under Ty's robe? Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Not a lot. I know he's watching.
Mickey Mouse mask.
Mickey Mouse. Yeah, we're going to have another exclusive reveal.
Witty 2.
Yeah. Witty 2, yeah.
Oh, the Witty keyboard.
No. Was it? What do they call it? Smiddy or Swiddy? Swiddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Swiddy.
But no, they're about to start shipping their new Widdy Through box, which looks quite good.
Okay, sounds interesting.
But no, this sounds. I say sounds. I mean, the prospect, not the actual thing, because I can't tell you what it is. I don't really know what it is, to be honest. But I've been told it's going to be a world exclusive. So, yeah.
Yeah, Hipton Bridge merch.
Hipton Bridge merch. Yeah.
So I haven't tried it, but Witty on Windows is fine, or not really?
No, not really.
Well, not on Windows 11.
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh mate, no, it's just like fucking.
So it's still a problem. It's really a Windows problem then.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not Bluetooth per se. It's Windows.
Yeah.
If you use a Widdy Bud, so one of these.
The buds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you use that as your Widdy connection between that and another device with Widdy. I am told on Windows that's the best way to do it, but I think Kent had other experiences.
Yeah. Well, it's not so bad if you run 2 devices off it. But I was trying to run 12, and it went, nope, not having that.
No, because I have a Widdy Bud Pro even with my Mac, and the Mac supports it natively, but that supports it better. So,
but Ken, if you try to run 12 devices on the Mac, how does that work?
Group function, isn't it?
I mean, does it work okay? Does it?
I'm toying with the idea of it was going to be my excuse for upgrading my 2012 to something with far more MIDI sockets than that.
I just wonder if it didn't work on the Windows, it would, like on the Mac, it would actually work though.
Yeah, the problem with it would be is then the Mac would have to become some sort of MIDI controller unit that then has to then be fed into the PC because the PC's got all the music software on it.
Oh, that's true. You always got that problem.
So yeah, as discussed,
are you not licensed to run it on both? You can't do that.
I don't know. I don't see why you can't.
Yeah.
I don't see why you can't do that.
Just take like several weeks and load all your shit on there.
Exactly. Yeah. And then there was this, as I discussed with Fiona about getting a Mac Studio, and then which would be able to run a lot of the software that's on the big PC, but it would still mean that a lot of the stuff would have to, not all the stuff would have to go on. So I'm going, oh wait a minute, I'm going to have 2 computers running, mirror images of stuff. One so I can use Widdy, and that would be the only reason. That'd be the only advantage of it over running the PC.
Of course, you also have another system in case someone goes belly up for a while. So
true enough. Depending on which machine has the project on it.
Yeah.
So but I could always
I'll keep that on a stick, so you can always.
Yeah. That or just do the clone save.
Yeah.
But no, what I was kind of hoping would happen is there would be some, somebody would pull their finger out and there'd be some sort of improvement in the system so that the Widdy Buds did work better on the PC.
Yeah.
And I think it'll end up being like the Slate Raven was, where I end up having to configure it in such a way to make it work. It's,
They just got bought up, didn't they?
yeah, into one big conglomerate.
Yeah.
Along with loads of other companies who all lumped in there with them. Yeah. You can see where they're going with
seems
it.
like a handful. You see him at those expo videos. He seems like kind of a handful.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean...
Got a lot of attitude.
Yeah, well, I mean, my MTI2 is great. I love it. But, you know, when you actually use it as a control surface within a door, the panels take up so much room, there's almost no door window for you to work with.
Also, I was wondering if that Surface Pro for music was actually going to take off, because that was a pretty big screen.
Yeah,
but
well, I mean,
I don't think they make it anymore. I don't see it anymore.
I think they do, but what they've done is they got rid of the big one.
Okay.
I don't think they make the big one anymore. And now what you do is you have your huge console, and it has 2 MTI2s in it.
I mean, Apple could really clean up if they finally made a goddamn touchscreen, you know.
Yeah.
For the Mac OS.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the good thing about the Slate Raven is that the touchscreen is literally like using an iPad.
Yeah.
You know, whereas, you know, you can get touchscreen monitors, you know, but they're all a bit sort of like not quite.
They're not great. I mean, the one on my Miko is actually pretty good, and that's an old 15-inch whatever. So
yeah. But the thing about the MTI is that it's 10 touch, you know. So if you want to move multiple mixer sliders and stuff, you can.
Yeah.
So, admittedly, the software has to be on there and running. But like I say, the special panels, you know, with all the various touch controls, are just too big, and they just take. You know, if you had all 3 panels open, you've got 75% of the screen is the controls, and then your doors squeezed.
The tiny little bar for DAW.
Yeah, the top bar at the top. It's like, so if you're running more than 12 tracks, you know, you can only see 3 tracks at a time.
Oh boy!
Constantly scroll. Well, with your finger, constantly scrolling up and go, which track do I want?
And those panels aren't resizable, right?
No, the actual Slate Raven ones you can't resize. You can turn them on and off.
Yeah.
But you go, but that's yet another process, you know, within the project that you have to close that one, open that one, and so it became quite a pain in the arse. And in the end, I just use it as a touch screen and or my main monitor, because it's.
Yeah, because my Wacom tablet PC is great, but you know it's only so big. So
yeah, because its DPI is 2000 and something or other, so it's a very nice screen to use.
Yeah,
but I can have it as a touch screen, but only single touch without the software. It's the drivers for the MTI, the one that make it 10 touch, so it's fine. It's just like having a 27-inch iPad. It's quite cool.
But eventually we'll be able to get the drivers for it, right? So.
Yeah, well, I mean, the new drivers just came out. I think so it was just before Raven, before Slate got bought.
And it's not compatible with Mac, right?
Oh, very much so. Yeah,
is it?
Oh, yeah. When I got the Raven, it wasn't compatible with PC, and I didn't have a Mac. So I was fecking around with this thing to make it work. And then when I did finally get it to work, I kind of wish I hadn't, because it was taking up 75% of the screen. I preferred it when it didn't, you know.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's like it was one of those careful what you wish for kind of scenarios. You know, so it didn't quite work out the way I thought it would. But but I mean, this bastard, it was £1,000 this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I would expect it to be more actually. So.
Well, they're much cheaper now. You can get second-hand ones for quite good money. Is it an absolute necessity? No, it's not. If you're going to have it as a nice angle in the sort of like the designated console that comes with it, they're great, but that's a big lump and a lot of money. So she's kind of out there on her own, really.
Interesting.
Yeah. But I fancied the idea of having something where I could, work with Cubase by just, you could just move things around with your fingers.
Do you have your Raven right there in front of you, or is it
Yes.
somewhere else?
Yeah, I use it every day.
Oh, okay.
She's the main girl. She's always there. Yeah, I love it. So, yeah, so it's a nice monitor. I really like her. But like I say,
Would you think it's worth buying a used one at this point, or no?
Yeah, if you think you can find really good use for having multi-touch within your DAW, and being able to you can select tracks with your finger and change the length of track.
Oh yeah, I put OBE on it, so.
Well, yeah, you can control all with your finger if you wish.
Yeah.
And sliders on the mixer, and it's great for if you're mixing down or anything like that. But yeah, you can pick up a second-hand one for pretty good money. Pretty cheap. So I had thought maybe of getting a second one, and I thought, well, based on what PCs tend to do, if you add more than one of anything, I thought maybe not. Perhaps I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Well, there was a time when you could do it with games pretty easily. I remember playing a flight simulator with 3 monitors.
Yeah.
And it was like a real cockpit all around you.
Yeah.
And that was, it's back in like
I must admit,
95 or something like that. It was amazing.
Well, we used to do a lot of LAN gaming, and used to play. What was the one we used to play the most? Half-Life 2 Deathmatch.
Oh, sure.
I played that a lot, and if I used my Slate Raven, I mean, mate, there he is, bang, like that. You got it. They go, no, you're banned. You can't use that. You got to use the mouse and keyboard like everybody else. It's not fair. Yeah, all right. You're like bang, bang, bang. There he is, bang.
That's true. That's pretty funny, yeah.
Yeah. So, so we had to give up on that.
Yeah, I haven't thought about playing a game like that. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, because when you like see the guys running across the a gangway or something, and you move the mouse to shoot him, because with the touch one you just go bang, there he is.
It's just right there, yeah.
Yeah, it's a sniper shot straight through the head, in under a millisecond. Go, come on.
That's funny.
So yeah, it's quite good for driving games as well, actually.
That's wild.
But I recommend a proper steering wheel and pedals for that.
Yeah, I was going to get those at one point, but I decided, actually the most fun I had was in Interstate 76, because the physics in that game were awesome. And when you hit an oil slick and you lost control, and I was driving with the Microsoft Sidewinder force feedback stick, so you have all the haptics in it, and when you're steering with that, it seems weird at first steering with the joystick, but you get used to it.
Yeah.
And when you're steering with that and you hit an oil slick and you totally lose control, or you get a flat tire and it lurches to the side that has the flat tire, it's kind of cool. It gives you that whole immersive experience. It's pretty fun. And when you shoot the gun, obviously it vibrates and all that stuff. When you collide with somebody, you feel it.
Do you get the feeling that Robbie's messing with his settings? Because you suddenly, your stream suddenly went very quiet. There was no hiss all of a sudden.
He's muted.
Yeah, I can't hear
you. Take a drink.
Oops. Yeah, our factor was good. But I must admit, I'm a real Turismo nut now.
Yeah, I've done racing games for a long time.
Yeah.
Last time was either GTA 5 or Driver.
Driver.
Driver's a blast.
Yeah, I did like that.
Such a simple concept, but it's so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the graphics are great, and the films, you can make your own films.
Yeah.
No, nothing, Robbie.
What did you do?
Reboot.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that for you. Oh dear. I'll tell you what, PSN's going to be interesting on Friday.
Do a sign language?
Yeah.
Gotta pay somebody to have a bubble at the bottom to be a sign language.
Yeah. Good morning, Dave.
That's funny. So is Gran Turismo still the best driving game, if you want to pick one?
I think from a realism point of view, now that they've added the damage physics now in the update, yeah, everything else was very, very realistic. But there were games before that gave you a realistic driving experience.
And the AI cars in there aren't like kind of cheating, like some games where they're just too good.
No, there's a certain degree of well, how would you put it? When you're racing against AI cars, it
seems like their physics don't always kick in as much, so they don't slide around as much as you do.
Yeah,
it's just kind of shit.
Yeah, there's a bit of that, but I mean, I think where Gran Turismo really excels, where its strength is when you're online playing with other people. I think then you can really get a feel for the driving experience. So there's a lot of shouting actually at the TV when I'm racing Robbie. You bastard cut me out. He's sort of like blocked me. I'm just about to get past him. He's, no, you're not getting by me. So I just wait for him to fuck up the next bend. Just push him. Come on. And then he goes, get one wheel in the gravel trap.
So you don't get like nitro boosts and stuff like that?
No. The cars, in terms of the way they accelerate, brake, and handle, and all that side of it is absolutely spot on.
Can you hear that?
I hear that, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
Now I can.
What the fuck happened there then?
I don't know. Computer.
So Gran Turismo is also on Mac and PC, right? Or is it only consoles?
It's pretty much a PS game. As far as
only PlayStation.
Yeah, I think it's only PlayStation.
Aha.
So the new one that's on the 5, boy, delish.
Yeah, I just don't play games that much anymore. I don't want to buy a whole expensive system for a couple of games.
Yeah, I know. But this is even with me and Robbie, it's it's there. We've got it, and sort of like we hope we get a Sunday where we can set it up and have a go. But life gets in the way, doesn't it?
It does.
We managed to get a couple of Sundays in, and it was good fun. Damn good fun. And got Ty on board, but exactly the same scenario until this football fucking.
So you have to set up a private room so you get a bunch of douchebags joining you and stuff.
Yeah, you can set up your own private.
Oh yeah, you
private ones. You can just race each other.
So little kids talking smack to you and stuff.
Yeah, we don't have to deal with any of that bullshit.
Is it so headset mic and stuff so you talk to each other, or is it just?
Yeah, you can talk to each other. Because I think there's microphones in the hand controllers, even if you're just using hand controllers, isn't there?
Yeah, and there's a speaker in the controller as well.
Yeah. But no, we've got to get the VR headsets, mate. That's where it's going to really kick off.
Well, I just wish they'd make. So Gran Turismo Sport had a VR mode, but you could only race against one car, and that was the computer car.
Yeah.
So you could race around all the tracks, and you could choose a lot of cars, that you could experience in VR. It was brilliant. It was really good, but you couldn't race. You couldn't do, like a team race or a lobby race or whatever. I know there's a lot going on in the game, so...
Has the VR there caught up with the Oculus stuff and all that?
Well, the new PS5 VR2 is launching in March, and that's going to be apparently a lot more it's going to have a much higher resolution screen. The controllers are like those Oculus controllers that you like, with the hand grip and the circle kind of thing.
And good head tracking and stuff.
The head tracking, yeah. So the head tracking on the VR, the current PSVR, you have to have the PS camera, and it tracks the lights on.
Okay,
so
right.
You have lights, 4 lights on the actual headset.
That's like what they did with the old stick controls with the little knobs on the top, the pink and the blue knobs. Yeah.
But the new VR has nothing. So, well, I'd say it has none of that stuff. It does it all, and it's actually got a camera built into the VR headset, so that you can actually then see through the VR, so you can see what you can do augmented reality and everything with it as well.
So don't play in the nude, basically.
Well, but no, the judging by the specs that they've announced, it sounds like it's going to be really, really very good.
I don't think Alex is available on the PS, is it?
Sorry?
Alex. It's not available on the PS. Yeah, Alex from Half-Life.
Oh, God, yeah. No.
Get all the headhunters chasing you.
But no, it's there's some really good VR games for PlayStation. There's also some really awful ones.
I'll bet. Yeah.
But no, I'm glad I got it.
He's back,
and I will get the.
Yeah, he's still beta. Go back.
Too,
Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's 331 beta now. Jesus Christ.
He's buggy now. So.
Yeah. He's got a whole new set of bugs.
No, getting towards a master. It's fine. How is everyone?
Tired.
Yeah.
Nerding out on game stuff now.
Oh, cool. New game stuff or old game stuff?
I used to waste so much time on games. It was fun, but it was such a fucking waste of time. Whole days would be gone.
I go through phases now where I'll get really into it and start replaying games that I haven't played for ages. Or
I mean, I wouldn't eat. I would just like be immersed and just not even eat.
Oh no,
that's like the Red Dwarf books. If you ever read those, there was one of them had a whole chapter on like game heads, and they had created a video game that was so addictive you just couldn't escape it.
Yeah.
And literally there were like game heads like just in doorways wasting away because they couldn't leave the game.
And these are old games like Marathon. They weren't even real 3D. They're 2.5D, but they're awesome games.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of that where there was a great premise for a game, but it would be a 2D game.
Well, the storyline was good. The music was good. Yeah. It was just a really cool environment.
Well, they concentrated more on that because it was only 2D. Because a lot of 3D games came out afterwards, and they go, it's pretty, that'll do it.
Yeah. Good gameplay always trumps graphics.
Yeah.
If you can get both, fantastic. But as long as the game plays all right.
Yeah, I think that's why the Grand Theft Autos did well.
Yeah.
Because you got good storylines, you got lovely.
Well, you can also do horrible things to people and get away with it.
Do you remember Sensible Soccer on the Atari?
No, I don't remember that one.
I never played that. We used to play Goal on the Commodore Amiga.
Yeah, that was Sensi Soccer was basically a top-down football game. So you these little things running around, but the gameplay was so good that
Goal was like that. It was incredible. And we basically, when I was at university, we had like whole football leagues and stuff, and we'd like arrange all these matches, and we'd each play a side, and it's just
Or you just have that football manager game. It was just literally a list of text, and you found out if you won the game or not, depending on what players you picked and how much money you'd amassed and all that sort of thing. Actually, it's not much different from real football, is it? Thinking about it.
That's right. We got a decent draw tonight. So, joint top of the league.
Oh yeah. What's that? The Canaries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we'd have beaten Reading tonight, we'd have been top of the league by 2 points because Sheffield United lost. But we can only do a draw, which is not bad because Reading are right behind us. So
I'm surprised they haven't come up with a thing kind of like the Wii remotes, but for your feet to do the VR soccer. That'd be fun.
Dangerous.
That'd be dangerous.
Well, you have to carve out a circle, right?
Yeah.
Keep the thing on your foot.
It was bad with Wii remotes getting embedded in television.
And people throw them in TVs and stuff like that. That's funny.
About 50% of the videos on YouTube now are people with VR headsets on fucking up their flat screens, isn't it? Well, crack! Oh no!
Well, that's why those VR arenas they had in the 90s had a basically a ring. You stand in the ring, so you can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
My son had his friends round, and they were playing on the VR. And one of his friends, Tyler, was a tall lad, and he was doing it, and he swung his arm and smashed the light above his head. He was the only one that could kind of reach it, but he smashed it. He was mortified, bless him. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Pritchard. So it's just a bit of glass. Don't worry, we'll fix it. So that got replaced with a cheap, like $5.99 Home Ideal Bargains or whatever it was, little paper lampshade thing, because it's going to get clattered again one day.
I mean, to be fair, every time the Wii boots up, it does tell you have a space around you. So you don't bump into stuff. They tell you every time it boots up, but no one ever reads that. So
I tell you what, me and Fiona are Wii golf addicts.
Yeah.
Oh, those are great games.
Terrible. Once we got that Wii going, Jesus.
Well, and then they just with the Wii Motion Plus, they were promising Star Wars games and cool other sword games that never showed up. But the control of the when you look at the they had like a American Gladiators type game with the batons, and you could beat people up on platforms, and you could look down at your wrist and twist, and it had incredible control of the unit.
Yeah.
Why they never pushed it further, I have no idea. They just kind of canceled it. But
there was a tennis
a lot of
game.
potential.
It wasn't the Wii tennis. It was. Oh, I forget what it was called. It was like but it was more of a proper tennis game, and you played as the tennis, and you had that thing, and you could just turn your racket, and it all made a difference on how you connected. It was very good. It really was. Yeah, I haven't turned the Wii on in years. I think the only thing that the Wii gets used for now is the kids bought a whole load of Rock Band games or Guitar Hero or whatever it was.
Oh right, yeah.
We've got about 4 of the bloody guitars somewhere in the drum kit or something.
My favorite are the Godfather games and the Scarface game. They're both like GTA type games, and they're amazing.
Yeah.
Well, underneath the TV in the front room, we've got the Wii is permanently set up over there because Fiona insisted. The PS4 is here on top of the amp, and the PS5 is down over here. And they're all permanently connected up and ready to rock and roll if such time as we get to do a game or two.
Because I've got the PS2, PS3, PS4, PS5. They're all linked up.
Yeah.
And I think all the cables for my Sega Saturn are still in place, so I can literally just bring the console and just plug them in the back. But I've got an Atari 2600 and a PS1 and an N64 that just sat not plugged in. And my dream, my plan is eventually one day to have them all connected.
Yeah, I still have my 2600 from '79. Still works.
Yeah. It's a solid machine. But I
even showed my niece and nephew years ago, thinking they're going to hate it, and after some comments about the graphics, they were addicted to it. They loved it because the games are so much fun.
Gameplay trumps graphics every time.
Yeah. My niece started crying. Actually, she was screwing up a bunch of stuff.
I just wish I'd never got rid of my. I had a Sega Multi-Mega, which was a portable Sega Mega Drive and Sega Mega CD in one unit, and they're quite rare. And I sold it for what I thought was a healthy price of about 160 quid, and it's only about a month later, I saw them on eBay for like 400 or 500. And I thought, Jesus. And I bet if you go and look on eBay now and look for a Sega Multi-Mega, they're going to be stupid money. But I don't regret selling it for the money. I regret selling it because there were some great games. Really.
Actually, there's a sneaky thing on the Wii. If you got that stupid Wii Fit thing with the balance board,
okay.
Yeah,
and then you get Wii Music, which is a crappy music program, but you pair the balance board with Wii Music. There's a secret drum mode on there.
All right.
And if you learn the positions as you toggle the positions with your thumb and your fingers, you get a full drum kit you can practice on. And it actually was really fun. I did it for an hour one time. I was sweating, just doing like a drum practice thing. And it was actually fun because I didn't have a drum kit at the time to play on. But I'm doing a stupid Wii program, and it was actually a lot of fun. Because the right button, the pad is your kick, and the left is your hi-hat.
Have you got a drum kit now?
Who?
Andy.
What's that?
Have you got a drum kit now?
I got a really shitty Simmons one a couple of years ago just to have something to play on.
Is that one of the ones that they brought it back with the brand name?
Well, it's Guitar Center owns them, so but it had a USB port, but it's not fucking class compliant. Yeah. So I couldn't even plug it properly into a USB drum setup. So what I ended up doing is I cracked the cheap brain open. I found all the leads for all the pads, and I alligator clipped leads to proper 1/4-inch plugs, and then I bought a TD6 used drum brain and plugged all the leads into that. So I basically Frankensteined it into a proper drum kit.
Cool.
But I don't get chokeable cymbals, and I don't have good pads. They're just those shit rubber pads. But I do want to get a TDK, what was it, TD17KV?
Right.
Which is like the cheapest mesh pad one you can get. That's very nice. So I'm going to get one of those.
Seriously, check out Alesis.
I was thinking about it, but one thing I like about the TD17KV is, although I'll eventually probably use some brain programs on the computer, I really like the fact that it's standalone. You can load samples on a card, and you can just go to town without a computer.
I know with the Alesis Strike you can do that, but then the Strike is a $2,500-3,000 kit.
Yeah,
I'm not because the one I've got a Crimson mesh, and it came with this pretty average brain, but you can. You were able to load like one-shot samples into it, so it was nowhere. I mean, the one good thing about the Roland kits is that they do have good brains, but they just charge an awful lot of money for something that Alesis do just as well, if not better, because basically Roland stole what Alesis did. They won that case in court.
I don't know about that. What happened there?
Roland tried to. I think Roland tried to sue Alesis, and Alesis turned around and says, "Well, hey, if you're going to be like that, then we're going to sue you for stealing this technology." And it was so triggered, and Alesis won. So it's just at the end of the day, they're all good, but it's just Roland charge you like twice the price.
Well, that's the thing. I wanted something a little more plug and play. And has nice mesh heads on it and stuff, but
have I not given you a cuddle for an hour?
Well, no, the Alesis mesh heads are great, and the cymbals are multi-zone with choke and And
you can get around the same price.
Well, I don't know what they are now because I haven't bought my kit some years ago.
Because the 17KVX actually has the proper hi-hat, not just a floating hi-hat.
Yeah.
And it's I think they're like 1,600 now.
Okay.
1,700, something like that.
I'm trying to go wolf. The one I want to get next is the Alesis Strike, because that's a pretty solid kit, but I just haven't got any room for it anymore. I mean,
that's the thing. I don't want to get something bigger than a 17 because they're really big if you go too big.
I mean, I do like the look of the Roland virtual acoustic drums, which are basically electronic drums with a full-size shells, which they look nice, and it is just for show more than anything. Obviously, it's electronic.
Oh,
drums,
sure.
But the Crimson kit I've got, the shells are about 3 inches deep, and you can tune you can tune the heads and.
The strike is about 2,600. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
a little too
really
tasty
nice
for me.
it's nice, and the brain's supposed to be pretty good, but I don't use the brains on any of my kits. So I've got a Yamaha one as well. They all just go into Superior Drummer, which
I'll do that eventually, but I actually want to just get decent at playing it first before I get into the crazy kits.
Oh yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Because I'm a hand drummer. I would be shit for a while on the sticks.
Mm. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense.
Tell them what you did to Pete Townsend. Yeah.
Oh.
What did you do to Pete Townsend?
Because basically the Alesis brains are made by Medallia, who obviously own ASM. So they're not awful, but they're not the best in the world.
Yeah, because the Alesis equivalent to the Octopad is not that great.
I've never played. I've got an old Alesis perk pad, which is like four pads.
Yeah.
With just a whole bunch of percussion sounds in, which I have just on to the left of the kit, which is great for just those unusual odd sounds. And they do one in the same form factor. I think it was the sample pad, which just had 4 pads. But I've not played the bigger one, so I wouldn't know if that's any good or not.
Oh God, here we go.
What?
Oh, this thing. If you scratch Nellie's arse, on the top of her back.
Oh, all right, okay. Well, make that differentiation. Otherwise,
she backs up and backs up.
It's
and
a rump. The rump.
And she starts pushing the chair halfway across the bloody room. He loves it, don't you? Right?
Well, when you pat that area of a cat, they just put it up like you're ready to mount.
Yeah.
I love the way cats, when mine two are feeding, if I go up to them and I just put my hand down, they know my hand is there, and the back end goes up, saying, "Yeah, come on, Dad."
Yeah, comes to meet it. Yeah.
I was like, "How do you know? Ow!" I had to laugh at my little cat, my little dwarf cat. She's got this habit at the moment where she waits for my wife to get up, and as soon as because we've got these little recliners on the sofa, as soon as she starts putting it down, Mitzi's like bounding over. So, "Come on, Mum, where are we going to go, Mum? Are you going to come and feed me, Mum?" She's got this thing. She's always waiting for my wife to get up, and tonight she came and sat on the what do you call it, the leg rest thing.
You want cuddles.
And she's all cuddled up on the blanket, and she's looking at me sort of like through that. But her ears are like that, pointing towards my wife, who's sat across the room from me. And she's just waiting. As soon as she moved, the ears go, "Whoa, that's it," and she's gone.
Bloody arm of my chair plays better than I do.
I don't think so.
Oh,
I did like this. Did you hear? It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is aftertouch.
Is that the Polybrute?
Nope.
That sounds a little bit like the water phone that they're using.
A little bit, yeah.
That top end noise you had.
It's nice.
Yeah, it does sound a little bit like that. It's not quite as discordant.
Hmm.
You need to update something, Kent.
Do I?
Yeah.
To version 3.3.1,
right.
beta 5, build 6.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the modal sound?
3.4.8.
No.
Oh yes. Okay. Do you know what?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Hand on heart. Okay. I still haven't opened the email. I'm sorry.
I get you all these things.
I will, because if it sounds like that, I'm fucking getting it out. Don't worry. When are they going to announce that?
The official announcement is technically tomorrow, so Thursday.
Oh, good, fine. Because I hate these NDAs. It's sort of like like this all the time.
So what is it then?
Blah 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 blah. It's a blah 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 blah.
Oh, this has to do with your announcement, your late breaking news or whatever, right?
No.
Oh,
that's different. That's another thing.
Oh, look at us.
We're going to be like Steve Jobs. One more thing.
Yeah, there's one more thing. But yeah, they've. Okay, let me just think about this before I. So there's an update, and it's something that there's a lot more stuff that you'll be able to use tomorrow specifically when something arrives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like Carl Pilkington's cryptic clues, right? So
I'm trying not to give clues. That's the problem.
Is that it?
That's Hide and Seek by Howard Jones.
Do you know what? That music for the end of PSN, it is very sad. Yeah. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's always
sad.
Sad.
It's also very conclusive.
It's beautiful and sad.
Yeah.
And
he goes, "Oh, it's finished."
Sorry, the show's over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should be sad that the show's over. That's the
yeah. It's like. Oh.
I always have an ongoing comment with Wagyu at the end of the show about sad music. So.
Here goes sad music. Yeah.
Mm.
Get out the hankies. The show's over.
What you should do? You should do a redo it, Rob, and suddenly have this Simmons.
Yeah.
And then just sort of like poo and loads of yeah. Poo. Catch everybody out. And what the hell?
I'll tell you what I can play. That I can talk about. That sounds amazing. Let me shut that down. Where are you? There you are.
Probably have to touch on OBE.
Oh, please don't. Oh, don't do this. Oh, there it is. There it is. That's cool. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
The thing is, I've got to hook it up via MIDI.
Abba hands it.
Right, so MIDI in. It's coming from that. And MIDI out is going to that. And then there you go. So this is. If you've got an argon, Jim, but have you got a cobalt?
No, I haven't.
This version 2 is just. No hands.
Take it that's the 8 and not the 5.
Really nice.
I'm well impressed with my Argon.
You can get very similar stuff out of the Argon now.
Yeah.
What's
The extra vintage thing as well.
Yeah, the vintage thing and the new reverb's really nice on it.
But you know what struck me first off about it when I took it out of the box? The build.
Oh, it's so solid, isn't it?
Mate,
Kill someone with it.
Yeah.
Absolutely bloody beautiful.
Well, even their Kraftsynth 2 is well built. You know, it's a tiny plastic thing. It's solid.
Oh,
yeah.
Although people complain about the wobbly knobs.
But
but
I haven't
you
got a
know,
wobbly knob.
the thing is, you know, they're endless encoders and they're designed not to break.
Yeah,
You know, it's like, but yeah, I mean, if you compare the build quality of my mini log with the Argon, it's like, my God, one's like feels like it's made out of a cigarette packet, and the other feels like it's made from tank. You know, it's just like,
absolutely.
oh, that's nice.
Poly aftertouch for the win. Every time. It's got to the stage now that when I play a keyboard that doesn't have poly aftertouch, it's like, doesn't matter what it is. It's like,
Yeah, just imagine no aftertouch.
yeah.
Exactly.
Hello, Yamaha.
Yeah.
Yes.
And no velocity.
My first aftertouch keyboard, really easy to play, was the X Station, Ovation X Station. Just so damn expressive. And then I also had that XY pad to go with it. And then when I started using other keyboards, I was, God damn, this is missing so much.
Sorry.
Well, I'll tell you something that will make your jaw drop. I had a EPS for 5 years. It was on loan. Used it every day and loved it to death. Right. Used the sequencer, everything. Didn't know it had polyphonic aftertouch.
Yeah, I never tried it on mine, even though I was supposed to have it. Yeah.
Found out after I'd given it back.
But I did notice that on my EPS 16 Plus. So.
Yeah, I was so fucked off about that. Mind you, when I had the EPS, I'd never even actually seen a CS80 in the flesh. So.
In fact, I keep forgetting to put my. I bought that EPS 16 Plus finally online. I found a good rack price. And then I got that free one from my local store that was just dumping it.
Yeah.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it other than the fact it was dirty. And when I cleaned it all up, it worked like a charm. So now I can actually stack them. Now I can put the module and the keyboard. See what happens.
Yeah, because it's funny because I was thinking about this the other day. I was 32 before I, played my first CS80.
Wow.
What the hell?
Well, I've never played one, so there you go.
Yeah, but it's sort of like it's quite weird, really, when you think about what. Let's see. 20 years ago, I didn't even know anything about electronics. Which is quite weird when you think about it like that.
Yeah, I forced myself through those Radio Shack how-to books, but only DC circuits. I didn't get any further. So.
Yeah, I was doing the learn by doing.
The kinesthetic way.
Yeah, I also learnt by fucking up as well, which is quite interesting. But at least it was other people's keyboards. So. Went so bad, you know.
As long as it's not permanent damage, right?
Well, what it did was then I had to figure out how to fix what I'd fucked up.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter about how many hours it was going to take.
And that stuff you always remember more, yeah, fixing the fuck-ups.
Yeah, you always remember the stuff you have to do under pressure. So, so I learned it very, very quickly. Because the first CS80 restore I did with a hand desoldering pump.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 300 ICs had to be removed.
Holy moly.
It took, and had this like Arnold Schwarzenegger thumb sort of thing. And if I did that, I had this big bulging muscle at the side of my face.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
It's like those hand grips, but you're only using one part of it.
Yeah, it just had this huge singular muscle.
I was wondering, can you get the solder out of the bulbs, or just throw them away?
Oh yeah, no, it all cleans out.
It comes out, okay.
Yeah. Scrape it all out, no problem. Yeah, because I'm on these desoldering stations. Use these glass tubes, and the solder really doesn't stick to it. It can't stick to it because it's too smooth.
Yeah.
So you just tap it and it falls off.
Because on the little vacuum pump ones I used to buy from Radio Shack, it just it extrudes back out as little lines or whatever, because it's just a little narrow channel.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my new desoldering station arrived today. Yay! It's taken a couple of weeks to get here. So it's
how much is something like that?
Well, this particular one is 435 quid.
It's like a Hako or Haka, whatever it's called.
No, it's Zytronic.
Yeah.
Zytronic one. The Weller equivalent was over 2K.
Yeah, because some of my friends who do a lot of Arduino projects and other kinds of stuff swear by those Haka or Hako, whatever they're called, stations.
Yeah, because this one's a desoldering station, a soldering iron, and a hot air gun. As I move reluctantly into SMT.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But I haven't had a lot of choice. I mean, I've got a boom star coming. I don't know what I've got to do to it, but that's not going to be through hole. Somehow.
I used to use there was like a solder paint or something like that you could use for a while. I don't know how good it was or how long it lasted, but it was really fun to just pull it out with a little paintbrush, and you paint your wires and you paint your surfaces that you need to.
Yeah.
And it was like super easy to fix things or quick and dirty circuits.
It was a good way for repairing the membrane to the I/O board on Rhodes Chromers.
Oh.
Because those connectors were notorious, or the plastic would split.
Yeah.
Where it joins onto the board, and so you peel it back and then put the paint on, and then connect.
So you have used that for repairs. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, I got this. It's like a solder pen. You can literally just draw the track, and
that's cool.
When they've been lifted off or whatever. Or you got the track where it's got battery acid on it and it's damaged. You can go over it with the pen and it
oh, nice. Yeah. So does that pen get pretty hot? Is it low temperature?
Oh no, it's just like ink.
Oh, the paste. That's the paste one. Okay, right.
Yeah, just like ink out of a pen, and it's done. Which is good for like, oh, is it broken because of that? Yes, it is. Okay, and then go in and actually.
So is that more of a carbon trace, or is it a real copper, more of a tin lead thing?
I think it's. I would think it's something like a high concentration of like aluminium powder and resin.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So you can just do it.
Interesting.
You can't put large voltages through it, But
yeah.
Everything up to
just burns up in front of you.
Yeah, it will work momentarily, shall we say, under say 2 amp, 15 volt or 2 amp or something like that. But 5 volt, yeah, half an amp, 500 milli, it'll run. It'll be fine. You could leave it. But I do just tend to do it to find out which track is broken down.
Or do you just do jumper wires and stuff?
I do. Yeah, once it's established, that yes, that track is fucked up, then you got to do the jump in the end.
I actually bought a circuit bent Kawai K1 module.
Yeah.
And someone just did a bunch of crazy shit in there. But he didn't label them correctly. So one time I took it apart to see what was going on, and they started to pop off. I'm like, where the fuck were these connected? So I had to go kind of fiddle around with it and figure it out. And then I also wanted to mark them so I could put it back to factory spec and then reattach it if I wanted to later,
Yeah.
But yeah, when people do that work and they don't mark stuff, it's really annoying.
Yeah. Sometimes you can just work it out by the lengths when you're lucky.
Yeah.
I had a guy drop off a Memory Moog Plus, handed me the Memory Moog, and then handed me a carrier bag that had the entire wiring loom in it. Every single wire. He goes, "Can you put this back together for me?" Who did this? And why? Why would you even consider doing this?
Maniacs,
you could do it. You could work it out by the length of the wires. So, put it all back together. Like you get 6 little red 2-pin connectors, and they're all identical. It's like you'll have to do it by length.
And that's just like with modular, I like to use different color wires for things. When they use all the same wire, like white or something like that, for everything, it's like I can't trace it. I don't know where the fuck anything goes.
No, I've done that with what was it? A Polyfusion. Working with the guy's Polyfusion. I was just trying everything out, and every single cable was black. And it was like, and something didn't work. And I'm going, yeah, why doesn't it work? What is that coming from? And it's sort of like tracing the wire through this spaghetti to try and find out if I put it into the right socket or not.
Yeah.
And of course, it was in the right socket, and the module had a bloody fault on it.
Wow. Yeah, it's the other thing too. When people make stuff too organized like that, it all bundled up. It's really hard to trace. Just like a network closet, you got to trace your Ethernet cables, and someone made it way too pretty, so it takes you like 30 minutes just to trace one cable because some asshole made it all pretty and tight.
Yeah.
And you can't trace the fucking leads anywhere.
Okay, I mean, I'm just as bad. I bought a job lot of 30 3-meter grey USB cables, wired up all the studio, got a USB issue. Which cable is it? Oh, it's a grey one.
Yeah.
Oops. Man.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So, has Robert popped in tonight?
No.
No, I haven't seen Rob.
He's making another, you-know-what film. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, busy with his alternative career.
He's all stirred up again. He wants to make another one. So.
Yeah.
Right.
I actually even don't know if that's true or not. That's
It'd be, yeah, I mean,
it's clearly not, but it's funny. It's a funny story.
Yeah, but if you had, yeah, cool.
It might be,
Gives people something to talk about.
What were you setting up, Robbie?
I was. This whole USB thing has really pissed me off because my polybrute wasn't connecting.
Are all your leads grey?
Yeah. All 3 meter.
I actually do need to to label things up a bit better, but when the new hub arrives on Thursday, then everything's getting a label.
Okay.
But I could have sworn that the polybrute was plugged into that USB hub, but for some reason it wasn't connecting, and then I just unplugged everything from that USB hub and plugged it all back in again, and it worked. So either the hub's dodgy, which is fine because there's a new one coming, or there's something else going on. Because it's not. Do you remember? Like if you plug, I don't know if it's still like it with Windows, but if you plugged something into a specific USB port and then plugged it into another one, it would reinstall it.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen on a Mac.
Yeah.
And it's not happening at the moment, but it's almost like it is.
Yeah.
I'm having to like replug things in the same sockets to get them to respond. It's weird.
Are your hubs powered?
Yeah. And they're all decently powered ones as well.
Yeah.
Which is what I made sure with this new one, because it says it's a 16 port hub, so it needs a lot of juice to make sure everything's got it. And yeah, I made that mistake of buying some cheap USB hubs once and wondering why things weren't connecting or kept dropping out.
Oh yes, been done outright.
So hopefully what I'll do is sometime between Synth Fest and the next show I'm going to like rip everything out, and then because at the moment if you look under my desk it's like a flipping bird's nest with all sorts.
That's a productive studio. You need that.
Yeah, but that's how they get, isn't it? After a couple of years, you just got cables hanging.
Mine's a horrible mess.
Yeah.
I always start with the best intentions and try and fit cables that are only as long as they need to be.
Yeah.
And then something, you then realise you need something.
And then you get to the end of the build, and you got one thing here and one thing here, and you got a cable that's like 9 miles long, and it's the only one you got left.
I mean, I've got tons of these extension. I mean, this is one of the shorter ones that I've got. This is like a 2 meter one, but I've got 5 meter extensions for some things in here. But I try and keep those to a minimum because obviously you don't want to have too long a line. But I think what
I have 3 big sub mixers going to 1 giant mixer, and it's just cables everywhere.
Well, that's what I've got. There's a line mixer under that stand. I've got a line mixer just to the right of me here and another line mixer over there, all 16 channels. And they all feed into a mixer here, which is where everything comes in.
Yeah.
And I've got another one sat under my desk that I haven't used yet, but I could do with using. But no, this whole USB thing is just because everything was absolutely fine until I thought, do you know what? I'm going to swap those USB hubs over. That won't make any difference. I'll plug everything back into the same thing. Oh no.
My big problem, my recent stuff, I forgot to label the AC adapters, and that's when it gets nasty.
Oh yes.
Because some look very similar. And you're like, oh
yeah, they're all black. They're all the same. Yeah.
That's exactly why I bought my Dymo machine.
Yeah.
I have one. I just didn't use it lately. It's stupid. Yeah.
The guy I sold my original Argon to, he made that mistake, plugged something else into it and fried it.
Yep.
Ironically, I'd actually labelled the plug, and
well, I have a lot of that are similar that would work, but the problem is sometimes the barrel's wrong.
Yes.
So then I'm like, I can't even use it.
Yeah, but the outside fits and the inside's actually large, and you got like a pin centre on the unit as well. That's another one.
Sucks.
But you can't even go by the size because I got some that are like tiny, about the size of what you would call a 5 volt at half an amp, and you actually look at it and you go, fuck me, it's 24 volt at 4 amp.
Yeah.
I'll plug that in then into my USB hub.
I also got a habit of putting labels on the back of the keyboards too, so I know what the specs are in case I misplace the thing. And I can put together a Radio Shack plug and play tip thing in there. So at least I know what the specs are before I do something bad.
Yeah, I do that with Juno 106s, so the right one goes back to the right person.
Yeah.
They always come in groups. They come in groups of like 5 or 6. Then there's none for like a month. 5 or 6 come in again. And they've all got the same problem, so you can't even isolate them from the fault. Because it's all got one voice gone. Because the VCF VCA chip's gone bloody short. So, okay.
No, I'd say the best piece of studio equipment I've bought in recent years is my Dymo label printer. Literally everything got a label, every plug, every power supply, even ones where you've got a normal plug and then an inline block. The block got the name, the plug got the name as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything. Just like
Just so I have to fish things out all the time. It's great.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
All my
Find out
drives
where
got
everything
labelled
is.
up. All my mixers. You look at any of my line mixers, above each channel it tells you what instrument's connected to it. I just went crazy with it. I burned through about 3 or 4 cartridges of strip.
Mm.
Yeah, they don't hold very much.
No, they're not that cheap. Oh, well, I did find a third party seller that sells some decent ones, but the ones that what I found with those labels, though, they're designed to be stuck onto surfaces, and they're just designed to be fairly low tack, so they don't leave a residue. But when you want to label up a cable, so you want to take the cable and then wrap it round and stick it back on itself, that sort of thing, they're not very good at that.
Mm.
They can be, but eventually they'll start to pull apart. Yeah.
So I've seen a label printer that specifically does labels for cables type thing. So I think I might invest in one of those.
I just take cellophane tape and tape over the ends so they don't separate.
Yeah, that sounds too cheap and easy.
One more step, but it's still a pain. It still works. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well,
once I get this new hub, I'll be doing something.
We're in danger of creeping into the 2 o'clock neck of the woods, which is.
I think I need to go to bed.
Wasn't what was.
See, it's like video games. You have too much fun, and pretty soon your time is gone.
Yeah.
All that time wasted on video games.
Yep.
Yeah. That, how many hours have I wasted on video games? Oh, that's probably a rabbit hole I shouldn't go down. Actually thinking about it.
Yeah, I just don't even entertain the prospect of playing video games anymore because I'm like, just don't have the time, and I know it. It's like Zoe's trying to get me into Pokemon Go, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. And I'm like, she's like, but it's really good for getting out and about. I'm like, I'll go and record some stuff. I'll do some photography. It's
very good for ending up under a bus as well, apparently.
Yeah.
Before the pandemic, we had a bunch of guys hanging out one of our buildings because there was a super character in one of the fountains outside, and all these people come from like all the business areas around just to sit there and attack, and it's just the nerdiest bunch of people. It's funny.
Was it a Chiron or something, wasn't it?
Some kind of big thing they all have to attack.
Gold Chiron.
And they all get mad because they don't kill it, and it's just like, oh man.
What was that game that was on? It was an Android-only game, and it was before Pokemon Go, and you didn't collect things, but basically you had to go and visit objects in places, real life objects in real life places. They were like hotspots, and they would be placed there. Oh, what was it called? It was kind of geocaching. Yeah,
geocaching. Yeah,
it's a geocaching type game.
Oh, that stuff. Yeah.
But it, and you know Neil Fellows, don't you? He was really into it, and he tried to get me into it, but I said, I don't have an Android phone, so I think they did eventually bring an iPhone version of it, but I can't remember what the hell it was called.
What happened to Neil?
Neil, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, because I know he said it publicly. So him and his long-term partner very amicably, decided that was that, and he moved house. I think he moved house with her, and then it kind of sort of went south, and so he then moved house again. So he'd done a lot of moving, and then he was doing all of his qualifications for funeral director.
Yeah.
So embalming and all that kind of stuff. Which he passed with flying colours, so he took a lot of time out to do that. And I don't see or hear from him as much as I used to, but he's still about and he's still doing stuff. Because he used to do a lot of that urban photography, where you go into places you shouldn't, like derelict buildings. And take pictures of the interiors of these old.
What about his? Was it Galactic.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that was one of his names, wasn't it? Gigatech.
Gigatech, yeah.
Urbex, that's the. Thank you. I don't know what. So I haven't really sort of seen or heard much from him. Yeah, I see him every now and again pop up, and he's just he's loved up again now, so that's good.
Oh, okay. But he's probably shied away from the whole music thing for a bit.
I think he's just taken a bit of a, not so much from the music thing, because every time when I do see him post stuff, it's musical. It's he's got a new bit of gear or something, but I just think he's taken a back seat from social media, which I think we can all sympathise with. Well, we've probably all thought about it at some point.
Yeah, I seem to have embraced it since doing your show.
It's when you do something like this, it's kind of a necessary evil,
Well, plus until the Facebook got all the good groups on there for sharing files and information and stuff, it was a shithole. And a lot of the Google groups migrated there. They had really good synth content and historic logs and stuff for facts and figures and all that. It became a really good place.
I do resent how Facebook has taken over from forums, because I used to be I was so many forums and started up forums, and some of them are still going and I've completely forgotten about them. Now and again I go on there just to check, and they're like, people are still using this thing, Jesus.
Yeah.
And Facebook has taken over.
Forums always have that possibility of turning poisonous.
Facebook?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, but Facebook, like you say, to use the phrase, it's one of those necessary evils, because once you're established in it, to pull out means like.
Well, the thing is,
do you remember that
you
bloke?
had to know where to go. Which one?
No, that's what I mean. You pull out Facebook, and everybody goes, "Do you remember that guy? With the head and legs and."
I mean, the thing with forums is that you had to go and find them.
Yeah.
You had to go and search for them. It was, but a well-organised, well-run forum, and some do still exist, where you can go on there and, for example, YamahaMusicians.com. It's just one that sort of always. I think the guy that runs it is a guy called Saul, and there's lots of subboards, but everything's categorized. So you want to go and talk about a PSR or an Electone or a Yamaha drum kit or a Yamaha guitar. There's a subboard for Yamaha guitars, and then there are subboards for different types. And so you know exactly where to go, and you're talking to people who are specifically, and you're reaching the people who specifically know what it is that you want to ask about or talk about. Whereas you get a group like Pro Synth Network or Synthesizer Freaks or whatever, and if it's obviously with Pro Synth Network, we are so lucky that all the members that we have there, virtually all of them, are well behaved.
Yeah, we've always kept quite a tight rein and kept it under control.
But we haven't had to, really. I mean, honestly, the amount of times I've had to, or Ben has had to step in and either go, "Hey, calm down," or actually, somebody's reported a post and we've had to go in there and delete it. And I'm not talking about the randoms, because obviously we have that gatekeeper policy, so it stops the bots coming in. But there's
Mod Wiggler's old and it's still pretty good.
Sorry.
Mod Wiggler is really old, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah. I mean,
and then you got Arturia has their forum section, which is good, and then Electronauts for the Electron stuff is really good.
Where you've got specific,
that is good.
When you've got kind of specific focused forums that are run by a really good group of people who have the best intentions. I mean,
they have a general section too. It's not just the product.
That annoys me when I go to a forum and then they have a board there for everything else. I don't come to your board to speak about politics or religion or what colour I painted my cat last week. I want to know about this stuff, and if I want to talk bollocks, I can go and talk bollocks on Facebook or Twitter or whatever. And there's fucking Twitter. Oh.
Speaking of the Electronauts forum, I've just been on there, and I didn't realise that somebody had posted that you can use the mono machine. There's 2 sound packs of single cycle waveforms in the actual shop on the Electron site that are free. Just download, put them on the Digitech. So it's like, and there's tons. Well, there's about 100 odd waveforms, 120 waveforms. Yeah.
And there are already a bunch in there because Digitech is also a good synth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do granular stuff and all that.
Yeah, I really like granular on the Digitech.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And also, if you want to go old school, go to Usenet. That stuff's been around forever, and it's still there.
Right.
Yeah. And there was always some really good Yahoo groups, those mailing list groups.
Yeah, those went to Facebook. A lot of them died. They went to Facebook.
And eventually Yahoo shut the whole thing down. And there was a kind of a mad rush to.
I even had a GeoCities site that got killed a long time ago.
But there's so many good little forums out there if you know where to go, and obviously social media makes it easy because you can just go to one place and just type in, Yamaha, Korg, Electron, whatever, and you'll find a whole bunch of sort of groups, and then it's kind of potluck a lot of the times. You'll go in and hope that the groups that you joined are viable, and some. I mean, I went through and found a whole bunch of Yamaha DX related groups, and there was one group in there that had a post for 3 years or something. And the other problem is that you go and join like maybe the 3 or 4 groups that are active. There might be a TX802 group and a DX7 group, and there's one group that's like all DXs, but he calls it it's some long basically if you've got a Yamaha DX or TX, it's you can go in there. But then you get somebody that wants something like, oh, does anybody know where I can get this part, or does anybody know where my sounds are coming out all jumbled? And they'll post it on all of those forums, and then your feed is just full of somebody just posting the same thing in all the different forums, or boards or groups or whatever you want to fucking call them. It can get a bit messy at times.
Yeah.
But
the Facebook ones are nice because they organize the files pretty well, and
there's the fact that they brought in more features into groups that allow you to upload files and share files in a central place, and
even something technically dead like Hartman Neuron. They have a great site run by one of the guys who programmed it, so you can get new builds of the software, patches, tips and tricks, how to fix the hardware version if you have the hardware synth, all that stuff.
No, it's I do miss good old forums. And there was just as much grief on forums as that you get on Facebook, but at least with a well-run and moderated
especially
forum.
Gearspace, it was nasty for a while. It's better now, but
I lurked around there for a little while and just I'm not gonna. It's just like you're waiting for the shit.
See, Paulie's very active on there. Paulie's been on there forever as Xander Beats, and there's some great stuff on there.
Yeah, there's lots of people doing good stuff, but unfortunately, it kind of gets tarnished with the reputation, doesn't it?
Well, a bunch of know-it-alls on there too, giving bad information and shit.
It's always been like that. Absolutely, always been like that.
A lot of shit posting going on.
Have you ever looked at the statistics for your channel, for the PSN channel, on YouTube?
Yeah. Every now and again, I used to look at them a lot because I was, I for some reason I was very.
Want to see what it's doing.
Yeah, but now I just kind of, I don't really bother. I mean, I just get quite uptight about them. But
I went into them because there was a lot of the videos where the comments were turned off. I go, why? I didn't turn them off. Why are they turned off? And it's something to do with when I would post up a video. Maybe I was misunderstanding it. Go, is this made for kids or is this not made for kids? There's nothing rude or horrible in it, so it can be made. It's made for kids, but apparently it turns off the comments. Okay, so how do I put this right?
Simple that.
Yep. put it on Steam Deck. So I went in and it says, go into your YouTube studio thing or whatever, and go down here and click on it. And I started noticing all the statistics that were available on these shows, right? And I'm looking at them going, fucking hell. It's got a graph going from like 2020, I think, to now, and it's like there's nothing going on, little thing here, or somebody watched that video. It's like, and it gets to these, and it's just this big red blob, right? And it says total 24,000 view hours. Fucking what? I couldn't have done that many. Of course, I mean, look, each person that's watched and for however long.
So.
But there's really interesting stuff in there. Now, apparently, the average time that somebody watches this is about something like an hour. And watch for an hour and then go. And then come back maybe an hour later and watch another hour and then go and sort of stuff.
You say, oh, no dick jokes, I'm getting off. So
yeah, you go, oh, God, they started talking about keyboards, not interested.
The thing is with all of those YouTube stats, I mean, a lot of the stuff, I don't understand what they're trying to tell me. I look at it.
Agreed.
I can figure some of it out. If we were running PSN as a commercial exercise, then yes, I would be very interested in them because I am told they can be incredibly useful. But I had a few conversations with one or two people about how we should run the YouTube channel, and they were coming at it from a commercial perspective about, being absolutely obsessed with your numbers, and this is what and it wasn't just where you share the link or what tags you use. It was about the thumbnail images, and it had to. I was recommended one video about a guy who. Do you remember there was a meme video that went around some while ago, where they threw a basketball off the top of a dam to demonstrate a particular effect about how
the spinning it
with the spinning of the ball,
from the dam,
it would go like that.
Yeah.
So the guy that made this video that I was watching was the guy that made that video. Now he posts a lot of kind of fun science stuff, and he posted this video and he gave it a title about it was a kind of a fairly blandish title, and it didn't have a fancy thumbnail or anything like that, and it got a few thousand views, and that was about it. Somebody else copied that video and shared it on their channel, but gave it a properly designed thumbnail so that when it comes up in your feed it catches your eye or whatever. He condensed and reworded the title. He added a few tags, and his video, exactly the same video, but the guy that pinched it had got like millions of views. So after he'd gone to YouTube and got his copyright basically back on this video, and so he could earn a few quid off of it, he started to look into the science behind making content, and it's not just about catching your eye. It's about getting it into your eye on your screen. It's about getting it into the recommended lists, into your suggested things, whether it's a suggested video at the end of another one that you've been watching, or whether it's suggested on the right hand side, or whether it's suggested on your YouTube homepage. And it's all algorithms and stuff. And if you
the more clickbaity the title, the better.
Exactly.
If it sounds like it could be controversial, it'll get higher.
And if you do because there's this trend, I think it's starting to kind of ease off, but there's this trend where you make the thumbnail a picture of the thing that you're maybe talking about, with a slightly not totally clickbaity title, but a title that draws you in rather than gives you the impression that you're going to get something that you don't ultimately get. And then you or the presenter in the corner going, and you look through how many people are doing that. It's because it's a proven thing, apparently. And we did a couple of things. Do you remember Ben did a JD800 comparison, hardware and software, when Roland brought their plugin version out, and we didn't have any sort of photos to hand of Ben going or whatever, so we made a memoji that made it look a bit like Ben, and we put that on there. I think we did one with Chris as well, I can't remember now, and we tried it, and I replaced. I think one of them we created new, and one of them was one that had been around for a little while and hadn't got many views. And I shit you not, the views, you could see a spike. It wasn't a massive spike, but there was a spike.
But a spike nonetheless.
And it started when we changed the title to something that a bit more, sort of straightforward, and put that little thumbnail on that. And I think, if we were a commercial exercise where we were, this was a source of significant income, then I think I'd certainly be really bothered about it. But to be honest, right now I don't really care.
Well, with the in the studio looking at those different statistics and everything like that, the one show that seemed to get more views than any others, and the show itself was no different from any other, as you well know. It would pretty much run the same sort of way in the same course.
Mm.
But the one that got the most views was the one where I used a picture of some dog shit on a carpet with a microphone being interviewed. Out of all of them, that one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's perfect talking shit, right? So
just talking shit. Yeah. So, but I did get a comment a few days ago where somebody had said, basically, why the fuck was this video recommended to me? I'm going, I don't know.
But it's another thing that interested, well, it was not interesting me, but it sort of made me go, really? Was, I obviously we produce content, and we're not, we're not commercial, so that we haven't got a massive vested interest in it. But you don't want people to not like your stuff. You'd hope that everyone that watches it likes it, but there are going to be some people that don't like it. Somebody said to me, who was fairly knowledgeable in these sort of things, "Oh, don't worry about dislikes. It's still an engagement."
Exactly, it's all about engagement,
and that's all they care. They don't care whether YouTube don't care whether 5,000 people dislike your video. That's 5,000 people who watched your video, who engaged with it and possibly clicked on an advertising link or saw something else that drew them down a tunnel. So
that's why I didn't care when they took away the count numbers for the dislikes. I don't care if it's high numbers. Well, but some people psychologically got messed up by that. So it's
I mean, it hides them from the viewers.
Whose comment says it all? Isn't it?
A 7 second of an elephant pooing called elephant poo. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Yeah,
it's succinct to the point.
This is what people want.
But I mean, so they changed this thing on the videos now that if somebody dislikes, it doesn't show up to the viewer. The viewer sees 50 likes, 50 thumbs ups or whatever, but the dislikes, it doesn't show. The only thing it shows the viewer is if they've disliked it, it blocks, thing. Whereas content creators, we can go in and we can see how many likes and how many dislikes, and we see a percentage. And commercial enterprises would say, "Oh yeah, you need. It's good if you have a certain percentage of likes rather than dislikes."
That's a shame, because if you said at the beginning of the show, "Please click the dislike button," everybody would fucking do it.
Yeah.
Well, they even have special terminology for Twitter and stuff. The ratio. It goes, I plus ratioed you, man. I'm so much better than you. So they create a whole new terminology for these guys.
What I find amusing though is that when I I'm in the YouTube account and I'm sort of going around, and I'll just have a look at how well a video's doing, how many people watched it after the event, so on and so forth. And I look at the percentage, and I can see that there's I can see the percentage, and there's some videos that are still 100%, which is everybody that's clicked on nobody's clicked on dislike. And then I look at the ones that there are dislikes on, and it's usually just 1 or 2 dislikes every week. And
I am here to be offended.
Yeah. And I have no idea who it is. I don't really care, but it
doesn't matter.
I just think there's probably just that one person that just has taken a dislike to the channel or me or you or whatever, and they'll see it come up in their feed and they'll just go dislike and then move on.
It could even be a bot.
It could even be a bot, yeah. And initially I was thinking, who the fuck are you? Who is it? There's one person that's not liking our videos. And
How about, do you go back and look at the comments that get filtered?
Oh yeah. Are
they pretty entertaining, or are they just silly?
No, again, the vast majority of the content, comments we get on any of our content is genuine. Sometimes, they say have negative things to say, but they might say, "Oh, I didn't like this," or "You should have talked to them for a bit longer,"
or corrections from Robert.
Or corrections from Robert, yeah.
But it's funny to get those comments. You see how many comments you have and how many still show up. And I'm always curious to go and look at what got taken out, because I don't care if they're negative comments, but it's kind of funny to see what they are.
And that's another thing with YouTube, is that if you get like a spam comment, genuine, with links to porn in or whatever, so you see that come in, and sometimes YouTube recognizes it and bungs it into hell for review or not. But when you go in and then remove that comment, block that user from the channel, it still shows up in your comment count, because again, it's YouTube. They don't want to lose the number of engagements.
Yeah.
And a comment, good or bad, spam or not, is engagement. So yeah, I mean, it's an odd business, and it is a business, and there are very in-depth courses in understanding all of your statistics on, whether it's YouTube or Twitter or whatever. If you're in a commercial sense and you're in marketing and you're trying to hit your demographics and get all of these numbers, there's a lot to learn there. I just can't be fucking arsed. I just think
you get a lot of hate watchers. Some people love to watch stuff they hate. There's an old thing about the Howard Stern controversial radio guy, who basically had way more haters ever than he had fans.
Yeah.
But those are the longest engagements. Some people listen for 3 hours because they wanted to hear what he would say next, even though they hated him.
Yeah. I guarantee you one thing, that every person, or every account, should I say, because not every account is a person, but every account that leaves spammy comments or shit posts, if you go and then go to that account, you'll find that they've got no video content. They literally have an account simply to comment. They have no content of their own. They have no playlists of their own. They don't use their channel for anything but logging in and posting shit. What did I delete yesterday? There was a comment, and it was a one-word comment. It was like a portmanteau of a couple of different words, and I thought, that doesn't look like a spammy link, and it certainly doesn't feel like an insult. And I googled the word, and apparently it's this word that gets thrown into comments that then gets picked up in search engines and then stick, and it kind of highlights.
I've seen some stuff like that. I didn't quite know what that was, but
I didn't really sort of get into it too much. I just thought, oh well, that's shit, boom, gone. It's a game, it's a numbers game, and at the end of the day, we don't do it for commercial gain yet. No, we don't do it for commercial gain. We ask for donations simply just to pay the fucking bills, because it ain't cheap.
I should start doing that when I found out how much this fucking SteamYard is costing a year.
Or
it was like 540 quid a year, and I was going, what? I thought it was like £7 a month or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, is that much? Oh.
I have thought.
Yeah, because they had the 10 thingies.
Oh.
You pay the extra to. You can go for the cheap one, and you can have.
Is 10 the max?
Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah.
On StreamYard, 10 is the max. But
you can go for the cheap one, but you get like, was it 2 or 3 connections? So only 2 or 3 people. Like. That's all right. I've already paid this month. You can stay.
We use it's like StreamYard's nearly $500 a year just for StreamYard, and then we've got Stream Deck, so that was bought with PSN money because that helps with doing the show. And we had to get Ben a microphone because his was. I think it was failing. It wasn't great anyway, but yeah. So we bought him. I
think you offered me money to get.
I offered to buy yours,
but I'd already.
You'd already bought it.
It's all right.
How much is the vMix one that Rans uses?
More.
A lot more, yeah.
That's a good mic, isn't it?
No, the software that Rans uses.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a good mic though. It seems to be very, very good. You know what I mean?
Because I was thinking about going to Ecamm, which is this Mac only thing, which is, and I had a demo of it, and it's really good, very configurable, and allows you to do a lot of cool things that this doesn't.
Is that what Jamie uses?
I don't know.
I know Sonic State uses vMix too.
Yeah, vMix tends to be has been the popular one, but Ecamm is it's very good, and the only problem is that unlike StreamYard or what's the other one, Restream is the other one, and there's a few others, they do all the heavy lifting. So all of this is just all of us going into a browser, and then it gets pumped up to StreamYard, and they distribute it to all of your chosen channels. Whereas Ecamm is like OBS in a way, where everyone comes into you, or to the presenter, and then the presenter's machine spits it out.
Yeah, that's what Jamie uses.
And that can be, if you've not got a great internet connection and or a very fast, powerful computer, it can start. It can really start to put a strain on the resources.
Yeah.
But
I use OBS for my live streams. It's incredibly nerdy to set up. They don't have to make it so damn nerdy.
Yeah, but it's open source, isn't it? So
the
people that really, I mean, we started off with OBS, and we started off. OBS was the broadcast thing, and Ben and Chris came in on Skype, and we used NDI to bring Skype into OBS, and that wasn't ideal because Skype throttles.
Yeah, Skype is horrible.
And it can make your video resolution change if it detects that the bandwidth is struggling. So that caused a whole bunch of problems. So that's why we eventually sort of went for this, and we put our hands in our own pockets to get this started. And then, thankfully, and we're super grateful every time somebody donates, even if it's just a couple of quid here or there. It all goes to pay for this, and it just takes a whole bunch of pressures off. But I was thinking now I've got the M1, that could probably handle Ecamm really, really nicely. So we're coming up to renewal, so I don't know what we should do yet, but it would give us a bit more professionalism, certainly from a presentation side. But there's a lot of work. I mean, even though we're doing this like non-commercially, there's a lot of work that goes into it. Like Ben has to do all the graphics, and Ben's been working his tits off the last few weeks. Not just a day job, because he works at a school, so he's had a few late nights recently. But he's also got the band and stuff. And I sort of say to him,
"Is he a music teacher?"
No, he's what is he now? He's more sort of like
administrative.
IT admin sort of type.
Oh,
thing, I think. But yeah, I mean,
poor guy.
He's
so much fun.
He's a busy guy, but he's got the skills with Photoshop, which I don't have. Where he puts all of our imagery and stuff together, and I'll send him photos, and then he will edit those, and then manage to fit them all into our little style of thumbnail. And I feel terribly guilty sometimes because it's like I need to get the stream up, or the thing scheduled, and I need that graphic. But then Ben's like up to his eyeballs and stuff, and I'm like, sorry Ben, do you mind? And to his credit, he's never really let me down, getting all that stuff in there. But and there's prepping the news and the links and getting everything. It doesn't look very professional on a Friday night, but there's a bit of effort that goes in.
Yeah, but then you've got this show to compare it to. So, this show couldn't get laid in a brothel with a £50 note tied to its dick. So
this is like the Blade Runner test. You want to see a negative? I want to show you a positive, or whatever.
Yeah. Exactly.
At the end of the day, we're having fun, and we're part of a bigger community that does a bunch of great stuff, and we have lots. We meet lots of great people, and ultimately, if people are willing to throw a few quid our way every now and again just to keep us doing it, we're happy to do it. We've been it's over 2 years now, isn't it? Nearly 2.5 years we've been doing this.
I must admit that when I got the StreamYard and that and everything, and started setting it all up, I was still wet behind the ears really, and thinking that well, the internet's free, isn't it? It's all right. You just do so. It doesn't cost anything, does it? Fuck me. Yeah. Had no idea. But because it's such a giggle, I couldn't give a shit. Because Fiona says, she goes, "No, you don't want to monetize it, do you?" I went, "No. Why do I want to bring all that extra, grief?" And it changes it somehow.
I mean, we monetize it obviously because it's a revenue stream, and if YouTube are there saying, well, if you stick an advert at the beginning of the video when you do it, or you let us put an advert on the side of the screen, you'll get a cut of this, and
Well, Ken, if it makes you feel any better, these meetings are more structured and organized than my actual Teams meetings at work, which is corporate.
Yeah.
So that tells you a lot.
Yeah, sure.
Get more information, more fun.
Yeah, but do you know what I mean though? If it was sort of like the way PSN is set up, it's important. You click the likes, you subscribe, and all the rest of it. And it's all about that. But then there's a professionalism and there's a structure to it, and it's getting guests on, and there's a lot of work goes on behind the scenes, to which I do nothing.
Well, we don't expect you to.
Well,
You're not,
half the time, if you said to me, "Oh, can you do something with this graphic?" So, all right, well, can you do this?
So your value is your knowledge, your experience, and your personality. That's your value, and that's what you give every week. You stepped in, and everybody responded to you in such a positive way that we thought, well, it would be stupid if we didn't ask Kent to come and do this on a regular basis, and we're very lucky, that you agreed to do that. We wouldn't want it any other way, and we're quite happy with the balance, of what it is. If honestly, trust me, if I feel that I can't do something, I need somebody else to do it, I'll ask. And you have contributed, in other ways. So it's,
Yeah, I mean,
Paul's asking on their Paul Artosa, do we do Patreon? And it's something that we've discussed and thought about. The thing with Patreon is, and again, maybe it's just me, but I feel that with Patreon, you've got to give something for people to want to give you regular money, to commit to giving regular money. So if you look at like Nick, what Nick gives on Sonic State, he gets early access videos and early access to reviews. He gives patches away, and sample collections or whatever. And I keep thinking, well, what could we give?
You can do patches. You can also do behind the scenes videos.
Yeah, I've got time to do patches. That's the thing. If I was able to do patches, knock out 10 patches here or 10 patches there, I would. And maybe
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't give that many patches. I was on his Patreon for a while, so
I would. For me, Patreon is something where I subscribe. I know that there are some people that will subscribe to Patreon simply just to support the channel or the endeavour of whoever that. I don't want anything from you. I just think what you're doing is great, and I'm going to give you a couple of pounds a week or a couple of pounds a month or whatever it is. But I think I would feel horribly guilty if we asked people to commit to subscribing on a regular basis and they didn't get anything more for that money than what they would have done if they hadn't got the money. And so I just think, well, until we can offer something, of some substance, then Patreon maybe is something that we can look at, later on. But I can announce today it's not a big announcement, but I can announce that we are going to be streaming on Twitch now as well. So we've set Twitch up simply just as I realised that it seems to be a popular place, and maybe we can pick up some more people.
And you'll get some weird people on there too. So.
Well, we're going to give it a go, and
a platform that doesn't.
My only thing is that as Nick found out, and thankfully Nick's with Wagoo's help and with Dom's help, they've managed to aggregate all of the chat into like one place. And the other thing with Twitch, it does kind of give us. I mean, you can do it on YouTube because this is kind of. But if you go onto Twitch, it's kind of the home of people just live streaming and playing around, and people will come in and watch and do stuff. So I don't know. It gives maybe another avenue of engagement. I don't know.
That's cool. I mean, I was going to start just doing odd live sets on Twitch. Just while I'm like practicing, might as well stream it and
I just thought, well, we've got the option. It's a feature of StreamYard that we can add Twitch. We can add, we can add a few other things, but
makes sense to add it. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's there. We broadcasted Twitter live. Does it do anything for us? Do we get many views? No, not hardly at all. But if somebody wants to watch us on Twitter, or they find us on Twitter, then great. It doesn't cost us anything to do it. So yeah, we'll just do it because it's there.
Because I was quite surprised when I was getting messages from people saying about how this show was kind of like helping people out, helping them even not just feeling alone in the in the evenings.
Yeah,
and it was like, suddenly I was like, oh, I have just inherited some sort of responsibility here. But fortunately, a lot of the people who spoke to me about it said, no, just carry on doing what you're doing. It's just be there, be that noise in the corner. Just talk shit all the time. Yeah, cool. I do that for a living, mate. I can do that. That's not a problem. So it's just weird. Because I've done before now, done sort of like an impromptu show, suddenly go, oh,
yeah,
fucking Media Hall's back on, and there's a little notification, Twat's going to do a show at 7:30 or whatever, and not every time, obviously, but there have been times, hand on heart, I can say that I've been downstairs and going, I'm bored. Oh no, I'll put a show on. Get the iPad, announce when it's going to be. Right, I better go have something to eat then, haven't I? And then come up and go, hi, and just see who turns up.
Yeah, it's a funny old game, but...
Yeah, but I think the aspect of this that I think helps in many ways is because it's like open mic. If there's enough slots, somebody wants to come in, and they can come in and talk about anything they want to. They can talk about if something's worrying them or they need advice on something. I mean, there's a bunch of us here. Some of us have probably experienced something similar and can say, well, look, don't do this. I suggest you try that.
Don't watch that. Watch this.
The heavy monster sound.
It's the nuttiest sound around. So if you're coming off the street and you're beginning to
feel the heat. Giving away my age there.
Yes, I need to. I think I've got a sty in my eye, and I keep sort of touching it, and it's like itchy. But
can you smell bacon?
It's too many late nights. Is what it is.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Right, I need to go enter single user mode.
Yep. I'm off too. It's been fantastic as per.
Yeah.
He's really working on his inner programmer, isn't he?
Yeah.
So it's all coming out now.
Yeah, I've been working too much. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I haven't been working enough. But mind you, tomorrow I've got a hell of a day. So
best of bed then.
CS50, CS60, CS80.
Lovely.
In that order. Be like a timeline almost.
All right, gents, been lovely.
Yes.
And I'll probably see you Thursday. If not, I'll see everyone at Synth Fest that's coming to Synth Fest.
We won't see you Thursday because I'll be in Sheffield.
Oh, yeah, going to Sheffield, yeah.
At EMOM, yeah.
But then I'll see you Friday or Saturday.
But actually, you might see me later on Thursday.
Okay, cool.
Afterwards.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be too late Thursday because I want to get going fairly, not early on Friday to get up to Sheffield because I've got things to deliver and people to see. But yeah, so I'll be hanging around too late. A box full of ARP goodies at the boot.
Nice.
Right.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care,
See you later.
See you guys.
Yep.
See you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Take care. Have fun. See you later.
All right.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Bye.